Yeah, I can hear you. Uh, how to run it to get rid of, to try to even out my spots here. Like coffee. I like coffee, lowercase, and you can interact. Okay. I like coffee.
I'll get you a pen.
Thank you. I'm gonna need one. Hi, I'm Coffee Kevin, and well, that caught me off guard. It is great to be here for CoffeeCon 2021 online live. And I just wanted to tell you if you're watching this on Eventbrite, for some reason Eventbrite has some limitations and we didn't know about them. You might be better off going to coffee-con.com, and I like coffee, correct? Okay, I like coffee is the word to put in there, and then you can interact. We think it's really important to have this. The reason we're doing this is, and it's 100% live, because we think it's really important, especially at this time, that all of our presentations be live. And so, let me get going with that. We begin our 2021 CoffeeCon online live event with a fascinating morning pick-me-up presentation, and let me see if I can restore that. Okay, sensory development. It may interest you to know that the most important first step of attaining a wonderful coffee experience is to take a deep breath and then consider how you taste. To do this, there's no better person I know to ask about sensory development. In my working class Chicago speech, I guess I would call it building your taste muscles, than Big Shoulders Coffee's founder, Tim Kunin. Tim has been a Paris chef and has this subject in every cell he possesses. Tim, are you there? Good morning, Tim.
Hey, Kevin. Hi. Good morning. How are you?
I'm fine. How are you
here,
doing?
Yes.
Good.
I'm doing great.
Okay.
I'm doing great.
I pressed a couple of wrong buttons already today, so but I know I pressed the right one when I queued you up. So thank you for being here with us, and tell us what we're going to learn today.
Okay, so sensory development, perception development, kind of fancy language for tasting coffee, enjoying coffee. And so those are kind of the things I want to kind of explore and talk about.
Wow, that sounds great. Well, thank you. I'll tell you what, I'm gonna get out of the way and just, I want to hear what you've got to say and take a few notes too. So I'm gonna kind of let you handle it from here at this point. But I'm gonna also be watching for questions, and I'll probably hold the questions for the end, because I just want to.
Yeah.
Okay.
Use your judgment.
Okay.
I mean, this is kind of a unique situation. First of all, Kevin, I can't thank you and Pat enough to finding the wherewithal to put on CoffeeCon in 2021. We missed it so much last year, and this is the Grammy Awards, the Golden Globe Awards of coffee for us coffee roasters, to be able to engage with our loving fans and introduce ourselves to new fans and friends around the world. So, I mean, and also, it's pretty amazing that we're talking to people from all over the world right now. So we are gathered. I hope everybody's got a great cup of coffee in front of them, and we're prepared for this great show that Kevin and Pat have put on. And so, Kevin, thank you so much for finding the wherewithal and the courage to do this. We're excited for it.
Thank you, Tim.
Okay, so what I'd like to do is, we're going to talk about tasting coffee and stretching the palate and how do we get there, and how we build a vocabulary so that you can go in. There's probably nothing more frustrating for consumers to be told by a critic or a fancy pants coffee roaster that this bag of coffee is great, and that's why. And then buy it, you take it home, and you're disappointed in it. And you've spent...
You know what, this would have been a great reason if you were going to...
And so you've spent that money, and you don't quite get it. So we want to give you the tools and the vocabulary, build a toolbox, as it were, to be able to walk in, talk about the things that you like, talk about the things that you don't like. And that's a great, great starting point. Okay, but what I definitely want to talk about is what this is not going to be. It's not going to be a cupping. So, sad trombone. If that's what you were looking for this morning, it's not going to happen. I really want to approach this. Cupping is, I have very strong opinions about cupping. We're not going to get into that. Cupping is really for professionals to discern quality and production quality from a day-to-day basis, and if we're going to bring a coffee in from a farmer or an importer, and we can find it in our lineup, and there's some value there. So it's not going to be a cupping. We're not going to talk about brewing. There's going to be tons of people today that are going to talk about brewing. Kevin has assembled a who's who of coffee professionals for us today. And they're going to talk about, a variety of things. Brewing, one of them. Grinding, for sure. Super important part of it. We'll touch on that maybe. Then the creme de la creme at the very end is Ken Davids, who's really going to dive deep into what I'm going to just introduce today. So stay with us and let's have a lot of fun. I would be remiss if I didn't do a shameless plug. So you are probably right now wondering, who is this guy, Tim Coonan, Big Shoulders Coffee. Go to our website, bigshoulderscoffee.com. During CoffeeCon this weekend, we have got a huge discount going on. Sign up for our newsletter. You'll get a code sent to you that allows you to get 25% off site-wide. So go do that. We've got some incredible coffees. Okay, so perhaps you've been around somebody that's tasting coffee and they're waxing poetically about, I'm picking up lychee and, hibiscus, and it's a finish of Nilla wafer, and it's lost on your ears. So my goals today are not to support this concept of snootiness. Okay, we want to really enjoy coffee. So coffee has one job, and that job is to create community, bring us together. And so we can probably what I want to do is look at coffee from how we would enjoy it. So when I enjoy coffee at home on the weekends, it is different from when I'm at work. When I'm at work, I am really diving into a lot of the different things that are happening in coffee. I'm looking at, trying to pick up the different acidity levels and fruit and tannins and things like that in the coffee. And I'm trying to figure out, okay, does this coffee have room in our lineup? Can I sell it? Is it a value for our customers and our guests? It's different at home. And so really I want to approach this for us, the home enthusiasts. So when I drink coffee on Sunday morning, it is for pure pleasure. And what I'm really doing is I'm diving in, and I'm enjoying the entire process from opening the bag to grinding to brewing to sipping to allowing it to cool, paying attention to all these flavors that are developing in the coffee, and that's really where I want to go with today's presentation. So this is a coffee cupping sheet. This is a reference point for a professional to use, and it is overwhelming to me. So what we want to do is eliminate some of the snootiness, some of the intimidation, and we want to build trust in our own palate. So you know yourself better than anybody else. So this is your coffee journey. So when I first started drinking wine years ago, I thought I was the cat's meow, and I would drink Sutter Home White Zinfandel. Since then, my flavors have really grown and developed. So I was a small town hick from Indiana that was lucky enough to pursue a career in the culinary arts. I went and worked in Europe, and when I went from farm cooking to this long tradition of culinary, a culinary tradition in Italy and France, and I was introduced to bitter and sour flavors. These were mind-blowing flavors. I can still remember the first time I had sweet and sour cipollini onions in Italy, and I just thought that they were, I'd had onions before, but I hadn't had onions that were cooked in vinegar and with sugar added to them or honey added to them, and that balancing tart sweetness that really made the onion itself so approachable and soft and subtle in my mouth. So it's really frustrating to not get what a roaster or a critic is trying to tell you. Coffee is a collaborative here. So it's between the farmer, the roaster, and you, the home brewer. So it can be if everybody does their job right, it can be a really transformative experience. So we really want to be, we're all trying to be very thoughtful when we do this, okay? So you, as the consumer, you only need a couple of things when you're tasting coffee. First of all, you need curiosity, you need enthusiasm, and you need a certain bit of open-mindedness to do this. So can coffee taste like anything other than coffee? Yeah, I am here to emphatically tell you, yes, it can. I can remember when there was one flavor of coffee, and it was Maxwell House or Folgers, not to be mean to them, but well, maybe. But back, my first experiences with coffee were on cold winter mornings in Indiana with my dad and his cup of probably Maxwell House or Folgers and a coffee mate and sugar, and stealing sips of that while he was outside scraping the window ice off the window shield. But coffee has come a long way. Some of you watching are probably old enough to remember when there was one flavor of beer, and it was yellow fizz. There was one flavor of coffee. There was one flavor of wine. There was one flavor of many of the things that we consume. But there are so many things that we can really stretch and grow our palate with, and it's really building this memory, this muscle memory. And it's almost, so I can remember my mom's blueberry pie. So my mom she's been dead for 10 years. The last time I tried her blueberry pie was probably 15 or 18 years ago, and I can still taste it. So food memories are these super powerful tools that we can use to call up from the past, from things that we've consumed, and enjoy. So why is that important? That's important because when we're sipping something, you can say to yourself, I've had this, I've tasted this. What is that? Is that blueberry? And blueberry does exist. I mean, it really does exist in coffee. So in an Ethiopian natural, there's commonly, you will get blueberry in your coffee. Now, that's not for everybody. So you need to understand what you like. So if it's pretty easy to understand the difference between, say, a light roast and a dark roast, what I like and what I don't like, but let's dive a little bit deeper. All right? So we're going to explore, we're going to trust our palate, we're going to not make this a competition, all right? Well, so how do we learn? We taste. So, so coffee has some acidity in it. So I've got a few ingredients here that have various levels of acidity, and some of it is easier to consume than others. I mean, you've got, there's acidity in apples and pear. That's malic acid. And then you've got citrus, various levels of acidity in citric acid. So you've got the sweetness of blood orange, you've got tangerine, you've got grapefruit here that can be really bracing. And of course, lemon. So when we encounter those things in coffee, lime most definitely can occur in a Costa Rican coffee, and those can be really pleasant. But how do you pick that up? You taste things that have these sorts of ingredients. A really great vehicle for that is ethnic foods. So Southeast Asian foods, European foods like German food that uses a lot of vinegar in their cooking. And those are things that we can happily explore by going out to those sort of ethnic restaurants and tasting different things. So you got vinegar is acetic acid, and things like pomegranate molasses. This is just such a fabulous flavor, sweet, tart, tangy. That will be reminiscent of the sweet tart candy when we were kids, or pixie sticks. So taste. There's really you can learn just as much from a bad cup of coffee as you can from a good cup of coffee. So there's a reason why it's probably bad. It could be poor farming. It could be Robusta versus Arabica. It could be poor roasting, poor handling. It could be stale aged coffee. It could be poor brewing. So there's really nothing more frustrating than someone that comes in and we've encouraged them to purchase a bag of coffee because we feel like it's very good. And we sell it to them, they take it home, and then they come back and I see them a few days later and and I ask them, hey, how was that coffee? And they're like, and I can tell, I can tell it wasn't very good. They didn't like it. It wasn't a good experience. And then I start to dig a few questions. So I'm pretty hard-boiled and I'm pretty cynical, so I'm pretty thick-skinned. So I've been around a bit. So if somebody tells me they don't like the coffee, that's okay. You don't have to like what I like. But digging a few questions and asking, okay, so do you have a grinder? Yeah, I have a grinder. Well, no, I actually don't have a grinder. I grind it up in my bullet. Okay, all right. First little hiccup. What about how do you brew it? Well, I brew it in my my Mr. Coffee that's 20 years old, and so there's some deficiencies there right away. So we're probably going to get over extraction because of using a blender to grind the coffee. It'll get too fine. So you want to match the grind with the brewing method. So that might be fine for espresso or no, it's not fine. So we need to figure out good brewing techniques. So good brewing is really, really important to the coffee. All right. So even ourselves, I've had bad coffee. That's ours. That's Big Shoulders coffee. And it's really because I've gone to a municipality that didn't have a very good water supply. So getting a good, it doesn't have to be fancy. You don't have to get a fancy in-house RO system to brew the coffee. You get one of those Brita $30 things that you can put on the kitchen counter, and it brews great coffee. So what we want to begin to kind of differentiate here is, we know what we like, we know what we don't like. We can differentiate light and dark. What we want to try to begin to understand is the nuances between, say, an earthed Sumatra coffee versus a Kenyan coffee, versus a honey process Costa Rican versus a Ethiopian natural coffee. So those sort of coffees, you need to understand what you like and what you can begin to kind of build some training wheels to enjoy down the road. So my mom, for instance, Folgers, lifelong Folgers drinker. When I would brew her lovely Ethiopian natural, she would spit it out and say, that is not coffee. That's not her, that's just not in her wheelhouse, and that's okay. She drank her coffee for years with cream and sugar, and that's okay too. You don't have to drink it black, but you want to try to remove some of those inhibitors to flavor perception for our palate. So the thing about probably one of the most influential things about tasting coffee would be temperature. So all things being equal, we've got a coffee in front of us that we like, it's brewed properly, it's been roasted properly, it's been farmed properly. Temperature really is one of the most important things. So as the coffee cools, it will really, some of those sharper flavors will become more rounded and muted, and then you get more body and more creaminess to the coffee, and you can get this really wonderful richness. So some of the things that we think about with coffee. So the first thing is probably aroma. So aroma. There are so many people that tell me, I don't like coffee, I don't drink coffee, but I love the smell of it. So if you don't have a home grinder, please get one. In fact, later on today, somebody from Baratza will be talking about grinders, and that's going to be a huge, really, that's probably the #1 influencer for brewing great coffee at home. Get a good grinder. So that's part of the experience, is the smell and the aroma and the joy that you get for that. It should really begin to get our salivary glands going. It should be a mouth-watering kind of experience. All right, so aroma. There's a little touch of a disconnect there, because aroma, while it does lend this idea of what's about to come, a pleasurable experience, it doesn't necessarily tell us about what that coffee is going to actually taste like. So what are some of the things that we can encounter when we're tasting coffee? Well, we can encounter fruit and some of the sweetness that comes from fruit. And so there might be like apple or nectarine, citrus certainly. There might be some grape. There might be some raspberry, blueberry. There might be some nuttiness to it. So pecans are like creamy, macadamia nuts. Almond is a common thing. Peanut butter. Why do I have this? Because my daughter wanted me to pick up some peanut butter for her, and I'm a choosy mother. But it's also because of early on when we were roasting coffee, I would encounter peanut frequently. Peanut, in my estimation, is not a good flavor. It's an indication that the coffee is underdeveloped. So it's a good learning tool. So I would encourage you definitely to buy some of these things, taste them, and really taste them. We are probably guilty of just throwing stuff in our mouth and really not thinking about what we're throwing in our mouth. So begin to really kind of take a breath, take your time, enjoy what you're consuming, and learn from it. That's really the only way we can stretch our palate and learn from our palate. Okay, sweetness. So there's inherent. So coffee, although we'll talk about bitter in a second, but there is inherent sweetness in coffee. And sweet, it's not going to be like eating a brownie, but it will be like a little bit of honey or a little bit of sugar, brown sugar. And so there's different types. So you've got honey, you've got maple syrup, you've got. This is an example of, this is piloncillo. This is from a Latin market, from a Mexican market. This is one of my favorite forms of sugar. It's not really super sweet, and it's super complex. It's got a lot of herbs and aromatics and spice to it that's really delicious. So in baking, a lot of times, or in my morning oatmeal, that is really awesome. I'll grate some of that right on top of it. So coffee has this really wonderful natural sweetness. You might pick up things like spice, like nutmeg. I mean, that's so so wonderfully fresh and aromatic. I mean, when you get whole nutmeg like this, it's different than the stuff that's already ground and probably has been ground for years. All right, so we've got some spice, some saffron. I've got a coffee that from Burundi that is really exotic and has some of these really exotic saffron smells to it that really are just are amazing in the cup as the cup cools. There's tasting vinegars that are common in Asian, Vietnamese, and Thai cooking. Get some of those. Try those. So things like kombucha, things like, of course, we've got Amaro here. Amaro is a digestive from northern Italy, but lots of cultures have bitter after-dinner drinks that lend to digestion. But I love sitting in front of the fire in the winter and sipping on some of this late at night, and it's really, really fabulous. This one is so super complex beverage. It's got all kinds of bitter. Joe, the cameraman here, was asking me earlier, "What is that?" And I told him, "We'll bust it open and take a sniff." And he was like, "Oh, I'm not very fancy, but is that licorice?" And so there is some licorice there, some star anise, some vanilla, caramelized sugar, orange, burnt sour orange peel. All these things together, aged wonderfully in a bottle over the course of a couple of years or something. Really fabulous. So you've got some fruit, you've got some sweetness, you might have chocolate. So this isn't your mom's or dad's chocolate bar. This is a 92% chocolate, bitter chocolate, and this is really, just fabulous. So it's not like a Reese's peanut butter cup. That has got some tart, tangy, wonderful flavors happening there. So you've got all these things. You've got sour, you've got bitter, you've got savory, you've got umami. So umami is this. So we pick up salt, sour, bitter, sweet on our tongue, but there's also some other things. There's spice, there's hot, and then there's this loose term, umami. Umami comes to us from Japanese culture, Japanese cuisine, and it's defined by a sense of savoriness. So umami, I definitely pick up umami in a coffee from Kenya quite often in the form of like stewed tomato. So umami is something like Gruyere cheese or Parmesan cheese, certain kinds of mushrooms like shiitake mushrooms. Umami is really redolent in those types of foods. And it's just this cured meats like salami where it's like this indescribable, it's not sweet, it's not salt, it's not sour, what is that? It's lingering on the palate. That's what umami is. Okay, so and then understand that all this stuff can be blown away by that chili cheese dog you had last night with extra onions that just destroyed your palate this morning. So as you drink the coffee, it's just not, wait a minute, this coffee doesn't taste like the coffee I had yesterday or 2 days ago. It's terrible. So really thinking about what you've consumed in the last 24 hours is also, plays a role in all this. All right, so roasters have different coffees for different reasons. So we have coffees that are designed for coffee drinkers that like to add cream and sugar, and there's no sin in that. That's totally okay. All right, so I don't know if there's any questions that you want to get to, Kevin, but I'm happy to take some right now. And then, by the way, people, if you are by the way, shout out to my Atlanta peeps out there. Hey, how you doing? So questions.
Yes, I would be.
Okay, great. Let's dig into it.
Okay, let's see. Good morning, Tim. Oh, and this was earlier. She said, "What's tsunami mean?" And I think you explained that. This is Terry in Rockville, Maryland.
I think I did.
Go ahead. Do you want to give a little more, or do you want to?
No, I think
Okay, I thought we
answered
did
that.
too. Yeah, and let's see. Another question is sometimes I taste different tastes. This is T. Beckett in Salt Lake City. Sometimes I taste different things than my partner, and I guess he or she is asking, is it possible that two people taste the same flavors and get different flavors?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. So first off, coffee is a personal journey. So we have our own personal biases and likes and dislikes. So my friend in Salt Lake City, don't worry about what your partner is tasting. Don't let that influence you, good or bad. All right. So my wife really enjoys a darker roasted coffee. I do not. My wife really enjoys a French press of coffee. I do not, and that's okay. I still love her, and we are still married, and that's okay. So she puts cream and sugar. Actually, she doesn't use sugar. She uses maple syrup. So she puts maple syrup and cream into her coffee, and that's okay. I'm totally cool with that. So make it be your journey, okay? You're building your own toolkit here, your own library. Taste, perceive, compare, think, kind of describe. Those are all your perceptions. Okay, anything else, Kevin?
No, right now I think that's
Okay.
pretty good. We've got you got that's a great answer, by the way. Thank you.
Okay, so understand here that there's no right and wrong. This isn't a test. We're not going to, we're not going to fail here. We're only going to win. So this is really great. So please understand why we're doing this is because we want to be able to make good purchases, and we want to be able to ask good questions. These are the kind of questions, and by the way, all right, so if you think of a question, email me, tim@bigshoulderscoffee.com. tim@bigshoulderscoffee.com. I will answer all your questions. I love to interact with people about the most arcane questions. And so call me. Go to our website. Our phone number's there. I'm one of those people that I actually pick up the phone. And we have our phone number on the website. Lots of people don't. So if you think of things that you want to ask me, definitely do it. So Aroma prepares us for what's about to happen. We should begin to get some excitement and salivated glands going. Okay, so 3 words that are often maligned in coffee: bitter, acidity, and sour. Sour is probably there because of brewing, probably a poor brewing, probably over extraction. So it's best to start with more of a coarse grind, then work your way towards finer. So probably a couple of the biggest mistakes with grinding or with brewing coffee is we grind it too fine, we underdose it, we're cheap, and the water temperature isn't proper. So that 20-year-old Mr. Coffee maker that even if it was brand new is never going to get to the water temperature that it needs to get to. So that's going to produce coffee that is under extracted. So over extraction produces sour flavors. Under extraction, you get these leathery, tannic sort of notes on the sides and back of your mouth. So acidity and bitterness are really important aspects of coffee because they balance the fruit, the sweetness that's inherent in coffee. So sweet comes from well-handled coffee. Sweet comes from fruit that's ripe, it's picked at the peak of ripeness, it is processed properly, and it gets to the roaster properly. So all the supply chain is intact. So we really want to celebrate that sweetness. So you think of things like beer. So beer is not just yellow fizz. beer is, so the first time I went to Europe when I was in my early 20s and was blown away in Germany by these sour beers. And they were just, they were too much for me. These Berliner Weiss beers that they serve with, they're so tart, in fact, that they serve them with a float of like a raspberry syrup. But these beers on themselves, like now by themselves alone, I can drink a Berliner Weiss. I don't need the syrup as a training wheel to enjoy that. And it's so mind-blowing, this flavor. So you think of beer, though. Beer is, what is it? It's water, yeast, malted barley, and hops. Why are the hops there? The hops are there because if you just made beer with water, yeast, and malted barley, you would be incredibly sweet. It would be, if you've ever had barley wine, which I don't particularly care for, it is really, really alcoholic. It's got really a strong fermenty taste to it, and it's really overly sweet. I don't care for it, but you introduce hops to it, and you've got an imperial IPA. So hops add this bittering agent and a little bit of preservative type of activity, but it adds this bittering agent that makes the whole experience balanced and pleasant. So that's why in coffee you've got to have this bitter chocolate taste, this like really like sweet taste of like this piloncillo that isn't like, it's not like white refined sugar. It's like sugar that is really super complex and broad. So bitter, acidity, add structure and backbone to coffee. You need it to be present. So it all needs to be balanced. So for me, I like really balanced, probably Latin American coffees, sweet, mild, slightly acidic, slight fruit, slight bitter, but I like a well-balanced cup of coffee, and I drink it black. And for me, the coffee that I reach for almost consistently every day is our Colombian. It's not a fancy coffee. It's not an Ethiopian Yirgacheffe. It's not a Panama Geisha, but it's a coffee that I can really reach for. I can enjoy it, and I can chug it, and I can sip it and savor it. So you've got aroma, acidity, sweet. What about body? Body influences the whole experience as well. So body can be because of a particular origin. So certain origins have more body inherently than others. One that leaps to mind is Sumatra. It's an origin that I don't particularly care for, and I've got biases against it. I've also got, so you also look at things like how it's brewed. So a French press versus a paper filter. That will give body. And then you've got finish. Finish is really what's left, what lingers, what carries the experience all the way to the finish line. So those are some of the things that we think about when we're tasting coffee, when we're developing our preferences and the things that we enjoy. Go out there, explore. Go out there and enjoy. Go out there and have fun. And try to figure out some things that you can communicate to your local coffee roaster and find coffees that you truly enjoy, because this is what it's all about. Coffee brings us together. Coffee is community. And I'm really grateful, Kevin, that you have created this, and this is really a wonderful coffee community that you've made for all of us. Anything else that we want to wrap up with? I think I should probably do another shameless plug. Big Shoulders Coffee.
Go back. Give him his plug.
Right. I think I should probably do another shameless plug. We hope that you're energized for the rest of the day. BigShouldersCoffee.com. We've got a 25% off thing going all weekend long. But Kevin has assembled an incredible group of people. Ask questions, explore, participate, enjoy this today. And I hope this has been a great and exciting start to your day. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Tim. Wow. I just we did get one comment, and that was that just came in, said, I want to eat his set. So beautiful. Anyway, I want to talk about a few things coming up, and I'm sorry, I jumped the gun as I always do. I already got a text, by the way, from one of our previous presenters at a CoffeeCon. I see you're making up for the times you've run late. Well, yeah, I came in early once. Anyway, with Tim, but it was a fantastic. I really enjoyed every moment of that. Got some things coming up though. We got Jenny Morse with Simply Press will be next, and the Perfect French Press. Let's see, we got Marcus Boney with Four-Way Flight coming up. That's a comparison of 4 different coffee makers. Eric Stogsdill out of Atlantis in LA is going to make the Perfect Chemex with a vintage Chemex, by the way. And then we got Mr. Espresso. Luigi is going to make a Perfect Home Espresso. We got lots of different coffee drinks, and of course later, Tim set us up for this later on today. We'll have Professor Ken Davids, who is actually wrote the book on coffee. I still have it, that got me into coffee before I wrote my book. Another shameless plug for something that I don't make any money on is, but it's a really nice coffee book if you could still find one, probably in the used bookstores. Now this one, there's been other editions since, but it's a great coffee treatise. But he is going to have our tasting class, which this is all builds up to. Anyway, let's take got a few messages from our sponsor, and which is the city of Warrenville. I really appreciate them funding this for us, and we're going to have live. We're all live though. Other than these, I'm going to play you a few commercials. See you.
So CoffeeCon, I do remember them. We went to their event that they had, and it was a couple years ago. The last time I went, it was a great event. A lot of people showed up. There's a lot of people that make coffee, and coffee is really, really healthy. In many ways, it's really good for you. So I remember as a kid, my mom used to have a cup of coffee in the morning, and she'd have one before she went to bed. She's no longer here with me, but whenever I smell coffee, it reminds me of her. So I think nowadays, with everything going on in our economy, I think it's nice to sit down, have a cup of coffee, and just love each other and just enjoy life.
My name is Julie Turner, and my website is www.naturegracephotography.com. These are photographs I've taken either right around Warrenville, where I live, or visiting people I love. I had my first Greek coffee recently in the home of a Greek immigrant, and it was the best coffee I've ever had in my life.
Hi, my name is Kathy Davalos, and I'm an alderman here in Warrenville, and I just want to make a couple comments about CoffeeCon. When CoffeeCon started, they had a couple of years where they were here in town, and it was brand new, and I was excited, and I went. And my husband and I like coffee a lot, myself a little more than he did, and I went and was so enthusiastic. The next year, I said, Chris, you should come along with me. He said, no, this is your thing. I said, no. So we went together on the second year. We took classes, and we met people that distribute coffee and make coffee, and he caught the bug. So we went home, and we had a favorite coffee provider that we liked at CoffeeCon, and we started ordering the beans, and we ground the beans, and we did the whole thing, and it was one of the most fun things we've done together. And it all started at CoffeeCon, and so I'm forever grateful and so excited that we'll be able to be part of it this next year. It may be online, but we'll be there and ready to learn lots and lots of new things. So go CoffeeCon.
Hi, my name is Pam Rivera. I live in Warrenville. I've been a resident here since I was 6 years old. We do hand-embroidered masks for a living, and we usually try to do things that are in style. Anything that's in fashion, we've got it. We've always been a vendor-type family. So when I went to Mexico, they drink coffee for breakfast. And so it doesn't matter if you're a kid, a toddler, doesn't matter. Everyone drinks coffee. And so I was so excited that this was like my little secret, that I drank coffee by myself at the age of like 14. You know, it was like my big thing. Coffee really does bring people together. It really does. And I think that that's the first place. I feel like every time I go out with my friends, it's either, we always incorporate coffee into our outings.
Hi, I'm Kelsey Draus. I'm a glass artist and have been since I was 12 years old. My parents own the Warrenville Car Clinic for the past 30 years. The people of Warrenville have been so friendly and super nice every time, you know, I've been down at the shop or here at the show. Everyone's been so kind. As for coffee stories, I'm a coffee addict. I get up, I make an espresso or an iced espresso. You know, you take it, pour it over ice, absolutely delicious in the summertime. You know, gets you through the workday, and then when you want to crank out some stuff after work, work on glass, work on other stuff, you know, start the evening with another cup of coffee.
I love those little coffee stories. We're going to run some of those all day. We interviewed a bunch of people the last couple of months about their coffee experiences that live in Warrenville. And again, thank you for joining us. Hey, I know our I don't know if our website's overloaded or what, but I think our server is getting a lot of action. Now, that's good news in a way, but it also means it might be difficult to connect. If you have a problem connecting at our website, just watch us on Facebook. That would be my suggestion. That's where I'm watching it in my spare time. Look, now that we have our senses tuned, let's find a coffee maker to study and make some coffee. You know, to many people, the frustration of trying to find something manual and their first automatic coffee experience is really ended by finding the French press. Now, and one thing about the French press that's interesting, people always love it because how different the coffee tastes. Well, the reason for that, I'll give you at least my simple reason, is it literally steeps the coffee, leaving the entire batch of water to soak the ground coffee for a fixed time. Any drip maker, automatic or manual, extracts by a different method of using a downward stream of turbulent water to physically extract. So really quite different in many ways, especially obviously in the cup in to your taste. So when I asked Jenny Morse, whose invention titled Simply Press, which is a press maker with its own evolution, its own tweaks, she humbly offered to use the ubiquitous Bodum maker if I wished. And I said, no, Jenny, use yours. It's fine for us to use the latest one as long as we explain the differences and help anyone so that anyone with any kind of press can make good coffee with it. I think she'll do just that. If you want the latest and well-made press, the Simply Press is definitely in the top rank. She'll also bring the press into the modern age by discussing how to make cold brew with it. It's interesting that just a short while ago, this method wasn't taken seriously by virtually the entire industry. I'm talking about cold brew now. No longer the case. And if you own a press, Jenny makes a strong case for realizing that you already own a very fine cold brew maker. Okay, we go to Jenny Morse at Klatch Coffee over in L.A. Jenny?
Hi, Kevin.
Hi.
How are you?
I'm good.
Yes, hi. How are you doing?
I'm good.
Thanks for having me today.
It's great to have you, and it's pretty early there, isn't it? By my time, I guess it's almost 8 o'clock.
Yes, it's a little early, but I've already had my coffee, so I'm okay.
How did you make your coffee?
The only way I make it.
I know.
Simply Press, of course.
Well, I'm going to get out of the way. I'm going to hold questions for the end, if that's okay with you.
Of course. Yes, that will work. Okay, so today I will be showing you how to make the perfect French press at home. And with most of us staying at home more often, it's a good time to really up your brewing game, as we're all here to learn today. And a French press is a simple way and an easy way for you to make gourmet coffee at home. So first, we've already preheated our carafe, so that would be the first step here. And also to make sure we have all the tools of success here, we have our hot water here, we have our French press, of course we have our coffee. We do suggest having also a scale for consistency of brewing, a timer, which could be your phone. We do prefer a wooden spoon so you don't accidentally break your glass. And so for today, we will be brewing with a ratio of 1:16. We've seen anywhere between 1:15 to 1:17 when it comes to your coffee and water ratio. So we're gonna meet everyone in the middle here, 1:16 for today. And with Simply Press, we are grinding actually we are using a medium fine grind, as you can see here. With a traditional French press, you should go a little bit coarser. So I think medium coarse is usually the recommended. And the reason with Simply Press today is we have a double edge filter here, so we can go a little bit finer. All right, so the best part now, let's start brewing. So we're gonna do 30 grams of coffee in here. And for today, and you can see that, and then we're gonna do about 480, let's start this out, of water. And we also should start our timer at the same time here. And for Simply Press, we're gonna do a 3-minute timer. For a standard French press, you should be doing about a 4-minute timer. All right, and when you're pouring, make sure to immerse all the grounds and try to cover it as evenly as you can. But we will be stirring as well too, so we're gonna make sure everything is in there. So while we're waiting, at the first minute, we're gonna stir. And the reason why we do so is that to break the crust, as well as to make sure that everything is brewing evenly. And then at the second minute, we're gonna stir again, make sure everything is brewing evenly. And then at the third minute, we're gonna press down. And part of the reason too, that I like using medium fine grinds is I like to explore the different kinds of coffee. Ethiopian here is one of my favorites. And you can actually do it with a Simply Press, and you can even try it with a French press. You just have to go a little bit finer with the grinds, maybe medium. And we actually tested with a coffee scientist, and when we use medium fine grinds, we were able to extract 40% more than coarse, which means more flavor for you and more caffeine. And so another fun fact about coffee is that the lighter the roast, the more caffeine. And before, when I first started my journey in coffee, I actually thought the darker the roast, the stronger it is. I thought more caffeine. Well, I found out that the lighter I went, the more caffeine. So not only did I get more complexity in terms of flavors, but I also got a lot more caffeine. Okay, so we're gonna mix again. And then we're gonna get ready to press. Another fun fact about coffee is that it actually has more flavors than wine. And I was very excited to hear that because I was an avid wine taster, and now I love tasting coffee and cupping and doing blind tests. And it's a really fun way to get to open up your palate and to see if you can taste the same things as the roasters. And I believe you guys are doing some cupping today, perhaps, in a cupping class, so that should also be a good way to start at home. All right, as I've mentioned, with a standard French press, you want to wait about 4 minutes. For today, we're doing 3 minutes here. All right. And let's get this ready. All right, there we go. Time to press, and you want to press slowly with a standard French press as well too. And this one here, we do press a little bit into the coffee basket. And then there you go. All right, and there's your French press. And for another thing that we're going to talk about today is how to make cold brew with a French press. I'm not going to show you exactly how to do it, but we'll just walk you through it. You can actually use the same ratio as you did with your traditional French press brewing method. You can do 116, and all you do is put the coffee grinds down, like as we did with a traditional, and then you can leave it overnight in your refrigerator, about 12 to 16 hours really. So it's a perfect way to get it ready at night before bed, and then when you wake up in the morning, you can have nice cold brew. You just simply press down on it as you would with a French press, or save it for your afternoon coffee. So brew yourself a hot one in the morning, and then have a cold brew in the afternoon for a little pick-me-upper. And again, you don't really need any other fancy equipment, just a regular French press will work for you.
Wow.
Okay.
Yeah, that is incredible. Thank you, Jenny. That is, I do have a couple of questions, by the way, that came in. And I also want to tell people, if you're having problems connecting, well, if you're having problems connecting, you're probably not watching this right now, so we're posting it. But we've had our servers overloaded. And so you can always watch it on continue to watch if you want to on Vimeo, because you can interact there. There are other places you can watch it but can't interact. At least Vimeo you can do that. And these are, I'm thinking about it because these are comments that just came in. I have Phil in Housatonic, Mass, who has a specific question for you, Jenny. She says, how does your press differ from Bodum's?
Well, we like to say it's French press without the mess, but I also like to say it gives you a richer, smoother brew. We have that double filter where we've shown you can use a medium fine grind. You can really explore a variety of the flavors, and at the end of the day, it's also easier grounds removal too.
Okay, and then Kiki in Seattle, Washington asks, is Simply Press dishwasher safe?
Yes, it is. Especially for a busy mom such as myself, that's very important.
Well, it's kind of important here. We don't have our children are all grown. Well, once in a while they come over and they still use dishes, but we definitely, yeah, I always want that too. And I honestly didn't know, or I would have answered it in the text thing, but now I do. Okay, well, thank you. And let me ask, how's the beautiful out there? You're in sunny California, aren't you?
Yes, it's definitely a beautiful day today, another beautiful day, and we love it down here. So, and I can't wait to have CoffeeCon LA back here and see you in person, Kevin.
I'm so looking forward to that, but that's why we did this, because we finally got to the point where I said, I can't stand it anymore. We want to go online, and sure enough, the little village that I live in, came to me and said, we'll help you put it on. So anyway, we're doing the next best thing. The next best thing, however, there's nothing like coming up and seeing you when you come to CoffeeCon and having a cup of coffee that you brewed for me in your Simply Press. Tastes the best of all.
Looking forward to that.
Okay.
Thank you, and thanks for having me today again as well.
Oh, thanks so much, Jenny. Talk to you soon. Thank you. We got to go. We got a commercial, by the way, about you, and let's take a look at it.
Hi, I'm Jenny Morse, co-founder and inventor of Simply Press. Simply Press is the French press coffee maker artfully reinvented. We found a way to make the French press a little bit better. We wanted to bring a flavorful, smoother brew and bring out the best in our coffee. With the double filter here, where you can use medium fine grinds and use light roast, dark roast, single origin such as Ethiopian in your French press. And we have the coffee basket here for easy cleanup. All you have to do is press down with the filter. And you're done. This is the press ritual perfected.
All right. I guess, again, I want to point out, I'm very sorry, but the server is overloaded. It's at our main page. So if you're having problems connecting anywhere, and you're probably already watching us on Facebook, but there are other places you can watch us, and one of them is Vimeo. And I believe anyone who's registered has already had an email sent to them, and they have more. You can also, the great thing about it, you can not only watch it, but you can interact. Interaction's a big thing. We want you to interact. We want you to ask questions, and that's every presenter has asked me, will people be able to ask me questions live? And I've said yes. So let's help me follow through on that. We've got coming up in just a few minutes, Marcus Boney with a 4-way flight. That's a real interesting one to me because that gives you a chance to compare he's going to compare 4 different coffee makers. And a lot of times people say, well, I've already got a French press. Why would I want a siphon, or why would I want a pour-over kettle and combination? Well, that's what Marcus's presentation will address, and I've seen this presentation before, and it's excellent. And then Eric Stogsdill from Alanis Coffee Roasters in LA is going to be here live with a vintage Chemex. Eric has one of the coolest Chemex collections I've ever seen, and I'm somewhat of a Chemex collector. He's got some rare stuff. He's also got some collars made out of recycled skateboards. And only LA. And then after that, Luigi Di Rioco, Mr. Espresso, will be here to make a perfect espresso using their coffee. And I think their coffee is a big part of it. It's one of my favorite. It is, I would have to say, I'm probably going to anger a number of roasters, but it is my favorite espresso. And right after that, Heather Perry from Klatch Coffee will be here with a latte art demonstration. I know you think you can't do it at home. You can. All right, I'm going to throw to we made a couple of documentaries and little pieces about Warrenville and coffee. How can we put that together? Well, you'll see. I'll be back in a sec.
Hi, my name is Sarah Phelan, and I'm the director and curator of the Warrenville Historical Museum and Art Gallery. Today we're standing in front of Colonel Warren's Tavern. Colonel Warren came to this area with his 7 sisters and his mother and father to come out for opportunity out west in DuPage County. The tavern was the stagecoach stop, and it was this white building up on a slight hill, which was a perfect beacon in the outside out here in the prairie for travelers coming by wagon. The tavern was a hotel as well as the early restaurant. So there was one room that Colonel Warren's twin sisters, Maria and Mary, would serve the people who would stop for lunch or dinner, or the hotel guests. Colonel Warren's Tavern was also the place to be in the late 1830s and 1840s. Colonel Warren held rousing New Year's Eve parties where people would travel to the tavern from Chicago and Elgin out here to Warrenville to ring in the new year. When travelers would stop at the tavern, they were often weary from their long traveling in their covered wagons. It was nice to stop, get a bite to eat, and perhaps even a cup of coffee at the tavern before they continued on their journey. We're also standing next to Warrenville's first Starbucks. So this coffee urn was originally in the Sleep store and post office. The coffee would be made in here fresh every Monday morning, and it would last throughout the week as long as it lasted. So you were better to get there on Monday and get a fresh cup, because by Friday you were getting what was left reheated.
I think it's going to be the most frightening story. Okay, I'm back again. One of the biggest surprises to me, and I was stepping on something. One of the biggest surprises to me is the difference between the same coffee when made in different brewing devices. I mean, it's a big difference. Well, you're about to find out. My friend Marcus Boney approached me before CoffeeCon Seattle and suggested a presentation demonstrating the various brewing methods and identifying how they differ and what to expect from coffees brewed in them. Today he selected 4 methods that will demonstrate those differences in your own kitchen at home. Hopefully, you may find a method here that you might not possess, or that offers you something unique and even possibly something more suited to your taste than how you're brewing right now. So we're headed to Metropolis Coffee in Chicago for Marcus Boney. Hi, Marcus.
Hi, Kevin. How are you?
I'm fine. How are you doing?
I'm great on this wonderful sunny Chicago Saturday morning. We couldn't ask for better weather today, Kevin.
Oh, it's just gorgeous. And I want to warn you, everybody, that we have our servers overloaded right now. So a lot of people are going to Vimeo. You can still interact on Vimeo, by the way, because they're hosting it. So it's fine. Watch it anywhere. But I wanted to make sure everybody can see this presentation. Marcus, you've made our server crash. Well, I knew you'd show up and I told you you'd make an impact.
There we go.
Well, let me let you do it.
If anything, yeah. Oh, awesome, Kevin. Well, thank you. Well, thanks so much for having me here today, folks. We're gonna really dial in on a certain coffee and get really adventurous with it in 4 different ways. Coffee is such a dynamic and interesting beverage to really choose from. And what is so great about it is that it's not just serve it one way and enjoy it that way only. It's not opening a can or opening a bottle or anything like that. You get to brew it. You get to be involved in creating what is best about the coffee. And so coffee, both traditionally, historically, has been brewed many different ways, whether you're more familiar with a certain culture, whether you're from a certain region or country or territory, you probably have a very known experience with coffee, and that's largely based off of both tradition and, of course, how you enjoy coffee. But what that means is that you can actually explore one particular type of coffee, brewed several different ways, and usually find a really interesting taste experience in all of those ways too. And that's what's so exciting about coffee. That's what makes it fun. That's what makes it challenging in some cases. That's what also allows you to play a little bit more with the coffee and experience something a lot different just by using the same cup of coffee, making minor tweaks to things, making different and unique changes just to get a different taste experience from that coffee. So we actually are going to brew it with 4 different ways today. We're going to take a wonderful, wonderful coffee here from Metropolis. This is the Ethiopia Suke Keto, a really, really nice coffee that was particularly chosen by the team here at Metropolis so that it could be brewed 4 different ways and experiencing something different, particularly from a taste profile in each of those 4 different ways. I've demystified some of our brewing techniques here. We're not going to get overly complicated with the nuance of certain grind settings and weight of coffee and things like that. What we want to do, not only because we just have 30 minutes to go through this, but also we want to make it simple so that this could be something that you could easily replicate at home and enjoy one particular coffee in a wide variety of ways. Also, we're choosing equipment here that isn't necessarily expensive. You might have it in your kitchen today too, and it usually can produce something, even if you were to try one brewing method compared to another brewing method, should really produce a different flavor profile for you and something that is really unique and experience coffee in a unique way too. Some of the key fundamentals that we want to talk about this morning, you'll probably hear this a lot throughout the day today. A lot of the wonderful coffee professionals that are presenting this weekend are going to talk about simple things you can be doing at home and with your home brewing setup that are going to instantly give you a better cup of coffee, a better taste experience. Number 1 for us here, in everything that we're brewing this morning, we're using a filtered water to make sure that you're getting the best water going into your coffee. Coffee is mostly made of water, and so you want to make sure that that key ingredient is something that's going to be perfect for your coffee brewing and for the best extraction. Not overly hard water, it needs to have a little minerality to it, but something that produces a really nice cup. We're also going to grind fresh. Again, in the essence of saving some time, I've pre-ground everything here, but just moments ago. But grind fresh at home can really produce something that is substantially more flavorful, that gives you a lot more of the coffee extraction process to work with, and really is a noticeable difference. When I say grind fresh, think about your convenience too, whether that's just the night before or the morning of. Both of those are good instances that'll get you a better cup of coffee too. And of course, what we're using is also freshly roasted coffee. Again, our friends here at Metropolis have sourced this coffee for us, roasted it just a few days ago. I think freshly roasted coffee means something that was typically roasted 30 days or less. Those are really good criteria to look for. Look on the bottom of your bags, explore and read those bags to see if they have a freshly roasted date on them, or in your local coffee shops or with your local roaster too. With the 4 brew methods that we're going through today, again, thinking about something that you could easily replicate at home, something that isn't overly complicated, you could try 2, 3, 4 different ways. We're going to start with the good old home automatic dripper brewer. I've got a fantastic brewer here made by Bonavita. Bonavita makes really, really fantastic brewers focused on brewing at the right quality brew temperature, brewing at the right speed, and giving you an excellent cup of coffee. We're actually going to start this brew process now, since out of all of these, this takes a little bit more time, but it's really just push one button and forget about it. It does it all for you, essentially. For this specific brewer, we are using 47 grams of coffee for this brewer, and filling the tank all the way up to 5 cup. This is on the smaller side of the brewer, of the Bonavita brewer range. We're going to use a 5-cup brewer just because it's me enjoying it this morning too. Bonavita also has an 8-cup brewer that's really nice for those that need a little bit more coffee in the morning. We're simply going to just start that extraction process, and then the brewer does the rest of it for us too. Looking for a nice balanced cup of coffee here, something that is extracted very well. Again, the brew temperature on this typically brews between 195 and 205 degrees Fahrenheit, so you're going to get a really nice extraction. Something that the wonderful folks at Metropolis did let me know about this coffee is that brew at the higher end of that temperature range is going to get that best result in the cup too. So we'll get that, make sure that that coffee brew is moving away for us. And two, the next brewer we will use is what we call the Clever Dripper, or also a filtered full immersion coffee brewer. What's nice about this is that it's all contained in this nice little dripper here. The coffee, when we say full immersion, what that means is that the coffee and the water are going to interact for a longer period of time. Unlike the brewer, where the water actually goes through the coffee bed and into the carafe, the coffee and water are going to be together for a longer period of time, typically resulting in a more heavier bodied cup, maybe a little bit more flavor. Some of you might call it more robust, but deeper and richer in flavor. So we're actually going to start this process here. What we will do with this is, because there's a paper filter that we're using here, we want to remove some of that paper flavor that could potentially come out of the filter by itself. So what we'll simply do is just run some water through that. This immersion dripper has an activated piece on the bottom that actually starts the dispensing process. All we'll simply do to run that water through, and it doesn't take a lot, is just put some hot water over that into our decanting device here too. It's real simple, nothing crazy. You see that water come right through there too. Easy peasy. While that's going through, we'll talk about the next brewer as well. This is an Aeropress, a really approachable and fun way to brew coffee. With the Aeropress, you're using at a higher concentration. So you're using a good amount of coffee with a little bit less water and extracting that quickly. What that's going to produce for you is typically a really nice, fuller bodied, either shot or espresso shot almost in this different type of extraction, or adding water post-extraction to give you a little bit more coffee and balance it out a bit more too. Aeropress is, what's really nice about Aeropress is that it's plastic. You can take it with you nearly anywhere. It's really quick to brew, so you're not waiting for an extended period of time. And also, with that ability to add water to it, not add water to it, you can really customize that flavor profile for exactly what you need or what you want or desire in that cup of coffee. And then finally, our French press. French press has been around for quite some time. It's also the full immersion type of brew where the water is interacting with the coffee for a longer period of time, giving you, again, that heavier, richer body. But in this French press, we'll take it a little bit of a longer extraction than the Aeropress too. And really what we're looking for is that deep, rich body. Texture-wise on the cup of coffee, it's a little bit more syrupy. All of these experiences are going to give you a different taste result, a different texture result, a different flavor balance, and that's specifically why they were chosen, not only because of their ability to easily brew, but also because they'll produce something pretty unique too. Okay, so we're going to get moving on our full immersion Clever Dripper. Again, having weighed out all of our coffee and ground it in advance, just to make sure that we can move through as fast as possible. On the immersion brewer, we're going to use 28 grams of slightly coarser ground coffee. We're using a little bit coarser because of the full immersion process. Typically with any of the full immersion, whether it's French press or this dripper, what's happening again with that longer period of extraction, you want to go a little bit coarser on your grind setting as well. We're going to turn on our scale. This is the only brewer that we're using a scale. At home for ease of use, you could definitely also just eyeball it, but we like to be a little bit more precise here with our extraction method. For this, we're going to pour the water over the grounds of coffee, making sure that we're getting total saturation on that ground coffee bed. Tear out my scale to 0. We're going to pour about halfway in this process. And then we're going to give it a little stir and then pour the rest of the way too. Just making sure that there's the right type of turbulence in there to get a really nice balanced extraction. Our total brew time, our total water weight in this brew cycle is 430 grams. So we're just going to give it a nice quick stir. And then we're also going to take it all the way up to the 430. Again, no particular technique when pouring here, just getting it nice, covered, easily and evenly saturated so that it has a nice consistent brew. Perfect. You can see our filter coffee is ending up there too. Next, moving on to the Aeropress. We're actually going to set this timer on the immersion for 3 minutes total. When that goes off, we'll just do a simple extraction. For the Aeropress, you want to also go ahead and pre-wet that water filter. Just again to get that paper flavor out of the water filter. Really nice and quick, easy way to do it. I've inserted my filter on the top of the, or on the bottom of the filter piece of the Aeropress. And we'll do that water purge prior to putting the coffee in there too, to make sure that that's separate from the brewing process. Once we have that done, Aeropress is really nice where you just simply take this bottom portion of the Aeropress, get that filter locked in there nice and easy. And then I like to set it right on top of my mug. Again, because we're working with a smaller amount of coffee, filling up to the 4 is typically easily handled by a 12-ounce mug. For Aeropress, each Aeropress does include a nice little stirring device, which is right here, as well as a scoop. For the Aeropress, I like to eyeball this because it's really a nice flexible recipe where you're just typically using 1 mounded scoop of coffee for your Aeropress. Getting it in there, nice and easy. Didn't spill a single gram, which is great. I'm going to get our timer ready here too. Aeropress is a really, really quick extraction as well. What you will do on this brewer is you're going to make sure that the coffee bed is nice and evenly level. Fill it up about halfway, making sure all of those grounds are nice and saturated. Give it a stir, and then take it right up to that number 4 on the brewer. It's going to give you a full extraction there. That stir, again, making sure that it's nice and evenly brewing. The extraction is going nice and simple. And then taking it all the way back up to that 4. When you put it up to that 4 level, right there, you do want to go ahead and put your plunger on the top. Don't push it down. Don't plunge just yet. This is just going to kind of start to create that vacuum. As we then take it up to the minute, what we will do is at the end of this brewing process, we'll pull that lid off, stir it one more time, and then start the extraction then too. We are just 30 seconds away from the extraction. So prior to going on to that, we're going to prep our French press. Easy peasy on the French press side, right? We've got a nice stainless steel Bodum French press. For French press recipes, they do recommend 1 scoop per cup. And we're going to go ahead and do a 6-cup brew here today. There we go. The coffee smells delicious, by the way. All right, we are just about at our end of our brew for the immersion dripper. We're going to go ahead and start that extraction process. You see that coffee coming right through into our carafe here. Simply going through that filter, pulling out those extra grinds that are in there, giving it a cleaner cup when it does that going through the filter, but still giving you a heavier body, a nice, more syrupy body in the cup itself then too. So now our filter brewer is done, our automatic dripper brewer is done. This is extracting into here. Our Aeropress is now also done, so we would pull this off the top really quick. Go ahead and give it one more stir. Now with an Aeropress, you have to put a little bit of muscle into it. But what you're going to want to do is slowly and evenly push that plunger down so that you're getting a nice even extraction. You're also not getting crazy with it too. Stay in control of that plunge. And you're going to keep pushing it until you hear a really light hissing noise too. Again, this is giving you a really rich, full-bodied and flavorful cup of coffee, or sometimes an Aeropress shot that you can do a lot with, but really produces a nice, unique, and interesting flavor profile. You just got to keep pushing. You'll hear that hissing noise come here in just a second. It's definitely our morning workout for us. Right there is that hissing noise. Perfect. Aeropress is really fun and interesting to explore. If you go into a lot of different recipes that are online, you'll see folks doing really crazy and interesting things with the Aeropress itself then too. We're going to move on now to our French press. Just heat up my water really quick here one last time. Again, we've already put our coffee into the French press itself. French press known as a really easy and nice way to brew coffee. Again, producing that really flavorful cup of coffee. Put this down. Again, with this action device on the Clever dripper, you can just set it on the countertop. It won't extract because it's no longer pulling from the bottom there. Back to the French press. What we're going to do again is fill it about halfway. Give it a stir. Fill it then a little bit further up to the top. And then plunge it. We're going to do about a 4-minute brew time on the French press too. Here we go. And again, I'm doing a 6-cup brew on our French press this morning. What's also interesting about coffee, while most of us really drink it usually on the hotter side or nice and warm, what also is nice is that as your coffee cools over time, that will also present to you a slightly different cup of coffee too. So you're going to notice different flavors come out of it even 10 minutes, 15, 20, 30, an hour after you've brewed that coffee. It will change over time and give you something that's drastically different. All right, so we're going to go back to our automatic dripper that we started just a bit ago. Set this on top here. Great thing about this Bonavita, again, just pushing that button once gives you a really great extraction. The brewer takes over from the shower head design, how it comes out of the coffee, or how it comes out of the coffee brewer, the temperature of the water that's coming in through here, the amount of time that it takes to brew that coffee, really takes care of everything. I always like to give my coffee a little bit of a swirl, knowing that the extraction changes over time and trying to get a more balanced approach to that final brew. We're going to go ahead and pour our next cup here. Got some great diner mugs from all of my coffee friends around the country. I think a big part of enjoying coffee is certainly enjoying it in your favorite mug too. All right, so there we go. We're going to taste that in just a second. Again, our Clever dripper, full immersion through a filter. Pour out our cup of coffee here. And then we've got just under a minute left for our French press where we'll go ahead and plunge that. Sometimes you might also just like to give it another stir depending on your preference, just to make sure that, as that extraction continues, you're getting a really nice, balanced cup of coffee in the end result. I also make sure that I put my plunger on top, but don't submerge it, just to keep that brewing temperature nice and warm. So we've so far got our Bonavita brewer ready to go, our Clever immersion dripper ready to go, our Aeropress here ready to go, and then our French press just a few more seconds away before we plunge on there too. And again, what we're also going to evaluate is not only from the brewing complexity in each of these brewers, but also the fact that some of them were brewed faster than others. Temperature might be a little different. That's going to create a really nice taste experience in a wide variety of ways. Again, using the same cup of coffee. Great, let's start then with some tasting, right? I haven't had enough coffee this morning, so I think let's get into the fun part here. I got on the automatic brewer. Really, really nice. Definitely has some nice acidity, really balanced as well in a cup. I'm gonna let this cool just a little bit longer. I like to take my coffee not super hot right off the brew cycle, but just a tad bit cooler. Next into the Clever immersion dripper here, pulled through a filter, of course. That's cooled a little bit more, so I'm already starting to get some really, really nice acidity. There's a little bit of like citrus and lemon note in there. I can tell already that this has a more body than the Bonavita brewer, which is exactly what we were hoping would happen. Pulled through a filter, so it's not muddy, it's not murky. There's clarity in there too, but you can really start to see that acidity shine in this cup of coffee. So good, I'll take a second sip, right? And moving on to the Aeropress. Let's see, again, knowing this was a shorter extraction, we didn't add any water to this. We simply took it up to the floor and left it as it was. Also pulled through a filter, but a very thin filter. Oh, wow. That, to me, this has like really, really nice dazzling acidity. Maybe some of you might also view it as potentially a little bit more strong. In flavor and characteristics. I view that as really lush, really juicy, particularly with this coffee when thankfully for the folks here that advise me go a little bit higher on the brew temperature, I think showing that in the Aeropress has really caused it to shine. And then we will pour out our French press. French press, I think it is important to get that first cup of coffee right after the plunge out. As typically sometimes the immersion is still going to take place, knowing that there's not a full suction down on that French press on the bottom, and also knowing we didn't take this through a paper filter. This one is going to be a little bit more of heaviness in the cup. You'll find maybe even a little bit of sediment on the bottom of the cup of coffee. That's not for everybody, but that's totally a natural byproduct of the French press too. Let's try this. Wow. So this is my first time working with this coffee this morning. I can tell you that each of these coffees is dramatically different. This definitely heavier in body, a lot more syrupy, like lemon, but really not overly sour, just like juicy, 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 sweeter almost. I think these two are both the sweetest on the table, where these are a little bit more balanced. Exceptionally good. Surprise, I love it when coffee kind of takes my breath away a little bit there too. Makes it really interesting. And then as these continue to cool, what I encourage you to do is go back into each cup of coffee here. Get to experience it now, that it's not just the reaction to the heat. You're allowing yourself to get a little bit more into the different flavor profiles, the different results of each of these extraction methods, and really starting to experience some unique parts of this particular coffee itself. Still really nice from the automatic brewer, a little bit more balanced, still that hint of sweetness in there, a really clean cup, something I say you could drink all day long. Again, balanced and clean, a little bit more flavor there, a little bit more of that body that comes out of the cup of coffee on our Clever dripper. Oh wow, that Aeropress, it just really, the flavors shine through on this, likely because it's a higher concentration. You're doing a good amount of coffee with not as much water. You're just getting really that pronounced in the total flavor profile of the coffee itself. And that French press, I mean, juicy, juicy, juicy all day long. This would just be something that I think could even be really nice if you did a cold brew version of that coffee. A really nice extraction. Super, super pleased with this coffee, and I would really be able to drink this any of these ways and really enjoy my cup of coffee. So there we go. That is the 4-way coffee flight. Again, designed for you to have fun with it.
Open the door.
Sorry, Kevin.
Sorry. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to step on you. I just wanted to. I have questions here, and people are saying, "Oh, okay." Here, Penny and Dayton. I'll do them fast. Penny and Dayton, Ohio. Do any of these differ in cholesterol? I'll ask you, Dr. Boney.
While I haven't taken them to a lab to analyze, I'm not sure that there would be a significant difference. There's certainly texture differences. There's certainly an amount of coffee difference that comes through in the cup. You're getting a higher concentration, a different brew ratio in these because simply of the extraction method and the amount of coffee that we use. Whether that translates to a higher level of cholesterol, I'm not sure. Don't quote me on anything related to that, but I think what they are all is that they certainly do have really nice and unique characteristics and a really nice flavor profile too.
Well, it's. I mean, all I know is I'm already brewing some coffee, off to the side because I couldn't wait. This is Kelsey in Jersey City. Are natural filters better for the environment? I assume she means the unbleached.
Yeah, I think both of them you can, from what I understand, you can compost, checking on your local requirements for what it takes for composting. But I choose to use a natural filter, an unbleached filter, just because the flavor profile to me is better. And another reason why we took that additional step to water through a lot of our filters here, or the two filters that we used in the middle, just to make sure that flavor profile wasn't part of that filter. From my expectation, I always look at it as it's a better cup of coffee. Some folks prefer the bleached filter, and again, I believe that you can compost both of them.
Okay, well, that's a good answer. Oh my gosh, Pat in Warrenville. Hey, Coffee Kevin, watch him multitask. That's just a compliment of your. Yeah, I'm not.
You're not seeing the sweat. There was no sweat, but I was sweating. So there was maybe I bit off a little more than I could chew here. Let's be honest.
I couldn't believe it. And by the way, that goes for your photographer Joe Piscitelli. Yes. There, Joe, you're keeping up with that stuff. As an end user, I was sitting here in my Barco lounger. Kind of going, man, I'm overwhelmed. Okay, and here's Jeff on YouTube is asking, what are your thoughts on alkaline water to level out acidity?
Interesting. I've only experimented with that just once. I personally did not, I like acidity in coffee. I like what it does in the process. I like how it translates into the cup. I like dazzlingness, almost like effervescence in a cup of coffee. So I don't necessarily want to mute that. I think if you're experimenting in a way that enhances that alkalinity, I think that's an interesting way. I would choose very specific coffees from, maybe from Africa, to enhance that a bit more. I still tend to like, I'm an old fart, so I go with the more traditional types of filtered coffee, giving you a little bit more, or water, giving you a little bit more minerality to really interact with that coffee well-known ways. But it's fun to experiment with these things, right? It's fun to throw different things at it and see what your coffee does, and that's what this is all about. Imagine brewing one way with 2 or 3 different types of water. What would the end result be? What would your coffee taste like, and what would your preferences be? That's what this is all about.
I think the amazing thing is the realization, and of course seeing you do this today has really drives it visually, is the idea that the coffee maker matters as much as the coffee itself. The different types of coffee will change the taste.
Yeah, absolutely, and especially based off of your preference. Get to know if you like heavier body, if you like more pronounced flavor, if you like deeper, richer, if you add cream or sugar. How do those different brew methods, how do they enhance those specific pieces? I think going heavier on the body, like with a French press or a full immersion or an Aeropress, if you add cream or sugar, will just have that coffee flavor come out a little bit more while appeasing to your ideals on what you really enjoy with maybe making it a little bit with milk or with sugar or what have you. But again, it's like taking coffee. It's not just popping a top and enjoying it. You have all these opportunities in pretty straightforward ways. If I can do it, you can do it for sure. But really to produce something that is unique and different rather than just a cup of coffee.
Marcus, thank you so much. This is I've seen your presentation before. This one is you topped it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Kevin, and thanks so much to the team here at Metropolis. They've given, wow, this coffee is awesome. I am blown away by it, and thank you for kind of surprising me this morning because it really is exceptional.
Well, I can't disagree with that. I'm drinking Metropolis a blend La Cordillera blend, and it is delightful.
Nice.
Yes, thank you.
Well, cheers, Kevin. Thank you, Kevin, very much.
Cheers to you, Marcus. All right, let's see what else is going on. I do want to mention, we still sending people to Vimeo, Pat?
Vimeo, YouTube.
Vimeo, YouTube. If you're having any challenges connecting on our website, which is where we originally thought, oh, we'll drive all this traffic to our website. I guess we did too good of a job on that, and the server can't handle anymore. So in some cases, so I think it seems to depend a little bit on where you are. Feel free to connect with us at Vimeo, YouTube, Facebook. I know Vimeo and YouTube, you can leave comments, and if I see the comments, I will and questions, I will ask the presenter. I'm usually waiting till the end of the presentation. It just seems better to do it that way. Meanwhile, we have a couple of different pieces. We've done some Warrenville. Has been our host and sponsor for it, really, and very helpful to us. And we've also done a series of clips. We went around, I asked some questions of people in town. Really gives a Main Street aspect to this that I really think is important for CoffeeCon. Just remember, CoffeeCon was not a trade show, ever. It was designed from day one. I went to trade shows. I snuck into trade shows very early in my interest as a consumer enthusiast. But I would go to the trade shows, and I could tell you, as much as I really made a lot of friends and I really liked it and networked and found a lot of the presenters that are here at trade shows, I will say one of the problems with trade shows is they're frankly not interested in you. And to understand, most companies, if they have someone with a tag that says Amazon on it, that person's going to get a little more attention than you are as a home enthusiast, and as it, I suppose, should be. The other thing is, I'm not interested in insurance policies, janitor supplies for cafes, HR, how to fire people, and 3 easy lessons, employee training programs. I'm not interested in things like that. I'm only interested in the coffee gear and the beans and the stuff that's really, really just aimed at consumers, and that's what CoffeeCon's all about. As far as I know, we're really pretty much the only game in town, and I definitely, if we're not, we've been doing this for a while, and I absolutely keep my core value of I love coffee, and that's why I'm doing this. I don't want to start a coffee business. I suppose indirectly I sort of have, if you can call this a business. I know my accountant doesn't think I run it like one, and I definitely think online we've enjoyed this. I want to do them in person. I love meeting people. I love talking to people about coffee, having a cup of coffee with them. It's a social activity for me as well as culinary. But I definitely am enjoying putting this together and coming to you online. Actually, there are a lot of people who get to come to CoffeeCon that have not been able to come to CoffeeCon before. Now, I'm going to run a couple of, let's talk about the schedule for a second here. We've already had some awesome presentations. Next coming up is the Perfect Chemex with Eric Stogsdill who's in L.A. He's is from Alanis Coffee, and Alanis is, let's see, right near Culver City is where Alanis is, and that is, it's a great place to have coffee. They have some vintage Chemexes there. You can get a pour over, done with the Chemex, and Eric's going to bring some, he's got some vintage ones coming up. However, right after that, we're going to have Luigi Di Rioco from Mr. Espresso is going to make a great home espresso in a little more traditional, combination of traditional and the Italian style, the original, and with the updating of it being absolutely specialty coffee, which he would roast. So I think that's going to be fabulous. I'm looking forward to that. Right after that, Heather Perry from Clatch Coffee will be coming in and doing her stunning latte art. You haven't, if you think you've seen latte art taught, well, check it out. You're going to love it. And then right after that, we're going to have Pierce Jens from Baratza, who's going to be talking to us about what else grinders. I mean, Baratza owns it, as far as I'm concerned. And then, let's see, we got Alan Adler, the inventor of the Aeropress. I mean, this is a legend. It's like... and you'll be able to ask any of these people questions. Everybody is live on here today, not just a tape. If you can go to YouTube and watch tapes all day long, but the idea here at CoffeeCon is to have people live and interactive. It's a big part of COVID to me is, I've missed seeing as many people, and that's one way of, I miss seeing these people, connecting with them at CoffeeCon directly. Well, this is the closest we can come to it. After that, we're going to have Ken David's coffee review, Tastes Like an Expert. Some of you have ordered the kits. We had 100 kits, and they all sold, so every one of them is in somebody's house or, waiting to join Professor David's while he makes coffee. But if you don't have a kit, you should still check it out. You'll learn to taste coffee from someone who is the person in America who assigns the numbers to these various coffees. Now, and then we got a few more things to come. We've got the Future of Coffee panel, Kyoto-style coffee, cold brew cocktails, and we've got our prize giveaway and more. There's our schedule. And now let's take a look at a couple of little pieces that we've been doing. And take a look at these. You'll enjoy them.
Hi, I'm Leah Goodman. I'm on the Warrenville City Council, and I'm an attorney with my business here in town. Yeah, we're in front of the Hilton Garden Inn, which is a wonderful hotel here in Warrenville. Right when it was brand new, I had my wedding weekend here. So everybody who came to town for my wedding stayed in this hotel together, where we based all of our wedding activities. So it's a beautiful property. Many people in Warrenville care about each other. It's not just the spirit of the volunteers here who put on festivals or art fairs or science fairs or parades. It's also about the day that I came home from the hospital, taking my dad to the hospital, and I found his neighbor mowing his front lawn. Because people in Warrenville take care of each other, and that's one of the things I really love about it. Well, I hope for two things. First of all, I hope that your show will be successful and that it will bring a lot of people to Warrenville to talk about coffee. And secondly, I'm hoping to promote Warrenville so that more people will come and stay in our wonderful hotels and shop in our businesses and understand some of the wonderful things that we have to offer here in Warrenville.
Okay, I'd be safe and warm if I was in L.A. I suppose if I say any more lyrics, I'll be pursued. Alanis Coffee is a longtime friend of CoffeeCon L.A. From our very first show, which was held, by the way, at the Max Sennett Film Studio. years ago, and Eric and Aaron co-founded their own bean shop and cafe located in Mar Vista. And Mar Vista is, let's see, I'm trying to remember my LA neighborhoods. It's sandwiched between Venice and Culver City. In LA, Eric has the coolest vintage Chemex collection I know of, which goes perfect with his vintage Volkswagen. I remember going there one evening, and the Volkswagen Collectors Club was meeting there, and Eric took me in the back and this is like at 9 o'clock at night. He's made me a pour over in his vintage Chemex, and I could not turn it down. It was just one smell. As good as I think my Chemex coffee can taste, I know of no one more qualified to teach us a simple, fun, and common sense Chemex pour. Eric, how are you?
Hey, doing really good. How are you, Kevin?
I'm doing fantastic, and it's great to see you.
Totally cool, definitely.
How's the weather today?
Not too bad, actually. Probably close to around 70 something again, definitely.
Every time we talk,
we're blessed.
Yeah, it's you are.
Yeah.
And anyway, I'm glad
we
to
had
see
like
you.
an 83.
Wow. Well, it's coming this way. It's sunny today here in the Midwest, frosty Chicago, but it's at least it's sunny. I have a question for you. What Chemex do you have there in front of you?
This one is a good old pint. This is probably a 1960. It's extremely thick. Good old green label.
Yeah.
I love my vintage stuff for sure. Going to be rocking on an unplugged warmer today, but still is pretty cool because it's nice and vintage as well. Nice little warmer they created back in the early 60s and late 70s.
You put hot water in it? Is that what it does? It's right. It sits in a bed of hot water. Is that correct? The coffee maker?
No, that's the copper bath.
Oh, that's the copper bath.
That's the copper bath. Yeah, that came out before the electric warmer, definitely. This is their first electric warmer. Looks like a UFO, which is pretty cool. Pretty out of this world. Probably was back then, let me tell you.
Yeah. Well, they had Roswell had just been fairly recent, so they had just found the Martian technology that helped them make these products.
Definitely. Oh yeah, and thankfully we need them.
Agreed. Well, I'll let you do your presentation, and then if I get any questions, I'll hold them for the end. But I'm sure we will.
Okay.
All right. Thanks.
Beautiful. Heck yeah. All right, today, guys, we're gonna brew the perfect Chemex. So normally at Alana's Coffee, we do a 16-to-1 ratio. I'm gonna brew a nice little 16-ounce cup. It'll be basically right to the dot in the pint here. Maybe a little shy. Roughly, like to get about a 3.5, 4 minute with something like this. That's usually what we'll get. Today I'm going to be brewing one of what we're kind of noticed for, and definitely miss going to CoffeeCon very bad. We love the audience, we love the ambiance, and we love Kevin and Patty a lot. It was a wonderful experience every year we did it. So thank you guys for allowing me to be here this year, even virtual. This is awesome. So definitely. So I got my hot water, probably, and of course I don't have my scale, but about like a cupping in a sense. So you want to basically, I don't know, moisten the grounds a bit. And to where you see it start to trickle, I would wait. Depending on your coffee, we brew a lot of coffee that's maybe a day or two off rest and whatnot, but it's going to bubble up a lot more than others. But when you see a stream dripping, you're gradually about ready to start getting your second pour. Usually wait about 35, 45 seconds. And then I'll get my second damp on. And again, it's kind of like cupping if you're extremely used to cupping, because basically what you want to do is wet the grounds, get them to bloom. And then at that point, you kind of want to knock all the top grounds down. So they're going to be in the water and they're going to be able to brew all uniquely and consistently. Because basically, I was always taught that you kind of want a coffee wall and this and that. This is many, many, many years ago, pour overs, but now we definitely know that we would like to bring it up enough to saturate the grounds, but then to work semi like an Aeropress or something, in that matter to where the water works above it and just almost works as a little pressure steep amongst the top. I like to normally probably do about 2 or 3 rounds on it. And on the third pour, I'll normally knock down some of the grounds along the side. But during this, I like to keep it no higher than when I brought my second pour. Because at the moment, we have everything saturating at the same time, which means you're going to get a consistent brew. Consistently, you would like it to end pretty flat. Some people stir the grounds, some people agitate them towards the end. You may do that. I just don't, but hey, on a Chemex I don't. On a Hario, I definitely will. On a Cleta, I probably will, even though they say not to, but you know, I do that. But pretty much, I've always been a Chemex fiend, Chemex fan, been a major collector of pretty cool things like little vintage 60s cups that they don't even make anymore. Way different style lid than you're probably used to seeing than the gnarly chunk nowadays. But these are unique because 1, it is a Chemex cup, and 2, once you're finished, it could work as an off drip for your filter, and then you use your lid. Schellenblum thought of a lot of things back then. He was a busy man in the 50s and 40s, and throughout. So there, pretty much start to knock down my sidewall to start thus just bringing up my level to where I bored the second time. Just nicely wait till you get to that bead. And normally on the pint, of course, the bead setting is normally going to be set around a 16 ounce on most Chemex, except for the smallest one, probably set around a 12, maybe even 11. But by far, we still do Chemexes to this day at the shop every day. It's going to be something that we always do. And we actually brew in a Chemex that is a lot larger than this, and they actually stopped making them in about 1974 or 5. I don't think they sold very well. It was a double dot, so you can actually get 32 ounces out of it, which is pretty cool. Takes roughly 10 to 15 minutes. It's probably another reason why they found it wasn't very good, but we figured out a way to pretty much adjust the grind, get the TDS correct, and it's tasting real good in about 6 minutes. So that's probably my final pour here. I'm gonna let that extract. We should be just about mid-base in the line and create some really nice body, really smooth textures to the coffee, because at the moment, brewing up a nice Ethiopia. It's a natural process, arty, that I've been pretty much known for along the CoffeeCon scene for the blueberries. Has anybody had the blueberries, which is pretty cool. And so today, experiencing nice raspberry notes, little orange rind.
Of the bag?
Ah.
Of the bag?
I'm sorry?
I lost it.
Ah. Little orange rind, beautiful blueberry, little raspberry, and a chocolatey finish, but one of the smoothest and fruitier Ethiopians I've found in quite a bit, and been having this coffee for probably the last 4 or 5 years now. It's been almost an Alana staple, we could say, definitely. It's all about the arty.
Should I pull back up?
Mm-hmm. Oh, take it out. All right, finishing up the brew here. We do it to about the bottom of the dot. It's a little more body in. Those final drips are always our favorite. Heck yeah. The aroma of blueberries and chocolate is surreal in the house. That I promise. All right. Heck yeah. So, instead of making such a huge mess, get it to brew in there. And then, beautiful old school series. And voila, the perfect brew. Now, this is definitely a fun thing here. A little creative Chemex as well. We have a nice little collar that's actually available on the Chemex website. You can as well possibly check him out on Instagram at EpicLAJustin. And he makes about any and everything you can believe made out of creative old used skateboards. But, man, one thing we don't have, I believe, are some, wait, some cups to try it. That's the perfect Chemex. For sure.
Fabulous, Eric. Fabulous. Wow. Is that? I'm telling you, this is the. Well, you know, it's the challenge. You know, we're online. I like seeing it. I just want to reach through the computer screen and take a cup from you.
Yeah, hey, definitely.
I
hope you were brewing along with me.
I'm not actually. I did just.
Oh wow.
No, but I will later. The Ethiopian. Oh, man, that.
My favorite coffee on the planet.
I'm
Love
telling
Ethiopian
you, this
coffee
is a natural,
about more
right?
than anything.
Yeah, it's a natural. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Oh, what a beautiful coffee.
Natural Sadama.
Yes.
This one was done at the Debensa drying and washing station in Ethiopia in Sadama.
Oh my gosh, those are wonderful coffees. You know, some people know and some people don't. Perhaps the first coffee. I mean, you know, we're Ethiopian, correct? Is that what you've heard?
Yeah.
Yeah. And
I mean, that's where they got the wild goats jumping around supposedly, and they came across that fruit.
Yeah, that wild goat story is, I don't know, but the whole thing, you know.
Hey, it sounds good, right?
It's a great story. It sounds like someone at a marketing company came up with it, but it's wonderful. But hey, I have a couple of questions here from people. Johnny in Jacksonville, Florida. Why does the Chemex need a coarse grind?
Well, it just depends, honestly, on what you're looking for. I mean, you would like to get a brew out within 3 to 4 minutes, and that's at anything between a 12 to a 16 ounce at that point. You kind of just have to adjust it to get that ratio. If you go finer, you'll find it will puddle up. If you're too aggressive with your pour, then it could become a little more confusing. So we find that using something around, I don't know, a little more than table salt, coarser, closer to maybe just a coarse salt, but not quite a French press grind, but definitely a good medium grind to get the proper flow, or you're definitely going to get channeling backing up and a bitter cup due to over extraction.
You know, I've always wondered if it's the filter for the Chemex is definitely has a heavier, you know, it's a real filter. And it's thicker. I don't know if it. I think it pours slower, goes through there slower. So in some ways, maybe that's why it prolongs the contact time. They always recommend a coarser grind.
Yeah, and I feel also with the Chemex, I mean, the Chemex design alone can be recreated obviously since 1941 to today, and they've changed in a bit, but I don't believe that filter's changed in any way. So a lot of it is due to that special filter, which nowadays are pretty rare. I just got lucky to get a couple cases yesterday.
I've heard that.
Funny, but man, let me tell you,
it's
all about that filter.
Yeah.
Which is all about Chemex.
Yeah, well, that gets into the next question. Wilma in Aurora, Colorado. Wilma, you're just about to get a mouthful from us. What do you think of metal filters for Chemex?
I've got some more.
Eric, are you getting that? Is he hearing me? Are we lose our connection?
Metal filters.
Yeah. What do you think of metal filters for the Chemex? There is.
I feel they get a little warm.
Just tell me.
I just feel they get a little warm. They get a little too hot, and somewhat overheats the water maybe, and adds almost a metallic taste or something to me. Just kind of it overheats something. It gives almost a bitter tinge to me. Something that's not. I don't know. Something that we don't really like for sure. I've used the reusable filters with these, and the sediment alone is a different texture. The body's 2,000,000% different. So, I don't know, just not it.
In fact, I think we have a couple that just arrived. Oh, we good? Do you have any questions, Pat? Oh, we got a couple of more questions, Eric. Do you have time to take them?
Sure.
Okay.
Oh yeah, I love questions.
Coleman wants to know, where did you get that coffee?
Alfred Coleman wants to know one of our friends on YouTube. Where did you get the
warmer?
Yeah.
I would say
I wanted to
eBay.
eBay.
Just keep looking on eBay. Look literally every day, every week, one will pop up.
Yeah.
And some people want a lot of money, but I haven't paid more than $60, $70 and normally in the box. So, I mean, trust me, they're widely available on eBay, which is really awesome. I probably have about 13 of them, but now I need to find some type of older, they burn out, so I need to find some kind of older fuse wire that they used to use that I'm looking for, because I can fix about anything.
Well, now Alfred Coleman and I are going to be bidding against each other on eBay next week. So anyway, that's nothing new. Pat, quick story. I've got a lot of stories. So one of them is Pat and I went to a coffee auction once, coffee museum auction, and we were both bidding against each other on a Michael Civitz heat gun roaster.
Cool.
And that was cool, totally cool. And she outbid me. She won it, and of course it's mine. But I mean, it was just Ed Kavecko from Gloria Jeans was there, and he noticed it, and he gave me this smirk. Anyway, back to another question.
Good old fluid bed, right?
Can you use a sock, a brewing sock?
Okay, Jacqueline on Vimeo wants to know: can you use a coffee sock? Can you use a sock as a filter in the Chemex?
Oh yeah, you can use anything you like for sure. You can use coffee socks, you can use metal filters, you can use a Chemex filter. I mean, I've seen people use old T-shirts at the moment that couldn't get filters for a minute. You know what I'm saying? If it's strictly only used for that, and after a few brews, what's different than that than a coffee sock? So I mean, yeah, anything can be. Is it going to brew the Chemex brew? No, but it's going to be brewed in a Chemex. That's for sure. But it's seriously all about that filter right there. It's all about that.
The opinions of Mr. Stogsdill are his own, and not necessarily those of the management here.
And you know what? Hey, and that's what opinions are all about, to make everybody unique. Some people don't like the Chemex. Some people like Cletus. That's what makes us amazing.
Yeah.
We're all amazing. It makes us a community. Who cares what we use? We're all making coffee. It's the best. That's why we're here. Have fun and love of coffee.
Yeah.
That's just the best. That's what it comes down to. That's what the Chemex is made for. Coffee
anything
and
else?
community.
Is there a flavor profile difference
Okay,
for V60
one.
versus the Chemex?
Oh, this one's easy for Eric. Will have no problem. Is there if you could give us a sketch of the Lynn Wood asks about the flavored profile difference between a V60 and the Chemex.
I feel with the Chemex, you're definitely going to get a lot smoother, more velvety texture out of the body of the coffee alone. I used to be a Hario freak. I feel a little more brighter notes from something like a Hario or something like a V60 or whatnot. Cletus and all that, but you're going to get a smoother texture. You're going to get that unique, just smooth, amazing, full aroma, full body cup out of that filter alone, for sure. Others, you're going to get a body in coffee for sure, but you're not going to get what I'm drinking right here. This is special.
One more question.
Velvety smooth.
One more question. Round versus the square filter. Any?
Okay, I love that question. Thank you for asking that. I believe, and I'm not sure if any others do, and I really appreciate this question more than anything, because they're two different filters, I believe, and I don't know why. These brew slower, and the rounded cut without these lips, they brew ultimately faster. At my shop, I have to brew on a 10 to get it to brew on these, and I have to grind at a 9 on my EK to brew through the cut filters. So I thank you so much for that question. I would love to ask Chemex if they feel there's a difference, why there's a difference. Is it because of any point? It has something to do with science, the way that heat evacuates? Not sure. But I assure you, the ones that are cut, they brew faster. They definitely do. They're not a different filter, but I promise they do. Great question. Thank you for that.
Well,
Maybe I'll get an answer to it from Chemex.
That was that was yeah. Well, I think you'll get a letter from Chemex. That was from Jeremy Wood, right? Or is that's somebody else? Okay, I'm sorry. I wanted to make sure I credited the person who asked it, but I may have gotten it or may not. We moved down the page on our stream. Anyway.
Well, he had his answer.
Yeah, it is an answer. It's a very cool answer, too. And you know what? It makes me think. I use the square filters, and that's one reason I grind coarser, because I do think they flow. This is awesome. This is the first thing today that is just out of the box. Slammed it, man.
Dude,
you named it. They are different. We could start a
100%.
whole cool internet rumor about this.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm sure. I have a feeling. I shouldn't predict, but I have a feeling that I'm going to get a call from Chemex on Monday and saying
we may hear more about this, which is cool.
That is cool. That there's no difference. It's the same paper. It's just cut differently. But I don't believe it, and I know you don't either. No, they're not.
I love you for that. And I love who asked that question. Seriously, because that's like a debunker that I need to. That's something about Chemex I don't know.
Okay, there is one more question. Somebody just they're getting. Who is this?
Christian Bevins.
Christian Bevins is asking, any difference between the bleached and unbleached Chemex filters?
For sure. One, I don't believe they're bleached. I believe the one wonderful thing about a Chemex filter is that they're oxygenated, which is a different way of whitening, cleaner way. So I don't believe they're bleached, but yes, I do believe that a brown Chemex smells like a paper bag. I don't care if I pre-wet it for 10 minutes before I brew. It's going to have a paper taste, I assure you. Guaranteed.
Who hasn't gotten out of the supermarket? You come out of Ralph's late at night and you got a bag, and even in sunny California, it's raining like crazy. And you drive all the way home, and you can, the back of your hatchback, you can smell the paper. And that is the taste I get in natural filters generally. I'm sorry,
100%.
and bleached I'm against, of course, but as Eric pointed out, they're not bleaching them anymore. They're using oxygenated, so
it's a different process.
Non-issue to me, yeah. So other than I really want to just taste coffee, and to me, so my favorite is, I don't want to exaggerate it too much, but I prefer the white filters, so myself.
By far.
Okay, we're good. People are asking about the automatic Chemex. I don't have one right now, so I don't know. I don't have.
I've never brewed in one. It looks pretty similar to something like a Technivorm. It's a pour over system. You got an arm. It's relinquishing water. I mean, it's a cool design, I feel.
It was.
I love my pour overs.
It was designed.
Kind of branded for life.
It was designed in Ireland. I know originally. I don't know if they still make them there. But it was I don't have one currently, but it's a. There is an earlier model, as anyone into vintage knows. There's an earlier automatic that was actually from the second. I thought it was Patrick Grassi actually did the second one, the one that's the what I'm talking about, the vintage one.
Not the one, not Norelco. What's the company?
Yes,
it's a very famous company that made it.
Phillips made it.
Okay.
And the interesting thing about it is it had interval brewing. In other words, it poured like you would pour a pour over, where it was designed to mimic that pouring action.
Almost a pulse, a
pulsing,
pulsing,
right,
definitely.
Right. Which, of course, later exactly. The commercial brewers came out with it 10, 20 years later and gave it a fancier name. But it was designed to emulate how you would hand pour. So it's...
And it was actually just a normal coffee maker aside of that, but then they made that to fit the Chemex under it as well and put a different type of brewing head on it too, and then came out for the Chemex, because before that they had something like a Select Brew, and it was a coffee maker. And I have that in the box, and I have the Chemex one too. I love all that old stuff.
I do too. And anyway, Eric, it's making me want to come out to LA and see you. And
man, I wish you could drink some of this Chemex. It's so smooth.
Man, I hate to see
I'm about
leftover.
to share it, I promise.
Yeah, I hate to see leftover.
Oh, it's not getting
coffee.
left over. No, it's not getting left over. Just the grounds in there.
Well, everyone enjoy it there today, and we'll do it soon. And meanwhile, this is a great presentation. I really appreciate you coming out and driving and doing it. Thank you.
I appreciate being invited, and along with the other people putting on lectures and everything. I'm more than grateful to be here amongst them. I appreciate you, and I love CoffeeCon to death.
Oh.
So we need it back in LA, not virtually, in the real.
I totally agree. We're there the moment that we get the all clear to do it. And anyway, thank you again, Eric, and bless your family, and we'll see you soon. Yeah, thank you.
Right on. You guys rock. And don't forget pour-overs for life.
I hope we got the money shot on. All right, thank you. Thank you, Eric. All right, bye. All right, now we have some things, a lot of things coming up. We're only partway through the day. Next, we're going to have home espresso. We're going to have a home espresso class coming up by Luigi Di Rioco of Mr. Espresso, and that will be coming up. And meanwhile, let's take a look at a couple of clips that we've done, and I think you'll enjoy them. Oh, I get it. Yes, you're asking me to run down the schedule. Thank you for that. We are going to Mr. Espresso next, and we have a latte art presentation. We have all about the grinders coming up. We have Ask Alan. Alan Adler, the inventor of the Aeropress, will be here and live with us. So please get your questions ready for Alan. This is the chance to ask him. And he's a fascinating presenter. I originally had him present at CoffeeCon San Francisco. It was such a hit show, and we couldn't get him back for the other shows because he doesn't like to travel. He's just not willing to do that. Even though he loves CoffeeCon, he will be here. He's wanted to support us online. I just spoke with him last night, and he's ready. We have Taste Like an Expert with Ken Davids. Ken Davids invented, when you go to buy a bottle of wine and it says 93 or something like that on it, there's a number. Well, Ken invented that system for coffee, and he is the person, and he will be teaching. That's a very in-depth, it's in 2 parts, but if you want to learn how to taste coffee like an expert, that's the class. And now let's take, and then one more thing. I want to talk about one more thing after that. We're going to have the Justin Doggett, Kyoto-style coffee and cocktails, getting ready for the Saturday evening. And then we will have a Future of Coffee panel, and that involves South Korea, Colombia, and the U.S. So stay tuned. Anytime.
We're now standing in the art gallery at the Warrenville Historical Museum. Right now, we have our feature exhibit about the Albrights, who utilized this building as an art studio and gallery from 1924 to 1957. Behind me, you will see a work by Adam Emery Albright, who was the father. He painted in this very unique plein air style, usually of rural children out enjoying nature. which was why Warrenville was the perfect location for his work. Adam was well known for the nostalgia that he would bring up in Chicagoans now living amongst smoke and smog in this built-up city to remember their childhood if they grew up out in the country, as Adam did. As Adam raised his two artist sons, more famously Ivan and his twin brother Melvin, who also was referred to as Cecily, the boys rebelled in every way against what they said was their father's simple way to paint. We're now standing in front of Melvin Albright's work. Melvin, or sometimes better known by his artist name Cecily, was the lesser famous of the two twin Albright artists. Melvin was really a sculptor, and there's a wonderful family lore tale that on their first day of the twins, Ivan and Melvin's day at the Art Institute, their father flipped a coin. Ivan got heads and Melvin got tails, which meant Ivan became the painter and Melvin became the sculptor. As you will see behind me though, we do have a few paintings of Melvin. His style is much different than his more famous brother, which is maybe what drove the sibling rivalry. Ivan Albright was the most famous of the three Albrights, and mostly for his very unique style. Ivan was a sketch artist during his service in World War I, where he sketched early surgeries. As he saw the human body in such a raw way, there's no way that that couldn't have impacted the way that he saw the human body. However, Ivan always denied that. He really said that his unique way of looking at the fragility of the human body and the human experience was in direct contrast to his father's nostalgic view of humanity out amongst the prairie.
Okay, Dennis.
But Ivan really celebrated human fragility in that it was lived experience, it was life. This My Studio piece is also the studio where he painted famously his Into the World Came a Soul Called Ida, one of his most famous pieces that's at the Art Institute. Ivan truly had a unique style, which is what brought Hollywood here to Warrenville in the 1940s. Ivan had really made a name for himself throughout the 1930s with his very unique magic realism style of painting. When a black car, fancy as can be, pulled up here in Warrenville in 1942, all the townspeople were wondering what was going on and what had Ivan Albright done now. That black car were people from MGM Studios coming to ask Ivan to utilize his very unique style to paint the key piece in their new movie, The Picture of Dorian Gray. This digital reproduction is 75% the size of the original, which is at the Art Institute in Chicago. But this does still show just the magnificent caliber and what a talented artist Ivan was to be able to capture such an amazing character as Dorian Gray.
Wow, I was watching that little piece. It's nice. It's yeah. If you've never seen Picture of Dorian Gray, it's a neat film to see. It's like from the 40s. A really well-made film, and has this. It's kind of a horror movie in a way, but you know, written by Oscar Wilde, so it's a very interesting story. And yes, it was a Warrenville artist who did the major painting. It's the whole film leads up to. I know many in the U.S. Feel Starbucks is espresso, but there's an old world rich coffee where the beans are magically roasted using wood and blended to bring forth a rich caramelly taste that simply begs for milk and a little bit of sweetness, becoming its own dessert. And you can call me old-fashioned, but this is the coffee my Italian friends' parents would give me when I visited their Chicago area homes as a kid. To me, it's comfort coffee. When I met Luigi Di Rioco at Mr. Espresso, whose father, Carlo, developed his own wood-burning roaster, I knew I'd found a wonderful espresso at the intersection of old and new. It's not just old, you know, the older style. It is the older style in a sense, the classic rich espresso, but there's also something new about it because they follow all the specialty standards. Not all the old coffee places, they didn't necessarily use specialty coffee. They didn't use special coffee at all, in fact. But like I said, Mr. Espresso really is at the intersection, and to me, in a perfect way. I've been asking Luigi to present the best way to make espresso at home, and Luigi has kindly consented to share a few secrets with us at CoffeeCon today. We're now headed to Mr. Espresso in Oakland. Luigi? Luigi, are you with us?
I don't know if you can hear me.
Yes, I can.
Hear me?
Yes, good to see you. I'm just going to hand off to you, and
good
then I'll.
Good to hear you.
It is great to hear you as well. And wow, looks like you got some great. Those are green coffee sacks in the background, aren't they?
They are.
You got a lot of them. Well, good. Well, let's help. Maybe everyone should order a little coffee from you so that we can help bring those down a little bit.
We need to roast this coffee over here, so yeah, that'd be nice.
I've been really excited about this because I want to find out. You've been promising to tell me how to make espresso, so now I brought along a few of my friends. So I'm going to just let you deliver, the two of you, and then I will hold questions for the end. And but thank you for being here today.
Okay. And feel free to interject any questions as we go too. We're comfortable with
Okay.
that. Okay. Well, should I? Ready?
Yeah.
Okay. So as Kevin said, my name is Luigi DiRocco. I'm from Mr. Espresso, and here is Eric Lewis, Solutions Specialist with Mr. Espresso as well. My family owns and operates our company out of Oakland, California. My father founded the company in 1978. He's an Italian immigrant, and when he first started the company, his goal was to help introduce authentic Italian espresso to this country. It opened in the mid-'70s, so at that time, espresso was still was largely unknown, and so he saw an opportunity to try and bring part of his culture to this country. And so today, there's two generations of our family working together here every day to help ensure that his legacy continues. And as Kevin mentioned, part of what our goal is to do is to perpetuate and maintain relevance for classic Italian-style espresso, but through the lens of contemporary and specialty coffee that we all know and love. As Kevin also said, we are here to talk about about home espresso. We're not here to show you how to make espresso per se. We figured that since you're here already and you're watching CoffeeCon and you're watching a course on espresso, you most likely already have, or at least we hope you already have, an espresso machine at home. And we probably are making the assumption that you've been comfortable making espresso shots with that machine and are getting pretty decent quality shots. Our goal here today is to help you make better espresso at home, help you dial in your home espresso to a higher level. Again, putting ourselves in the shoe of the potential viewer, we're thinking that if you have a machine at home, you got your high quality home equipment set up and everything, and you got coffee from your favorite local roaster or whoever that may be, and you might be getting pretty good results, but you're maybe not 100% sure if what you're getting is as good as it can be or is as good as the roaster intended, and so on. So that's what we're here for today. Ultimately, we want to help try and save you guys from some of the guesswork, the trial and error, the research that many of us have had to do in the industry and at home to arrive at what works well for making home espresso. But we're hoping from some of the things we covered today in our course, we can save you a little time in the process. So, a few things you need, which will be of great assistance. I'm going to point here with my right hand now because my left hand's a little banged up. A few things that you'll need for your home espresso setup that are going to help you accomplish what we're talking about today, make it much easier, and they're fairly essential. This may not be a comprehensive list of all the things you could have at home to make great espresso, but this is a good starting kit. So obviously, you're going to need a quality espresso machine. I'm not going to go through an exhaustive list of what that means, but you're obviously going to need a machine that can deliver a pump pressure of 8 to 9 bars consistently, have a reasonable level of temperature stability, a high quality professional portafilter and basket. Again, there's more, but that's a good start. By the same token, you're going to need a Burr grinder, a good Burr grinder that's designed for making espresso, that can grind fine enough for espresso without overheating, and it has the ability also to make small micro adjustments. When you're dialing in your grind, you can have more manipulation available. Good water, that's quite a rabbit hole right there. I'm going to try and avoid tactfully, but use good quality water, free of taste and odor, free of minerals and things that would be qualified as hard water as much as possible. However, you do want a small quantity of that stuff in your water. SCA standards are great things to refer to for the exact specifics on what that entails. You need a timer. You can use your phone as a timer, regular timer, doesn't matter. Tamper. Tamper with good weight, allow you to achieve a nice consistent tamp. Most importantly, the tamper should be of the same diameter as your portafilter basket. So if you have a 58 millimeter portafilter basket, you need a 58 millimeter tamper. A gram scale. Pretty important that your gram scale weighs to the nearest tenth of a gram. You don't want a gram scale that goes from like 17 grams to 18 grams to 19 grams. You want something that weighs out to the nearest tenth. So 17.1, 17.2, 17.3. Dosing cup. We have one of these today. It can be virtually anything, just something that you can dispense your coffee grounds into and weigh. That beautiful paper cup will work too. Fresh coffee beans, kind of a loaded subject, but make sure they're fresh. But here's the caveat, not too fresh. Your coffee beans for espresso do need to degas. I would talk to your roaster and see what they recommend. And these beans should be shipped to you in a way that they're able to preserve the freshness from the day that they were roasted. Helps if they're packaged in high quality packaging, or otherwise you want to have them soon enough after the roast date so that they don't have a chance to oxidize and stale. And then a clean machine. If you have a home machine, you know what your daily cleaning regimen should be. Stick to it. Have a clean machine. Have a clean grinder. Keep all your equipment clean. Okay? So once you have all these things more or less in place, you should be ready to rock and capable of making or taking your espresso game up to the next level. So as you see here, next on the board is espresso recipe. Question mark, question mark. What is that? Well, as with anything else, there's, when you cook food, coffee is part of that category. It helps to follow a recipe. The flavor of an espresso in the cup is determined by how much coffee you use, how much water you use, how long the water is in contact with the coffee, and the temperature at which it's being extracted from the espresso machine. That's not an exhaustive list once again, but those are 4 really important things that most of the time you can manipulate yourself at home. It used to be that everyone followed an Italian recipe because espresso was, having been invented in Italy, was the only place to look for the rules of making espresso. Over the years, however, things have evolved, and there are now many different formulas or recipes for making espresso depending on where you look, who you ask, and et cetera. Now, we haven't mentioned a few minutes ago that referring to your roaster from where you purchase your beans is a great resource, not only for determining the freshness of the beans, how long ago they were roasted, what kind of packaging they're using, and the shelf life. Your roaster is also a great resource to go to and ask what their recommended recipe is. We highly recommend that you do this. We want to help you arrive at enjoying the coffee first and foremost in the way that the roaster intended. So we're going to trust that the roaster that you're buying your beans from has a bit of an idea of how their coffee should taste after preparing it through an espresso machine. And they can provide you with the specs or the details that you need to make a great espresso using their beans. A good example is if you have a favorite dish from your favorite restaurant, I mean, wouldn't you want to ask the chef how they made that dish? I would probably want to follow their recipe. Now, once you got that down, I would say that you could feel free afterwards, for example, with your espresso recipe, you can then branch out and experiment with your own recipe and vary it and try some different things out. But we would always highly recommend to start off with the roaster's recipe. Okay, so it's going to save you a lot of time, trial and error, experimentation, and being that you're at home and you're buying coffee in smaller quantities, you may not want to burn through all those beans. Also, every time you buy new beans from a new roaster, you don't want to have to start this process of trial and error all over again. You may want to, and it can be a lot of fun, and you can learn a lot from it, but you may very well not want to do that either. So once you've ordered your beans from your roaster, reach out to them and ask for the recipe. So the components of a recipe in the most simple form are coffee in, coffee out, extraction time, and temperature. How much coffee are you using? How much water are you using? How much time is it extracting from the espresso machine? And what is the temperature of the water? Not of the boiler inside of the machine, what is the temperature of the water passing through the coffee grounds? Okay. We use a scale to measure the coffee in, or the dry weight of the ground coffee. We also use a scale to measure the wet weight, or the extracted yield of the coffee. Timer for the time. Temperature can be measured. On a home machine, you're probably not going to have a sophisticated thermometer that professionals use, so you'll be relying on whether or not your home machine allows you to adjust the temperature on the machine. You may not have this feature, but you very well may have this feature. If you do, then great. If you don't have the ability to adjust temperature on your machine, then you're just not going to have to worry about this for the moment. Okay. And then on the next column, our recipe, we have today in our hopper, and we'll be pulling shots of this particular blend, our Mr. Espresso's Tuscan Blend Espresso, according to the recipe that we've worked out from our own process of trial and error through the years, and for what we know gets us the best results with this particular coffee. So as an example, we'll be using 18 to 19 grams of ground coffee. We'll be targeting a wet or liquid yield of 30 to 35 grams of espresso out of the portafilter. We'll be targeting an extraction time of 28 to 30 seconds. And our machine is set for 206, correct? Okay. Our temperatures are a little higher than what many people are used to. Just trust us on that. But we found that depending on the type of machine that you're using, also the range for this coffee can be between 205 to 208. The next step here for us is to demonstrate how this works. And we're going to illustrate this through an example of walking up to your machine at home where your grinder and the beans are just being loaded in like we just did, and going through the process of taking this grinder from not being calibrated to calibrated and fully dialed in according to these specs. Okay?
I just lost my call.
I'm going to turn over the mic to Eric here.
I just lost my call.
Who just lost his call?
You guys can hear me, though, I believe,
us.
on my microphone.
Yeah.
So Luigi laid out the idea of a recipe. Every roaster is going to have a very specific way that they pull a shot in their cafes or with their clients. So it's very common to have a set recipe. Some of them even put it on the bag. They put it on their websites. So it's pretty easy to get. Maintaining a recipe in a cafe is really easy because you're pulling 200 shots a day, 100 shots a day. one after another. Your coffee's pretty easy to control the freshness because you're going through it so quickly. Making espresso at home is challenging, partially because you're only going to make a couple, and you don't want to waste a lot of coffee. So what we recommend is using a scale and a cup and very carefully weighing out and controlling all those variables and only manipulating your grind. Of course, the tough part about that is your coffee is going to change every time you get a new batch from your roaster if it's been in your cabinet for a week. So you're really every day kind of dialing it in a little bit. And if you have all these measurements ahead of time, you can manipulate them for your next shot. So if you were just to simply make a shot and find out that it was a little off, you can take that, that amount of coffee, manipulate it a little bit, or the grind, and kind of know where you're starting from to move it. So we're going to do that. We have a grinder that's a little out of calibration, and we're going to basically dial it in and walk you through dialing in a very controlled way so that we're not wasting a lot of coffee. So I'm going to start by weighing out a dose of coffee. I do have a scale for weighing that. You don't need a really fancy scale. A little gram scale like this costs you $15 online. Does 1/10 of a gram. Very inexpensive, and you don't have to worry about it too much. Doesn't have to be waterproof. Most of the time it doesn't even get that wet. So I'm going to dose out 18.5 grams right in the middle of that recipe there. And I usually set my grinder when I'm using a scale to actually put out more coffee than I need. So whether you're doing it manually or with a timed function. So I'll take that excess and just put it at my target weight. So I'm not worried about, in this case, the on-demand grinder being set to an exact amount, because I'm going to manipulate it manually. So one of the nice features of this little dosing cup is it mates with the portafilter really well. So everything really consistent with your tamping and everything else, just like you would normally do. I'm going to pull these shots into a glass today just because obviously that way you guys can see them. That way you guys can see that as well. And a timer. All right. So I'm going to pull this shot. I believe this is set a little coarse. That's how I left it. So this will happen, obviously, if your coffee's getting a little bit older. It'll start to speed up. Maybe I have a brand new coffee that I've shifted to. So it's going really fast. So I'm at probably at about 11 seconds, I was at my 35 gram shot volume. So what I'm going to do is fine up my grind. Now, I think it's really important not to go too far, too fast, because you'll end up basically going back and forth, yo-yoing, and you use a lot of coffee. So it'll get easier as you get to know your grinder, but in this one, for instance, I'm going to probably shift it about one full number on there. And very, very important step here is that I have to purge. Every time I adjust my grind, I have to actually throw coffee away or use it in some other way. So I'm going to purge this out by using, depending on the size of your grinder, maybe a double shot worth of coffee so that I know I'm clearing the grinding chamber and clearing out the chute. This is something that a lot of people forget. So, make sure it's still there. All right. So, once again, I'm going to weigh this out to 18.5 grams. I'm going to run a shot. I'm going to see how quickly it runs. So I'm trying to hit that roughly about 29-second target. So same thing again, load this up, I like to groom my coffee, level it out as much as I can. On this particular machine, you notice I'm doing a flush every time. I like to flush these for about 1 to 2 seconds beforehand on an E61. Now, of course, you don't have to weigh under here. You can do it off to the side, tear your cup like I'm doing with the drip coffee. So you don't necessarily have to put it directly under there. So I've reset my timer. You know, even in the field visiting clients and working with people at shows and other things, we always end up using a scale and a timer like this to try to dial things in. It just makes things so much faster. So there I hit about 15 seconds, and I got close to my target weight right in the middle between, well, a little high, 37. So I'll try to cut that a little earlier. So we're going to slow this down one more time and hopefully hit my target.
I have a good feeling you will.
Well, we'll see. The coffee's been eluding me this morning, so one of the things that happens when you start getting your extraction to slow down like this and get into a range, and what we're really looking for especially, is you start getting darker kind of caramel tones and sweet tones that start to balance out some of the bitters and the sours in the coffee. And every coffee is going to be different and unique in that way. And there's no perfect expression of this, but for this coffee in particular, those numbers will get us to that ideal flavor. But the coffee will start getting a little darker as we slow it down. You've probably seen that. The crema tends to be a little denser, more packed, and not as airy. And so you may be noticing that on these shots as well as they're pouring out. So. You know what, I can't remember if I purged.
That's okay.
I'm going to do that one more time, just because if I didn't purge, we're going to be running the old ground. And that'll be a waste of our time.
Better safe than sorry.
And actually, so that's important. If you don't know, don't waste your time. Just throw it away and move on. Grab another one. You know, you don't want to do this all the time because it is a little bit of a waste, especially when you're paying $20 for a bag of really nice specialty coffee. But it's important to do that to kind of get that enjoyment out of it and get to know the coffee. All right. So let's see. Maybe we'll get there now. Little flush. Put this guy on, and here we go. I'm feeling lucky. So this is a good sign that I didn't see those first drips until about 5 seconds. It's definitely slowing way down. Crema's getting a little thicker there. Let's see. Might be just a little fast still given where we're at, but so I'm going to try to land right about there. So a little bit fast. We hit about 25 seconds. We're trying to get up to about 28. So, but I am very, very close to that target point here. So the crema is not quite as bubbly and not rising as much, and I'm really getting to that point where I'm kind of using up every last bit of the good juices of that espresso, giving me a really nice flavor profile. Should we dial in one more time here?
No, I think that's
good?
to be sensitive to the time we have allowed here. I think the idea here is we got it pretty close after 3 adjustments, and one smaller additional adjustment will probably land us right perfectly in that sweet spot. So I think from here, we can probably pull off of that. And,
right.
So.
Yeah.
And once you have your espresso dialed in per the spec and you had a chance to drink it and enjoy it, now you can give a really fair representation of that coffee and see what you truly think of it. There is wiggle room now. For example, since he was using 18.5 grams to pull a shot to try and land in that window, if you want to pull a denser, more syrupy, sweeter shot, you could just up dose a little bit, try it at 19 grams, Try it at 19.5 grams without adjusting the grind, and you'll basically restrict the flow of the water, creating a shorter shot, and you can observe the differences and see if you like that better. Conversely, you could even use less coffee and go with 18 grams instead of 18.5. It'll speed the flow of the water up, and it'll give you a coffee flavor with more dilute flavor, but it might have a broader range of flavors, and it'll also yield more liquid volume in the cup too if you want something more to sip on. So that concludes the demonstration part of that, and also the course on how to dial in your espresso at home. Appreciate your time.
Okay.
Thank you very much, and happy to answer any questions.
All right.
Nice.
Thank you, Luigi. We're running a little low on time here. Let me see if I've got anything that needs. Just the usual. I have one question that I really want to throw out to you, because I did find I have a little bit of this left, this Ethiopian that I got from Mr. Espresso. It's a natural, and I want to point out I use a lot of Mr. Espresso coffees in my pour-overs as well, my manual pour-overs in Oakland. And but Fen in Brooklyn said, please describe why wood roasting is better or different. And Luigi, are you able to hear that question? Okay. Well, we are going to save that question. It's already posted somewhere, and I'll tell Mr. Espresso later. And thank you, guys. And here we go. Okay, I used to sit in coffee shops tallying the drinks they served, and by far the most successful of the espresso-based drinks is the cafe latte, or latte for short. A big part of its continued popularity is the liquid design produced by foaming milk and then pouring it just right. Today I'm proud to introduce one of our most popular all-time presentations with world barista champion, latte artist, Heather Perry. Heading now to Klatch Coffee in L.A. Oh, we're going to do a commercial first? Okay, we'll go to a commercial first.
I'm Jim Braun, and I work at Ed Hoy's International. I'm working as a retail associate, so I help retail customers who come in who have questions about stained glass, art glass, fused glass, classes, some technical stuff, but it's a great place to work. It's a lot of fun, and we've been in Warrenville for over 20 years. So Ed Hoy started this business in 1972 in downtown Naperville, just a little house, and for many, many years we did wholesale only, and now 5 years ago we opened the retail division here in Warrenville, which you can see is an amazing place. So this is the classroom. We bring artists from all over the world who come in and teach classes. Plus we have local teachers also. So we do classes in fused glass and stained glass, and all you have to do is go to our website and you can sign up for classes at edhoy.com. So you've heard of the famous picture of Dorian Gray that was done by a Warrenville artist. This is a portrait of Ed Hoy that was done by a glass artist. Well, we moved here from northern Alabama. We just kind of fell in love with Warrenville. We like the diversity. There's lots of great stuff to do here.
Hey, it's my first day. I used to sit in coffee shops tallying the drinks they served. By far the most successful of the espresso-based drinks, I'm sure you know what it is the cafe latte, or the latte for short. A big part of its continued popularity is the liquid design produced by foaming milk and then beautifully pouring it just right. Today, I'm proud to introduce one of our most popular all-time presentations with World Barista Champion latte artist Heather Perry. Heading down now to Palate Coffee in LA. Hi, Heather, are you there in, I can't hear her, but if she's coming over for you on the internet, that's fine. Dennis, I can't hear Heather. Okay, thank you. We're having a few, little things like the internet crashing and stuff like that. Heather, can you hear me?
I can hear you great.
Oh, you can hear me. Well, that's good. That's half the battle. Boy, I wish I could get that at home. Where I can't hear, but everyone can hear me. Okay, it's the opposite usually in my house. I've introduced you, and I just wanted to know what you're going to do for us today. And I'll tell you what, I'll throw it to you, and then I'll save any questions we get for the end.
You got it. Sounds great. So today we are going to do some latte art. Good morning, everybody. I hope you guys are all ready. All right. So we are going to go over some beautiful latte art. And we're going to start with talking about what makes really good latte art, okay? And there's a few basics that we look for when we're talking about what makes beautiful latte art. We're going to talk about definition and symmetry and balance and then complexity. Okay, so let's look at this beautiful design that we've got here for you. Let's start with first talking about definition. When it comes to latte art, for me, it's not enough to just get a design in a cup. I want something that's poured really well. I want something that has great technique to it. It doesn't need to be overly complex. I just want it done well. Simple but well to me is more important than complex and messy. So we're really gonna hone in on those details of how to really refine your pours today, okay? So starting with how do we get great definition? Because in order to do great art, you really wanna have beautiful definition there. Looking at this design here, you can see we've got beautiful two colors, okay? Brown and white. And when you want great latte art, that's what you want to see. You want to see just two colors. Looking at these pours down here, they're not bad, but you can see they have a lot more shading to them. They've got a lot more beige kind of going on. A really beautiful, well done design. Two colors, brown and white. So you always want to go for great definition with whatever pour you're going for. The darker the brown, the crisper the white, the better the pour. So always be thinking about how do I improve my definition. All right, next up, symmetry. Looking at this design here again, you can see that tea goes right through the design so beautifully. Not only does it go perfectly down the middle, but look at from side to side. Look at how even the leaves are all the way across the top. That's a really difficult thing to do, but that's what makes a beautiful pour stand out from the rest, is having that beautiful symmetry in the cup. Again, looking at these designs down here, they're not bad, but they're definitely not as good and not as detailed and not as refined as the one that we've got over here. Finally, balance. When you're pouring latte art, you want to create something that's beautifully balanced in the cup. So when you serve it to somebody, their eyes just rest on it and it just comes off as this gorgeous design to them. And it just sits so beautifully and perfect. No matter what size cup, no matter what the drink is, you just want the design to sit really balanced in the cup. And that's what we've got here as well. You can see this beautiful brown frame just helps to kind of set that design in the cup. Again, we come over to these ones and you can see they're nice, but your eyes are almost a little bit more distracted by how they aren't as balanced in the cup or how it's not as crisp. Your eyes don't rest as easily. So when we're talking about latte art, one of the things that I always find interesting is sometimes people are like, oh yeah, I'll just kind of pour and keep trying it. And don't do that. There's like real technique that you want to kind of do here to really improve your pour and get these beautiful crisp designs that really stand out to people. And that's what we're going to really talk about today, is kind of the detail that goes into the pour and the technique to really help elevate your pour to the next level. So how do we get these perfect pours that we just saw? First, it is all about your milk. Your milk, your milk, your milk. Latte art comes back to your milk each and every time, okay? So if you don't have great milk, do not pour it. One of the things that will make learning latte art so much more difficult for you is if you do not have consistent milk. So before you ever get to pouring, just steam. Steam, steam, steam. What I want to see you do is take your steaming pitcher, whatever size pitcher you're going to use, take whatever size cup you're going to use, okay? And what I want you to do, steam your milk. Measure your milk before you steam. So let's say for this cup, I'm going to use 9 ounces of milk. I'm going to put 9 ounces of milk in here. I want you to steam it, and then I want you to pour it in the cup. And I want you to have enough to just fill the cup. You can measure it afterwards. Maybe you want to have an ounce left, maybe you don't. But what I want you to do is get consistent milk each and every time. Meaning, if you steam and you don't have enough to fill your cup, you did not steam the same way you did previously, right? So measure your milk that goes into your pitcher to start with. That way, you know you're gonna have consistent milk. So when you start with latte art, pick one pitcher and one cup that's gonna kind of be your baseline. That way, you know you're using the same amount of milk each and every time, and you should achieve the same results with your milk each and every time. Okay, so when it comes to what type of milk to use. So today, I'm just gonna use whole milk. I do think whole milk works really well, really beautifully. If you are into alternative milks, there's some beautiful ones out there right now. I would absolutely recommend picking up Barista series of whatever kind of milk you're gonna do. There's some great ones, try them all, see what works for you, see what you like. The one thing I would avoid when you are learning latte art, avoid lower fat milks. You definitely want, the whole milk is a 3.5% and it works really well to help keep our foam and our milk combined as one homogeneous liquid. And that's really important when it comes to pouring, as you're gonna see later. So I do recommend starting with whole milk, honestly. I think it's the easiest, but whatever milk you're gonna do, pick one. Don't go from oat to whole to non-fat, because they all are going to steam and pour slightly differently. Steaming is going to be very similar for them. There might just be some small changes, but the pouring, there's going to be some big differences between. So really do pick one milk that you're going to go with as you are learning latte art, okay? So we've got our milk that we're going to use. You've got your pitcher and your cup that you're going to use. Now it comes into steaming the milk, okay? So when you are steaming the milk, I'm gonna go to this video now and kind of show you exactly what we are looking for. Steaming milk should be the easiest thing that you do, because guess what? You have a machine that does it for you. You don't actually steam the milk, you just set everything up properly and then let the machine take over. Don't get in the way of the machine, just let it do its thing. So as you're gonna see the way I do it and the way you're gonna see on this video, super simple. So before you get all crazy with your steaming at home, try this technique and try and adapt it to see if you can make it work for you, because this is gonna give you really easy, really consistent results, okay? So first thing that I wanna hone in on is our steam wand and our steam wand tip, okay? Almost every steam wand out there, home or commercial, is going to have a steam wand tip that's removable. And I don't care that it's removable right now, but what I do care about is that line where that knob, where that tip attaches to that wand. This is gonna kind of be our baseline, okay? So for instance, when I'm steaming milk for my lattes, I know I'm gonna submerge my steam wand so that my tip just covers these little round knobs on my steam wand's tip. And that's where I'm gonna place my steam wand and position it every single time to give me super consistent milk. So you wanna find that kind of baseline for yourself, okay? So now I'm gonna play the video to talk about kind of what our next steps are. So when it comes down to what you're gonna see, let's blow this video up for you guys. Beautiful. You can see I've got my steam wand tip in. You can see my steam wand is near the side of my pitcher, but it's not touching the side. Now, what you really want to hone in here is that beautiful whirlpool that we have going on with our milk. And that's what you want to be able to see your milk doing, is you want to have that beautiful whirlpool going on, okay? That is the key that tells you you're on the right track. Notice, I did not move my steam wand once while I was steaming. I didn't push it up, I didn't push it down, I didn't do any of that stuff. The idea is that you find that place on your steam wand's tip where when you turn on your steam wand, you hear those little whispers kind of start, and then that's creating your foam. That foam creates volume. That volume raises up, covers up the steam wand tip so the milk can finish heating properly. Okay, so listen on this one. Always start with purging your steam wand. That's always gonna be step one. Then what we're gonna do, place it just like I said. I'm gonna get my steam wand tip so it's just showing. Ready? I'm gonna turn it on. Hear those beautiful whispers? And now they're getting a little quieter. And a little quieter. And now my milk is just heating. And now I'm gonna turn it off. And I didn't touch it once, and I didn't do anything. And that's what you wanna do, is a whole lot of nothing when you are steaming. And that's gonna give you incredibly consistent results, time in and time out. Now the next thing, after you've got your beautifully steamed milk here, is you have to texture your milk. So let's go and look at what texturing our milk looks like, okay? So when we talk about texturing our milk, what we are looking for is that's giving us that homogeneous mixture that we're talking about, right? That's keeping our milk and our foam combined, which is key when it comes to pouring. So if you look here at my milk, see that swirl that I'm doing here? This is my texture. If you ever take a class with me, you're gonna hear me say texture, 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 texture. I say it 1,000 times in any pouring class because you have to make sure you are texturing your milk before you pour. We need to make sure we've got one beautiful, homogeneous, glossy mixture here. That's what we are looking to get in order to get a beautiful latte art, okay? If we have foam and we have milk, it's gonna be much, much harder to pour and to get anything out consistently. So the reason we're texturing is we're just keeping everything combined. That same whirlpool that was happening while we were steaming, we're emulating with this texture. So this texture, see, just smooth, just easy. It's not this. If you're doing this and you're splashing, this is not what you want to be doing. You need to rein that in, okay? Because that is not what we are looking to do. It should be smooth. It should be easy. If you need to, walk around with a glass of water and just swirl the water, keeping that nice smooth motion. It's not a choppy back and forth. Just nice and smooth. And you're gonna see in every video that you're gonna watch today, you're gonna see before I pour, I'm texturing. And I don't mean like I texture and then I wait for a few seconds and then I pour. I mean it's texture to pour because you wanna make sure that that is happening quick for you, okay? So what is the first key of latte art? Milk, milk, milk. Make sure you have good milk. Make sure you have consistent milk. So what I want you to first do is I want you to take your milk, take your pitcher. I want you to just steam 10 times and then measure it. That's all you're gonna do. And you should end up with, use a measuring cup. Don't even use this cup. Start by measuring out 9 ounces of milk or whatever it is that you wanna do. And then when you're done, you should have 11 ounces of milk and get that every single time. If you start with 9 ounces and then you go with 10 ounces and then it's 13 the next time you steam and then it's 9 the next time you steam and then it's 10 the next time you steam, you're a hot mess. You gotta get it together. So remember, we wanna start with the same in and we wanna have the same out. That tells you you've got consistent milk. That tells you you are ready to pour. Now, what if you go to steam and you're not getting a whirlpool? That means you probably need to use a little bit less milk. So some home machines, obviously I'm working on a commercial machine today. If you're working on a home machine, you might say, man, I don't have enough power from this machine to create that whirlpool. Switch to a smaller pitcher, something like this perhaps, and use less milk. How much milk you use obviously relates to what size cup you are pouring into. So you might find, hey, at home, I've got to use a baby pitcher. I can only use 4 ounces of milk because that's what gives me that good whirlpool. But that's really the key that you want to find, okay? So you might, instead of pouring into a larger cup like I am, you might choose to just go into a smaller pitcher and a smaller cup for your daily cup in order to get that really good milk, okay? So keep that in mind as well. As far as what style pitcher you want to use, you can use whatever you want. Use whatever you've got at home, use whatever your machine came with. The biggest thing is you just need to make sure you've got a spout, okay? You don't want to have a lipped or a bell pitcher as we call it. You just need to make sure that you have a good spout. Outside of that, I kind of think barista tools, you know what I mean? I mean, it's like golf clubs, I would say. So it's kind of like, you know, I mean, when you're learning to golf, you use whatever golf clubs you've got around, right? When you're learning latte art, you use what you've got. And then as you get better at it, you can start playing with different tools of the trade and seeing what you like and what you don't like and what kind of really helps to excel you. But don't think you need to go out and buy a certain type of pitcher or an expensive pitcher or anything like that or a special type of pouring cup. You can do it in anything, just make sure your milk is consistent. That is going to be so much more important than a specific type of pitcher or a specific type of cup. Consistent milk, consistent milk, consistent milk. I know you're thinking, is she ever gonna pour? Maybe not, because if you don't have consistent milk, then you will never pour. It starts with your milk. I cannot stress that enough. So many people take so much longer to learn latte art than they need to because the more different your milk, every time your milk is different, you must change the way you pour. If my milk is thinner, I have to change different. I have to pour differently than if my milk is thicker. All of those make a difference. So the more inconsistent your milk is, the more you're just having to change and adapt and you're not getting the same results. You want to make it easy on yourself to be successful. How do you set yourself up for success with latte art? Have great, consistent milk. I cannot stress that enough. Okay, I feel like I've stressed it. So again, going over the texture, this is just another video of that kind of texturing of the milk that we're talking about here. As your milk sits, your foam and your milk start to separate, as you can kind of see there. That texturing just brings them together for us. We just want to pour one unit. If we don't, we'll have our foam plop out on us. Maybe you've done that before. Maybe you've had, oh man, I was pouring and it was all milk and then my foam just plopped because you didn't texture. You got to texture, texture, texture. I know, I'm going to say it a ton. You're going to hear me say texture, texture, texture. It's not going to stop. But now that we've got our good milk, all right, we've got our good milk, let's go on to the next step. So let's talk about how we are actually going to pour and our steps for pouring, okay? So first we need to get some shots in our cup. So I'm gonna get some shots going for us really quick. How much espresso you use depends on what size cup you're pouring into. I'm using a 12-ounce cup here, so I'm gonna use 2 shots of espresso, pretty basic there. You can use whatever you like. If you like 4 shots, go for it. There are no rules saying how many shots have to go in a cup. It is all personal preference there, so do not worry about that. All right, and then while my shots are going, we're gonna go ahead and get our milk steaming as well, and we're gonna follow those same basic principles that we've been talking about the whole time. I'm gonna line it up and I'm gonna leave it. Kind of like a set it and forget it thing, if you will. I promise you this technique, if you can make this work for you, will change your life. Oh yeah, look, hands off. No, look, Ma, no hands. That's how you wanna do your steaming. Look, Ma, no hands. That's what you wanna get to. It will give you the most consistent results. And again, latte art is all about your milk. I cannot stress it enough. When you come to a latte art class, half of it is just milk, because if you don't have good milk, nothing else matters. So really find a way where you can get super consistent milk from time to time. Okay, so we've got our shots. We've got our perfectly steamed milk here. Now you can either hold your cup, you can set it on the counter. It's kind of whatever's comfortable for you. This counter's a little high, so I'm probably just gonna set it on here because I don't need to like pour up here. Get like a nice loose position when you're ready to pour, right? Like you wanna be loose because we gotta let the milk flow out. So you can't like, I'm not somebody who can like pour up here all high and like stiff. Some people like to get really detailed and close. I like to kind of keep it more loosey-goosey, if you will. All right, so texturing, texture, texture, texture your milk. Okay, we've got our shots here. We're gonna start when we pour, we're gonna pour so that our milk is, our tip, is about 3 inches away from our crema. You do not need to pour any higher than that. Any higher than that, and you're just kind of showing off for no good reason, frankly. So don't do that. Just start with your pour. I like to start with my cup tilted. Personal preference there. You can do it either way. So we're gonna pour 3 inches from our crema, give or take, right into the center of the liquid, not the center of the cup, the center of the liquid. We're then gonna come close, and here we're gonna pour a nice rosetta here to start us off today. And ta-da! It's just that easy, people. It's not just that easy, it takes some work. But we've got a nice, beautiful frame around here. We have 2.5 colors. I have a little bit of beige right there, I'll admit it. I don't like it, it could be better. But it's got nice balance in the cup. It's got nice symmetry to it. I got a nice straight line. My leaves match up side to side. So you got an idea here of how we start. Now, what other pours can we do? You don't start with pouring a rosetta when you're learning latte art. That's probably another big mistake people make, is they are seeing all these beautiful designs poured online, and they come, they're like, I want to pour a 7-layer tulip with a heart on top and wings on the side. That's not where we start, hun. Let's bring it back. We're gonna start with the beautiful circle. Don't be bummed. Circles are the most important part of latte art because they are the foundation for every other thing that you're going to pour. So I pour circles all the time because they help rein me in. They help me refine my technique. They help bring me back to the basics, the fundamentals, okay? So circle, you are gonna start with a circle. And when you perfect a circle, you can move on to other things. But let's start by talking about a circle, all right? So we're gonna go back to the video now. So for our circle, okay, ready? We are going to watch this video, I promise. Yes, here we go. All right, ready? So I'm starting 3 inches from the top. I'm pouring in the center of the liquid, center of the liquid. Bring my pitcher down. You can see the white starting to appear. And then I pour quickly into it while I level my cup. And ta-da! It's a beautiful circle. That's what you want to see there. I do all my own stunts in this presentation. Thank you very much. So anyhow, continuing on, my videographer though does cut me off at some awkward times. So bear with me on some of these videos, but you'll get the idea. So now let's watch this circle again, because this is again the foundation for every single thing that we're gonna do. So you have to get this. When you start doing latte art, don't be like, oh, my circle's good enough, I'll move on. If it's not perfect, it's not good enough. It's a circle, make it perfect. You can do it, okay? Don't settle, make it perfect. Right, watching the circle again. Okay, so I texture, 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 texture. I pour, okay, stop right there. So now you can see I'm not 3 inches from the crema, okay? That's what we're talking about. That's where you should always start. If you have a smaller cup, you might start a little higher than the cup. If you have a really tall cup, you're not gonna start high from the cup because we don't need 3 inches from the cup. We need 3 inches from the crema is where we're looking to be there, okay? So we're going again. Oh no, backspace it up, sorry. Okay, ready? So I'm gonna pause it again. Okay, so we're pouring and now ready, watch right there. Okay, notice I bring the pitcher down to the cup, okay? There are 3 P's that we're gonna talk about today. Pace, proximity, position, okay? These 3 P's are how we are going to create beautiful art. They are the technique that make up our beautiful designs, okay? So you can see I bring the pitcher down. We start with the pitcher a little bit higher so we can sink our foam below the crema, but then we get super close. So in order to build our design, we lay our foam on top of our crema, okay? That's our proximity, that's our distance that we're talking about. So now we're super close. Now watch the speed of the pour. For all of these pours that we're doing, I want you to watch the 3 things, the pace, proximity, and the position. So the pace, watch the speed of the milk as we are pouring. Watch the proximity, the distance of the pitcher or the spout more appropriately, the spout to the crema, okay, not to the cup, to the crema. And then the position, watch where the spout is positioned for each pour, okay? So I come nice and close and now watch the pace. Look at how fast, look how much milk is coming out right there. Speed is huge in latte art. Everybody is so worried initially when they're learning latte art about overflowing the cup. Overflow it, get used to it. It's okay, overflow the cup, it's fine. Pour over a sink if you want to as you're starting. That's totally cool, but get that milk out. The slower you pour, the more your milk and your foam separate and the harder it is to actually get your design onto your cup. So don't be afraid of speed. Speed is your friend when it comes to this, all right? So we're gonna be aggressive in our pours. I say that a lot. Be aggressive, be aggressive with your milk. Get that milk out, okay? And then as I level my cup, my design finishes. Okay, so we're gonna watch the circle one more time because what I want you to watch this time, I start with my cup leveled, which I think makes for an easier pour. It's a little bit of, honestly, tomato. You'll see people do it both ways. I like to tip my cup because it allows me to get my spout closer to my crema easier is a big reason that I like to do it. And then the other reason is because if I have my cup right here and I have my espresso on top, if I tip my cup, it allows me to pool my espresso. So I have a bigger, deeper well, so I can end up with a nice brown top, which is what I want. I want to maintain, remember we want that definition, we want just those 2 colors. So it gives me better definition by maintaining that brown crema on top. If I kind of pool it so that I can sink that foam and keep that layer on top. Okay, we're gonna watch the circle one more time. Here we go, ready? And we're pouring, and now we're coming close. Okay, right here, I'm pausing. So watch the liquid right here. Watch at the back of the cup, okay? You're gonna see that I level my cup, I set it down at the same pace that my cup is filling, okay? So watch this, and now my pour speeds up, fast, 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 right there, right there, right there, right there, right there. So notice how slow, my cup does not go, okay? My cup does not go from here to here. It goes from here to here. Make sense? See that? It goes with it. As I'm pouring and my cup is filling, it's loving. It's not here, here, which is one mistake that people make that we'll get to. So pay attention to that in all of these designs as well. Okay, so I think we've got the circle down, right? We've got the foundations. We're gonna pour in the center. We're gonna come close. We're gonna pour quickly to get that foam out to build our big, beautiful circle. And then we're going to level as we fill. Now, let's go to the heart. Now, the fun thing about the heart is once you've got the circle down, you are right there for a heart. But do not skip the circle. Do not start with a heart. You're gonna make a fatal mistake that I'll get to later. Do not start with the heart. Start with the circle, okay? So for the heart, we're gonna do the same exact thing. Ready? Watch the video. Texture, texture, texture. Come, ready? 3 inches. Come down and pour and level and level and level and level and level and level. And I'm gonna stop it right there and pause it. Look, my cup is totally full. That is key. When you are pouring a heart, you don't cut it until your cup is full. Okay, you don't cut it when you're an inch from the top. You don't cut it when you're getting close to the top. You don't cut it when you think it's gonna overflow. All the way full. Fill that sucker up and then you cut it. Watch how little milk kind of goes through in that cup. That cup is slow and intentional and deliberate. You are not just like whoosh and rushing it through. Do not rush it. That will ruin all of the hard work you've put into up to this point, which is why you start with a circle, because you've learned patience. You've learned the pause by starting with a circle. So now with the heart, you're ready to ready, back to the video. Gently cut it. Look how slow that pull through was. Slow, deliberate, intentional. That's what you're going for. Ready? We're gonna do the heart just one more time. Same thing as the circle, texture, texture, texture. And we're 3 inches. We start pouring. Our cup gets about halfway full. We bring our spout down. We start pouring quickly to get our wide out to build our design and gently cut it through. Oh yeah, gentle, intentional, deliberate. That's what you are going for. Okay. Now let's move on to the Rosetta. Okay, so we've got the heart. Next up is our Rosetta. So now the Rosetta is going to add a fun little technique. It's going to add a wiggle, okay? So we're gonna see a wiggle happen here. We're gonna talk about it. Let's watch it first. All right, so for our Rosetta, guess what? It's the same as the circle. They all start the same way, which is why you are starting with a circle. Okay, so same thing. Yep. Oh, wait, did you guys see that? Did you catch that? Watch that again. I did something different here. Ready? And we're pouring, and oh man, I stopped. Why did I stop? Personal preference. So remember I talked about that positioning for the spout? So sometimes instead of just doing one continuous pour, like I did for the circle and the heart, I like to actually pause, stop, and get my spout in the right position, and then resume my pour. Is it better? Is it worse? Totally depends up to you. Absolutely try it both ways. Especially if you are washing out the bottom of your pour consistently, if the base of your pour is consistently washed out, I would say stop and reposition. I think that will help to clear that out. Okay, so now here comes the wiggle. Ready? Watch. Ready? Watch. And so starts the same way, and then look at that gentle wiggle. Gentle, 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 gentle. Nice little wiggle. It is not this like vicious thing, right? Like milk should not be splashing out of your pitcher. An easy way to practice this is, again, fill your pitcher like 2/3 with water, bring your water to the edge, and just kind of gently bounce it back and forth. Your water should be able to stay right there, okay? Here's the other big thing with the Rosetta that people make the mistake on. They don't pour fast enough, okay? So let's watch this Rosetta again. Let's see here. Okay, ready? We're gonna watch the Rosetta again. So again, texture, texture, texture. It all starts the same way, people. Texture, texture, texture. You've got to have your good milk in order to have good anything. Okay, ready? Watch. See, look at how, oops, back it up, back it up. Sorry, guys. Okay, back to the Rosetta. Okay, ready? Watch the pace of the pour. Watch how much milk is coming out when I start that Rosetta, okay? We drop it down, slow down the pace because I stop it, and look at how much milk is coming out. You have to be aggressive with that milk. Your Rosetta is a little bit like a ripple. It's like a wave effect. So if you aren't giving it that pressure to push those leaves out, your designs are always gonna end up small. And that's for any design. If you're ending up with small designs, you are probably not pouring fast enough, as you're gonna see here in a minute. Okay, so that's our Rosetta. Now let's go to our Tulip. All right, Tulip, we go to a smaller cup here. Tulip, we're gonna use a start and stop technique, okay? So let's watch this one. Whoops, yep, here we go. Ready? And we're going to go. Here we go. All right, so starts the same way because it's all the same, guys. That's why you're starting with your circle. Now look, I do a base like a Rosetta, then you pick it up, and then push, 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 push. Ready? Push, 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 push. Be aggressive with that milk for your Tulip. I totally spilled on this one, and then I tried to cover it up, and my videographer did me no favors on this one, so I apologize for the hot mess that one is at the end. But still, you get the idea. Let's focus on the pour here, okay? So Tulip employs a start and stop in the middle of the pour. So we're creating these layers, okay? But the layers are pushed into each other. How are they pushed into each other, you ask? With the speed of the milk, which is why, again, you've got to be aggressive with your milk to push that milk out, because that pushes those other layers. That's that wave motion. That's that ripple motion that we're talking about. Ready? One more Tulip. All right, texture, 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 texture. We're pouring in the center. We drop down just like we do for every single thing because we perfected our circles and we know all of this by now. And go, and go, and go. And now gentle. Look at intentional, gentle. Your pull through should always be gentle, intentional, deliberate. It should never be this rush thing because it will ruin any design that you do. All right, so now let's go on to, oopsie. All right, now let's go into those 3 P's. I've already kind of introduced you to them, so let's break them down a little bit more, because those 3 P's, pace, proximity, position, these are the 3 things when you are looking at like, wow, why did my pour come out that way? It's gonna be one of these 3. I guarantee it. You send me a video, I'm gonna be like, it's one of the 3 P's, and I will always be able to nail it down to one of the 3 P's, because it's these 3 P's that make up every good pour. So nail these down, tattoo them. You don't have to tattoo them. Maybe write them on your picture though, something like that. Write them by your espresso machine, something to that effect to kind of remind yourself. Okay, so pace. We've talked a lot about that speed that we're looking for, right? Okay, so let's look at the proper pace. We've seen this video a bunch, but let's just watch it one more time for kicks. Okay, so our good pace, we pour in the center, nice and steady when you begin your pour. Then you drop down, and then we speed up. The speed gives us the big design. That's what makes our design balanced in our cup, and balance is important for a beautiful design. So now let's look at what about if we go too slow or too fast, okay? Let's look at that now. So if we go over to, here we go, slide 16. Let's look at too slow. Nope, we're gonna go too slow. My design, my PowerPoint thought I was going too slow, so it tried to speed me up. Okay, ready? Here's too slow. If you pour, oops, we're gonna start with too fast because we're just not gonna fight it at a certain point. Ready? This is too fast. You pour, you start nice and steady, then you come close, and okay, that's too aggressive. I know I said be aggressive, but I didn't say dump your milk out. I said be aggressive. You are still in control of the milk. Do not be bullied by your milk. You are in control. You be the boss. So don't dump your milk like that, okay? You control it. You put it out nicely, but aggressively and quickly. Okay, now let's look at what happens with too slow. Ready? So we just saw too fast. Here's what happens when you go too slow, when you're kind of afraid of your milk. Again, you're being bullied by your milk. You're like, I don't want to overflow my cup, so I'm going to pour slow. No, don't pour slow, because look what happens. Oh, nothing happens when you pour too slow. Why does nothing happen? Because all of your foam is staying in your pitcher instead of getting out on top of our crema where we want it. So you can't pour too slow, you can't pour too fast. Speed and the pace of your pour is huge when it comes to art. So when you're looking at how do you refine your technique, look at your pace. This is a huge one. I'm huge. When you're learning how to write, videotape yourself. You have to have somebody videotape your pour, because then you can go back and watch it and see exactly what you do and kind of diagnose it. I'm huge on that. Even in classes, I'll videotape it with people and then we'll kind of break it down together. So videotape your pour. Okay, so that's our pace. Now let's talk about our proximity. So we've talked about distance, right? So the only way the design works is by laying our foam on top of our crema. If we don't get close enough, instead of laying on top of our crema, our foam falls beneath our crema, like in that initial pour. Or even worse, it kind of like splashes onto it, and then we get all that beige, which we do not want. Because how many colors do we want in our designs? 2, brown and white. We don't want beige, we don't want any of that shading, okay? So let's look at what we're talking about here. Here is not getting close enough. Watch, ready? Everything's gonna go good. So, texture, notice the texture in every single one. Notice that technique is the same in every single one. Look how high I am. What's coming out? Oh, nothing's coming out. What's happening? Nothing's happening. Nothing is happening. Why? Because I'm not close enough. My foam is sinking below my crema instead of laying on top of my crema like I want it to. So you have to make sure, when I say get close, watch the next video. You literally want to get your spout within ½ an inch of that crema to get your pour out there, because we are literally placing that foam where we want it, okay? So now let's talk a little bit about position, okay? Sometimes people look at the spouts like, oh, I don't even know how that happened. I don't even know why it's over there. It's over there because you put it over there, okay? The milk just doesn't go there. It follows wherever you put your spout. That's where the design goes. The design follows your spout, okay? So you have to put your spout in the exact position where you want your design. Example, watch this, ready? Okay. Look, notice the texture in every single video. They all start the same, right? Now we're gonna drop down. Where's my spout? Where's my spout? Is it in the center? No, it's at the top of my cup. So where's my design? My design is at the top of my cup. That's not pretty, that's not balanced. That doesn't have good symmetry to it, okay? Your design follows your spout. I cannot stress that enough. So many people are confused at why their design ends up where they want it to. Now watch this one, okay? Again, your design follows your spout. So in this one, texture, 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 okay? We pour in the middle, just like we've been doing for all of them. We get nice and close, and watch, ready? Instead of staying in the same spot, look, I'm pulling my pitcher back, I'm pulling my pitcher back, I'm pulling my pitcher back, and then I'm gonna pull through. Long, skinny rosettas are because you're pulling back. They are you, okay? You're the problem if you have a long skinny rosetta. It's because you pulled back. Now, sometimes you might want a long skinny rosetta if you're doing like a multiple design in a cup sort of thing. But if you're doing just a normal one, you probably want to have those leaves kind of round out like we talked about and like we saw in the very beginning. So if you have a long skinny rosetta, it's because you're pulling back. Because what does your design do? It follows your spout. If you're pulling your spout back, then your design is going to go back. But remember, for a rosetta or for a tulip, we want that wave motion. We want that push. So one of the big mistakes that people make is when they're doing rosettas, they see the white or the leaves coming out and they immediately start pulling back. Don't pull back. You stay, you stay, you stay. Okay, now let's watch a few other designs. Let's talk about how we improve our pour, kind of take it to the next level, if you will. So you've seen on kind of all of my pours, I kind of move my pitcher around a little bit. Why do I do that? Well, it's called chasing the white. Okay, so watch this one. So in my very initially, and this will happen to you when you start your pour, when you initially start pouring, you're gonna notice it's very common to end up a little bit of white on top, okay? See that white right there? You pour directly over it, and then you sink it down, and that gives you that nice dark brown base that you're looking for, okay? So when you're chasing, so the reason you see us moving around like that is because we wanna have a nice even brown surface. And a lot of times when you do that initial pour, you get some white out. So just pour directly on top of it, and that will sink it and give you the surface that we're looking for. All right, let's look at another one here. The start and stop. So this is what I talked about kind of on my initial videos. You can start and stop, or you can do one continuous pour. Here, I don't know what I do. I stop, and then I go back to it. Okay, we're gonna watch this rosetta just one more time because I really wanna talk about how you pause on rosettas and some of the mistakes that people make. I know this one's a little bit fuzzy, so sorry, but watch this, ready? So you come down and, okay, get ready to watch really closely, okay? What I want you to watch is how while that bottom is building, we are not moving our pitcher. Do not move your pitcher at this point, okay? I would say the big mistake people make in latte art, and I know I've listed a whole bunch of them, is they do too much movement. You move way more than you need to. Remember, it's between the milk and the espresso. You're just kind of holding it, so hold it and stay put. People in general do too much, right? Like steaming, ups and downs and all arounds. No, leave it. Same with your milk. Find your position, stay with it. Ready? Watch this, okay? And we get close. Watch. I stay, and then I kind of jump back. So, those are my tips for how to improve your latte art. It is all very intentional. You have the control, pace, proximity, position. Always go back to those three.
Yep.
At Klatch Coffee, we focus on buying only the top 1% of coffee available. When we bring in a new coffee, we do a series of roasts to get the flavor just right, something we call peak of flavor, so that you can love the coffees as much as we do.
Thank you, Heather. Wow. That was, you know, there's going to be an energy ad cut out of this, and I'm like the before picture, and she's the after picture. Anyway, and of whatever nutrient that we're pitching, or self-improvement class. Hey, let's look at a couple of pieces real quickly, a couple of spots from our Warrenville, about Warrenville and coffee, and that we created for this, and then we're going to go right to, we got Pierce Jens coming up, and to tell us everything we wanted to know about grinding. I know where it ends. Behind every great cup of coffee is a great grinder. No matter the brewing method, until you obtain a grinder, you're going to get mediocre results compared to the best. Think of a grinder as like chopping your stir-fry vegetables. If you chop too fine, they're soggy and too done. Too coarse, they aren't cooked enough. One of my favorite coffee books, I know you're not going to believe this, but one of my favorite coffee books is Goldilocks and the Three Bears because it perfectly teaches the concept of just right. Same with grinders. One company that leads the grinding area is, at least in consumer gear, is the U.S. company Baratza. Baratza came from the Bay Area and is a clear leader in home coffee grinders. Today we have Pierce Jens, who's a guy Baratza has who teaches and specializes in making their technology understandable to us poor, grateful consumers. Pierce, how are you?
I'm doing excellent, Kevin.
Okay.
Thank you.
Good. Well, Pierce is with me, ready to take it. I miscued him, but I'm going to say it again. Hey, Pierce, how are you?
I'm doing good, Kevin. How you doing?
I'm good. I think I've had a lot of coffee, and the presentations are going great. I'm learning stuff myself. I'm actually taking some notes while I'm listening, and I've got some to take when you talk to us. So I'm really appreciate you being with us today. And here's what I'm gonna do, just to save time. I'll throw to you, and I'll save any questions that I get, in online till the end, and then let's do it that way. I think it'll be more efficient.
Sounds good.
Thank you.
Well, shall I get into it here, Kevin?
Thanks.
Here's what we got. Introduction, both of myself and Baratza. Why you'd want to grind your coffee fresh, why you'd use a Burr grinder. Hopefully I can sell you on those two so you can think about what Burr grinder is right for me. And then we'll end off with how you would use your Burr grinder. I'm hoping that will spark an opportunity for some questions to come up for you. One of my favorite things about doing these CoffeeCon presentations is the back and forth with the customers, and it's a little bit different. Today, of course, we have the COVID pleasure of dealing with here when it comes to logistics, but I really am hoping that we can get some great Q&A going on at the end. We'll do first an introduction of myself. I'm Pierce Jens with Baratza. I've been with Baratza for over 10 years now, which is hard to believe for me looking back. I have here a picture of myself from 2014, so not quite 10 years ago. It's not just a short-haired and a long-haired Pierce, but I'm just trying to show you who I am and how long I've been here with Baratza. In my time at Baratza, I've both been in support and I've been the support manager. That's my current role. And that has created some wonderful opportunities for me to have conversations with people at all places in their coffee journey. People are just starting out to people who are professionals and way beyond where I'm at. And that opportunity for different conversations has been awesome for me because it's let me meet people where they're at and explain things in different ways. And I'm hoping that because of this experience I've had, I can do a good job of helping you with your coffee journey. Baratza is a coffee grinder manufacturer. That is all we do. We do specialty coffee grinders. I have here our lineup of coffee grinders, and we'll talk a little bit more when we're looking at features to think about in coffee grinders later on, what we have here in our lineup. But let me talk just a little bit about Baratza as a company in general. Because our niche is coffee grinders, we really lean into looking for opportunities to make them better, and to make them better means to make them a better tool for helping you enjoy delicious coffee. So innovation has been really an integral part of Baratza. We've brought to market micro adjustment, grind by weight, and grind by weight into your portafilter. Another part of our ethos that I particularly love, both from my support perspective, but also on a personal level, I like to work on machines and to fix things. And in this day and age, this idea of throw it away and replace it. It seems to be just too pervasive, but not here at Baratza. Our ethos of sustainability is hallmarked by our slogan, "Don't dump it, fix it." And it's not just a talk. We also walk the walk, starting with the design phase. You have to start with something good to end up with something good. And we'll come back to that a little bit later when we're talking about why you'd grind fresh. But when we're looking at our coffee grinders, they are designed to be repaired. And we back up that design with the next step of offering parts so that you can repair them. And we offer them at a price that encourages you to repair them yourself. In support, I, again, deal with people of all levels of coffee knowledge. I also deal with all people with all levels of technical expertise. And it's been really fun over the years helping people who say, oh gosh, I've never fixed anything before like that. I don't know which end of a screwdriver to hold, for example. But when they look at the content that we offer in terms of PDF guides or videos that help you fix your grinder at home, it's really empowering. And when you couple that with the pricing of our parts and the fact that they can be repaired, I've had some amazing follow-ups from customers just glowing with being able to repair their appliance for the first time ever, and they're able to get an even longer life out of it. Let's switch gears and let's look at why you would want to grind your coffee fresh. My first topic here in this why you'd grind your coffee fresh is a little bit of a difficult idea for me to communicate. And what it relates to is the care that has gone into creating the coffee that you're brewing. So I'm going to walk us through a bit of the process that comes into creating specialty coffee and then link that to the grinding. So bear with me and I'll see if I can connect the dots for you, and then I'll also have an analogy at the end that will hopefully help folks who aren't clicking with this foodie aspect. The definition of specialty coffee, here's the Wikipedia definition. It's coffees that are scored with greater than 80 points out of 100 on this grading scale. The grading scale is something that I'm not well equipped to explain to you. What I want you to read in this definition is that specialty coffee is the best of the best. It is literally the best coffee in the world. The Specialty Coffee Association has a better definition for specialty coffee, that I invite you to read here. My takeaway from this definition is that specialty coffee is really the product of people who are dedicated, experienced, knowledgeable professionals, and it's accumulation of skills of different people in different areas of life that leads to creating the coffee which we deem to be specialty. Let's zoom in and look at who is involved in creating specialty coffee, and it all starts at the source. You have to start with something good to end with something good. And when we're talking about coffee beans, it starts with growing of the coffee farmer. Farming coffee is a science and it is an art, and it takes people who really care and want to do a good job and are equipped with the right tools and knowledge to do that job, and that is the farmers. The farmers sometimes will have generations of knowledge going into the growing of their crops. From farming, we get the coffee, and it's the coffee bean that actually has a fruit attached to the outside of it. And these two need to be parsed apart to get the green coffee bean that we roast, grind, and enjoy. And parsing that fruit away from the coffee bean is, again, an art, it's a science, it's a profession, and it takes skill. How you do it really affects the flavor of your coffee. So we have, again, another vertical of expertise that goes into preparing the coffee that eventually may become specialty coffee. And after it is grown and the fruit is pulled away from the coffee bean, then the green coffee buyer comes in and makes an assessment, makes a grade of the coffee on this 100-point scale, and deems whether or not it is specialty coffee. Another fully blown profession, art, science to it, and it's actually a sensory science. So this is the SCAA's coffee taster flavor wheel. And this is a description of the different flavors that you would find in a coffee bean. And the balance of these flavors and how they show up is what the green coffee buyer is looking for. They're looking for a balance of the actual chemical compounds in the green coffee bean that are there because of the processing, because of the growing. So it must be grown, processed, picked to have the right mix of these, to have the right flavors at the end of the day, to be delicious. That's what specialty coffee is all about. All right, so we have coffee grown, processed, picked. Now we got to roast it. Again, another vertical of expertise or profession. The roaster takes this green coffee bean through a chemical transformation and highlights the flavors in that specific bean to really best showcase the care that's gone into it at this point. And from there, it's your turn to grind the coffee. And let me connect the dots now to why fresh ground is best. When you are grinding the coffee bean, what you're actually doing is you're splitting it up and you're exposing more surface area of that coffee bean. You do this so that when you're brewing coffee, the water is exposed to a lot of surface area, or the bean is exposed to a lot of surface area for the water to get with it and actually pull the good solubles out of the bean. Well, if you grind coffee and you don't brew with it, it still has a lot more surface area exposed, but rather than being exposed so that water can draw the good stuff out, it's exposed to the air, and the air will draw the good stuff out of the ground coffee. There are some delicate aromatics in roasted coffee that will degrade through oxidation, which Luigi and Eric mentioned a little bit in their chat about espresso earlier on. So when you grind your coffee, you really want to use it as soon as possible. Otherwise, you're losing out on some of these delicate flavors that are in there because of all the care that went into picking that coffee, processing that coffee, growing that coffee, roasting that coffee. It's you at the last step that can really highlight all the care that's gone into expressing the coffee bean itself. So when Kevin and I were doing the interview for CoffeeCon, we were talking about this idea. You can see how long it took me to go through that background of why you'd want to grind your coffee fresh so that you get the best flavor out of it. I mean, it seems like a simple concept, but I wanted to make sure to stress all the care that's gone into it and how much of an effect that has on the flavor in the cup. And this is not an uncommon theme in cooking. I mean, Kevin was using just in the intro for me now. There's a lot of examples like that in food science, you know, fresh garlic versus dried garlic or herbs. But what kind of example, metaphor can we use that's outside of the spectrum of food? And when Kevin and I were doing the interview, we talked about high fidelity stereo at the end. And that was an interesting link for me outside of the food spectrum. And I wanted to walk through this in case there's anyone watching who's having trouble understanding why fresh is best, with the hope that connecting it to something outside of food will be some connecting dots. So if you look at someone who's an experienced guitarist, they're the source, they're the producer, they are like the coffee farmer. They're really good, they have a lot of skill, they have a lot of experience. And when you're listening to their music live, it's amazing. But when you're listening to music at home, there's a couple of more steps in the process. You have the person who's just this awesome musician, and their music is being recorded. And the person who's doing the recording is also someone who is really experienced at their trade. They're using the right equipment, they're using the right techniques, and this is similar to the processing and roasting aspects that I was going through earlier. And then it comes to you, the home brewer, the home listener, and you have something that's had a lot of care put into it. If you play it on a regular stereo, you might lose out on some of those aspects that are only in there because of the care that went into the recording, because of the skill and experience of the producer, of the musician. That's where a hi-fi stereo can be really fun. You get to hear the breathing in of the musician. You get to hear the twang of the strings in a different way. And it's really something delightful. Anyway, I hope that clicks with someone out there. Why you would want to grind your coffee fresh is so that you can really experience and express the coffee to the highest degree possible. Another really big component to grinding fresh is that grind size affects flavor. And we talked about that in the espresso chat too. I mean, Luigi and Eric talked about that you want to go finer or coarser to get the flavor to where you want it to be. And that's the same thing with all types of coffee because it affects extraction. But grind size also needs to be changed to suit different brewing methods. If you're doing a French press or you're doing a Kalita, using the same grind size for the two is not going to get you the flavor that you're looking for, maybe in either, depending on what grind size it is that you're using. Grinding fresh gives you the opportunity to not only adjust your grind to really look for the sweet spot in finding the right flavor, but it also lets you use different brew methods. You can get whole beans and you can grind them for French press, and you can grind them the next day at a finer grind for a Kalita or a V60. Why grind fresh again is you want to continue this care to maximize the flavor through minimizing oxidation, and you want to be able to adjust your grind size for different brew methods and dialing in your brew methods. All right, so why a Burr grinder? You're thinking, okay, I can understand, Pierce, why I would want to grind fresh, but can't I just use the blade grinder that I already have? And let me first go into what a Burr grinder is. So I have here an image of the flat burrs and conical burrs from a couple of the grinders in the Baratza lineup. Flat and conical Burr grinders are the most prevalent when you look at coffee grinders, home coffee grinders, that is. And on either flat or conical burrs, what we're dealing with is a precision-made cutting edge. This is a picture of the cone burr in our Virtuoso grinder. And look with me at the top of the cone burr. There's 6 points on the top. It looks a little bit like a star. If you work down, you can see that there's this swirl, this auger on the top 2/3 of the burr. And then near the bottom, that bottom third or so, there's some finer teeth. Well, the idea is that as the burr turns, this auger, it pulls the beans down and it pushes them down towards those finer teeth at the bottom, and they get cut between this cone burr and the ring burr. How many points are on this burr? What is the shape of that swirl in the auger? How many teeth are in the fine teeth? What's the spacing between them? All of this is not an accident. It is a very intentional design, and we're looking again at a deep vertical of expertise, knowledge, know-how, professionalism. And that is actually something that Baratza looks towards people who are experts in the field of when we're looking for burrs to put into our coffee grinders. So our coffee grinders use burrs from Ditting, Malkonig, and Etzinger. And you might be wondering, well, Baratza is a big coffee grinder company. Why don't they make their own burrs? We are experts in making coffee grinders, but this aspect of burr design and creation, it has so much know-how that goes into it that it's its own deal, and we want to lean into the knowledge and expertise of people who are experts in that field so that we can bring the best value to you in our coffee grinders. So reason one of why a Burr grinder and not a different type of grinder for grinding fresh is Burr grinders, coffee Burr grinders, have a purpose-built cutting edge. They're built for the purpose of grinding whole roasted coffee beans. Another really big reason behind using a Burr coffee grinder is that they all have controlled adjustability. And with that controlled adjustability comes repeatability. So I have a cartoon here of the flat burrs and the conical burrs that I had pictured before grinding coffee. You can see the whole coffee beans going in, the ground coffee getting kicked out. And what I want you to look and focus in on is the gap between those two burrs. When the beans are going through the burrs, they're reduced in size, and the biggest possible size the ground coffee can be is the size of that gap. If it's bigger than that gap, it's not going to fit through. It's not going to be able to go through your burrs. So you know that your grind is at least that big, and then you also have that precision-built cutting edge, which is reducing the in a very scientific way so that it produces a repeatable result. When you're grinding your coffee, if you keep that gap the same and you're using the same coffee and you're using the same burrs because you're using the one coffee grinder, then your results will be very, very repeatable. And they're very controllable. If you make the gap between the burrs a little bit less, if you make it a little bit more, you have the intentional design of the burr still reducing the bean in size. You have the gap controlling the maximum size that can come through. And that is a really key aspect to variable control. This is important because there are a lot of variables going on when you're making coffee. There's the beans that you're using, the origin that they're from, and then the processing is a part of that as well. There's the roast aspect, the brew method that you're using, the ratio of coffee to water, the temperature of the water that you're using, agitation, which is how much the water actually stirs up the coffee, the time that the coffee and the water are together for time it can be more representative of how the other variables are going, but you can also think about a cold brew that you put in a fridge overnight versus making hot coffee. Those are very different in terms of time and temperature. The water that you're using, again, Luigi and Eric were touching on hard water, and that is another science in itself. And then you have the grind size. I think of getting the best flavor out of your coffee as a quest. It's a series of experiments. You're trying to figure out what is it that I can do to really make this coffee the best possible. And if we zip back one slide, back to this variable slide, how would we control these? Well, the coffee beans and the roast, if you're using the same bag of beans, then you have those locked down. Brew method, you can use the same brew method again and again and keep that one in control. Ratio, that one you can control just by making sure you're using the same amount of coffee and water each time. Temperature, there's a lot of great kettles on the market these days. You can set the temperature and know that you're using the same temperature water. Agitation can be controlled with some intentional pouring or by using something that is automated, think like a drip coffee maker. Time, you can keep an eye on that and control that with the other variables, and to some extent, if you're using the same water, you have that one in control. And then grind size, that's the one that you control with the coffee grinder. All right, so we're thinking about experimentation, and that makes me think back to grade school. And I don't know how many viewers out there did this in grade school, but I remember doing experiments where you would have a pea seed and you would grow it with water and you would grow it with Mountain Dew, and you would see how that affected how the peas' germination and growth actually went. And I remember my science teacher was really, really stressing that when you're designing the experiment, you want to have controls and you want to have one single variable. The reason behind that is if you have more than one variable, you're not sure which change is causing the results that you're finding. Whereas if you have one variable and you run a couple instances with that one variable changing, then you can directly link that to the change in results. When you're making coffee, it can feel like quite the experiment. Here's a screen grab from Flubber with Robin Williams. And this level of craziness in science and chemistry might be what it feels like when you're trying to make coffee. But the Burr grinder and an attentional approach to finding the best flavor can really go a long ways in simplifying that. Now let's connect the dots back to this idea of using a Burr grinder to grind fresh instead of some other type of grinder. And I have a cartoon weed whacker here because a common other type of grinder at home is the blade grinder. And the blade grinder works by whipping a blade around that hits whatever it's in its way and it breaks it down in size. And it's a fantastic tool for grinding fresh, but it's not a fantastic tool for getting repeatable results or consistent results because of the mechanics of how it functions. If you compare this weed whacker style grinder to a Burr grinder, you look at the fact that a Burr grinder is a precision-built cutting edge and that it has this specific gap between the two cutting edges that regulates the grind size. That's just above and beyond in terms of control and adjustability compared to a blade grinder. So really why you'd want to use a Burr grinder to grind fresh is because of that purpose-built cutting edge and the fact that it has a high level of control and adjustability to it. All right, now I hopefully have you sold not only on grinding fresh, but also on using a Burr grinder to grind fresh. And maybe you're thinking at this point, what Burr grinder is right for me? Quick and easy answer, Baratza Encore. Don't forget, I'm from Baratza. I have to say this because the Encore is our #1 seller for a great reason. It has a lot of bang for the buck packed under the hood. This is a grinder that is very versatile. It'll grind for your cold brew course. It'll get down to your espresso grind. It does the grinding fresh. It has those precision-made burrs inside it, and it's our best seller for a reason. There are other features and other grinders to think of, though, outside of Baratza included. And so let me touch on some other considerations you might make if you're looking at upgrading or getting a Burr grinder. Micro adjustment is one that you really want to take into consideration if you're doing espresso. Again, something Luigi and Eric touched on. What micro adjustment is the capability to make really small adjustments to your grind size. When you're actually looking at the grind size of your coffee, it's measured in microns. And so the micro adjustment, it makes micron-sized adjustments to your grind size. And this shows up in your espresso extraction by allowing you to make such small changes to the grind size that you can get as little as a 1 second change in your shot time. Now, espresso, espresso, espresso is what I want you to think when I say micro adjustment, because micro adjustment doesn't make a very big effect on the grind size, and that magnitude of effect is critical for doing espresso, but it actually doesn't even show up when you're doing manual pour over or other brew methods out. So micro adjustment is a must-have if you want to get your recipe dialed in. You want that 18 in, 36 out, 30-second extraction time. You're at 29 seconds, you need to get to 30 seconds. You need micro adjustment to get your grind size tweaked by that little bit. If you're not doing espresso, you don't have plans on doing an espresso, you're not going to get any value by investing extra in a grinder for that feature alone. Grind by weight. So think back to that list of variables that I was playing earlier. Think back to Luigi and Eric measuring their coffee and weighing their output from the espresso machine. Ratio control is a really big aspect in finding the best flavor from your coffee as well. You'll see common in recipes. Here I have a recipe from Heart Roasters where they're saying use 22 grams of coffee. And the reason why we measure in weight in coffee rather than volume is volume doesn't take density into effect. If you think about taking a cup of flour and a cup of sugar from baking, well, think about taking a cup of coarse grind or a cup of fine grind in coffee. The difference in density between those two is significant. In your cup of coarse grind, you're going to have actually less coffee than in your cup of fine grind. And then we connect the dots is my phrase of the day. We connect the dots to that idea of one variable control for finding the best flavor. Well, if you're changing the grind size and you're measuring volumetrically, you're also changing the ratio. And now you have two variables up in the air, and that's going to make it a lot more frustrating to get the best flavor out of your coffee. So grinding by weight, really doing your ratio by weight is how you would hold that in check. You'll see that too in more advanced baking. It won't be use a cup of flour and sugar, it'll be use 100 grams and 100 grams, and the same concept applies here. You can totally do this by getting that $15 scale they were talking about earlier and weighing your beans after you grind it to make sure that you have the right weight. But if you get a grinder that has a grind by weight function, you can make your flow a lot smoother, and it's something that's a great consideration. There are other aspects outside of the specific aspects of the grinder that really I'd encourage you to take into account when you're thinking of buying anything. And value is a big one. What value does this actually provide me? In the Baratza grinders, I think about the fact that we do use burrs from people who are experts in their field, and we do have innovative features to really make your grinder perform well. We have parts, we have support, we have how-tos. We want you to get the best value out of your grinder. We want you to have great longevity. We're not going to tell you to throw it out and go get another one. Value is something that comes from the company behind the grinder, as does quality. Performance would be an aspect of the appliance of the grinder itself, and that I think of the burrs, and I think of the grind size range that it offers, the micro adjustability. Accessories can be a fun one if you like to have it stylistically matching your grinder. You can get little swag kits for it that add color, flair to your grinder, or you can have other accessories like a smaller hopper that might fit under your counter better. And then support. I'm the support manager. I have to plug support because it's something that you might have to deal with. It's the real world out there, and if you have a problem, if you have a question, then the quality of support can be a serious consideration whenever you're buying anything. We're getting close to the Q&A, and I want to get the wheels turning for you on questions you might have, if you don't have any jotted down already, by opening up this question of how to use a burr grinder. And I have a little bit of a cheeky answer for you. Follow the instructions. In our grinders anyway, we put a lot of care into writing our quick start guides. Our quick start guides will help you get the grinder out of the box, put it together, get you up and grinding, and on your way towards enjoying delicious coffee. Along with the quick start guide included with the grinder, We have on our website a page for grinding tips that gives you an idea of where you might start on your grind size, and it has some other resources there. So let me go ahead and show my, my agenda here and wrap things up and turn it over to the Q&A. Kevin?
Whenever you're ready.
Okay, I do have a question that came up, and Archimedes is, and he's asking, yeah, I know, I'm sorry. Some people are, Archimedes is asking a question. What is it, Pat?
Some people recommend not grinding the coffee in a single cycle to avoid friction.
Yes. Some people suggest not grinding the coffee in a single cycle to avoid a certain type of friction.
Ruining the coffee.
It ruins. They claim it ruins the coffee. What do you understand that? Do you think? What do you think of that?
A single cycle, they say.
Yeah.
Pulse instead.
What do you recommend?
Okay. Okay. So I think what Archimedes is referencing here is the idea that heat generation can affect flavor in the bean. Yes. And it's a question that's come up for me a few times over the years in support. And on the support team, we have a bunch of people who are coffee professionals. They've come from roles of roasting coffee or director of coffee. And I've had this conversation with everyone in support. We're not aware of any study that actually corroborates the idea that heat generation or heat application from grinding the coffee beans does affect flavor. So I don't have a black and white answer, but I do have an idea to share, which is that when roasting coffee, it reaches temperatures way beyond what it might when you're grinding the coffee. So for me, I don't worry about the effect of heat on the flavor of coffee when you're looking at grinding in little pulses, little bursts, or grinding it all in one go. Again, though, I do recommend grinding it fresh before you brew and not batch grinding, so I want to make sure that I'm clear there.
Okay, that is clear. Mike in Cedar Rapids says, I use a Chemex. I've heard you should go coarser with this brewer. How do I know if I'm grinding out right? And I think Pierce, what he's asking about is, I'm guessing here, but I think what he's saying is how can he visually tell? What's a good way to describe that, if there is a way?
Oof, gosh. I mean, what I've heard before is, or read before, is comparisons to salt, kosher salt. But I don't find that particularly helpful from my experiences because different grinders grind coffee differently. And I've used a grind that is much finer than coarser salt and had excellent results from a Chemex from one grinder. And I've used a really coarse grind from another grinder and used it. So, that's a good one, Mike. I think my advice for you would be to check in with the manufacturer of the grinder that you're using and see if they have a recommendation. If they don't, going to the roaster is always a wonderful thing to do. You can bring a sample of your grind, you can ask for a sample of their grind, ask for some brew tips around it. But really, aside from looking at the grind, my best advice is to look at the flavor in the cup of coffee. If it's powder fine, if it's chunky, coarse, whole beans, what really matters at the end of the day is how it tastes, how that taste shows up in your cup of coffee, and you want to adjust your grind size to express that. I also want to mention that I've had some troubles with the Chemex myself, not just the grind size, finding the right grind size, but also the agitation aspect plays a large role in brewing your coffee with the Chemex. We actually have a blog on our website that talks a little bit about agitation, especially in terms of the Chemex and brewing with your sete, because it can be a two-variable situation when you're trying to perfect that one. I found some other brew methods to be a little bit easier to deal with, but by golly, the Chemex makes some fantastic coffee once you figure it out.
Yeah, I'm a Chemex guy, and I can tell you the grind is sometimes pretty strange to figure out. Part of the reason I think for that, and I'm just going to jump in as an end user, I think the filter itself on the Chemex has something to do with controlling the contact time. That, and one of the things that's hard about timing, I've heard some people say, well, you know, you go for 4 to 6 minutes is what the industry claims for drip. in general is the contact time. Well, you know, when you're doing interval pours, you know, that's not easy to do, to add those times up and really figure it out perfectly. So I agree. I think Pierce, you probably solved it with the best ways, trial and error plus, of course, taste being the final arbiter. We have anything else?
John Reynolds.
John Reynolds has a question.
When do you know when to change the burrs?
When do you know when to change the burrs?
When to change your burrs, John? That's a good question as well. And I wish it was easy as looking at the burrs, but they are really hard to assess visually. So instead, the first place to start is to look at what the expected lifetime of the burr should be. In the Baratza lineup, you're looking for around 500 pounds on steel burrs and 750 on the ceramics. You can do a little bit of guesswork on how much coffee you might use. If you're doing a pound a day, you're looking at maybe around 10 years would be the time span for changing your burrs. But that alone is not a consideration or not something to base your burr change on. We've had a grinder in for service that had 1,000 pounds on a set of steel burrs, and we called the customer up out of curiosity. It was actually a cafe. And they said, the performance, the taste in the cup is fantastic. No, we don't want to change the burrs. They're well seasoned, they're awesome. So use that marker, whatever the expected lifespan of the burr from your specific grinder is, just as a general marker. When you want to look a little bit closer, some other things that happen when your burrs wear is they lose the fine edge, the sharp edge on them that does a nice clean cut of the beans. So I'm really speaking for the Baratza grinders because I know them the best, but when your burrs start to wear out, your coarse grind will degrade. You'll have more fines in your coarse grind, but your fine grind, it usually still holds up because you're crushing those beans. You don't count on that sharp edge of doing the clean break quite as much. It's a little harder to notice on your espresso grind than it is in your drip grind. A slowdown in your grind speed can also be an indicator of some worn burrs because they're not able to push the coffee through as quickly. They take a little bit longer to do that pulverization of it. The easiest way to see if worn burrs are what you're dealing with is to change the burrs and see if that fixes your performance issue. But I would only get to that point if your gut check is saying, gosh, this seems like something worth spending the money on because the speed's way down, the coarse grind was great, and now it's not, and it's not because of the coffee I'm using or another one of those variables. So I hope that helps, John. That's a tricky question you got for us.
That is a tricky question, John. And as an end user, I can only tell you, I don't like to change my burrs. I just get used to some. It's like old socks, you know. I'm really comfortable with them. Anyway, that's not a very scientific answer, but you know, just do what Pierce says. Forget the guy behind this curtain. Anyway, well, thank you. I've got other questions, but I've also got a little schedule thing, right, Dennis? You want me to throw to something? Oh, we got a commercial for you guys. Pierce, and then, but thank you for being with us today. There are other questions they're going to pile up. I think this is a fascinating subject because it always gets a lot of energy. I think grinding is, honestly, after you get a brewer you like, everything is figuring out the grind, and a grind with the same brewer, a grinder will make a tremendous difference in the quality. Thank you very much, Pierce. Good to see you again.
Thanks for having me, Kevin.
All right, we'll talk to you soon. Bye now. And let's, yeah, he's got it. He's got well, thank you, boy. That was great to grinders. I'm telling you, man. You get into grinders, you're going to really change your coffee a lot. I think some of the wildest experiences I've had are with different grinders. I do have a Dennis. Am I going straight to? Okay. We are going to have Alan Adler with us in just a moment, but I want to first show a clip that tells us a little story about the inventor of the Aeropress. Let's cue that.
I'm Alan Adler, the inventor of the Irby Flying Ring and the Aeropress coffee maker. From the age of 13 on, I loved sailing and I wanted to design sailboats. The design of sailboats led me to study aerodynamics. And pretty soon I was applying my newly acquired knowledge of aerodynamics to designing things that you throw. The Irby flies level like an airplane. And people who aren't used to throwing the Irby, they aim it up in the air. But that's not the way airplanes fly. They fly level. And that's the way the Irby flies best. This is a Frisbee disc cut in half, and you can see it's very thick. It's more than an inch thick. And when it flies through the air, it has to push a lot of air out of the way, and that slows it down. So I thought if I could come up with a thin flying disc, it would be easier to throw and it would go farther. The thing that I most wanted to improve upon was the straightness of flight. I discovered the key to straight flight was this little, I call it a spoiler lip on the edge. Without that, the front of the ring tends to have more lift than the back. And when the ring is not in balance, it doesn't fly straight. And that is the patented feature of the Irby flying ring. The balance was so good that one of these has been thrown 1,333 feet, which is the farthest human-thrown object in history. Some inventions are just a better way to do something that's already being done, an improved product. Other inventions are pretty new, and I would say that the Aeropress coffee maker is quite new.
Our story begins here with coffee.
The way I got the idea for the Aeropress was that I realized that the coffee makers that we had in our house were not very good for making a single cup. And yet, 90% of the time when I wanted to make coffee, that's what I wanted, was one cup. When you look at the coffee brewing process, it's interesting that it's really a succession of shorter and shorter processes. 100 years ago, people used to throw some grounds of coffee in a pot and boil it for as long as an hour. Around 1950, there was quite a leap forward in coffee making called the automatic drip machine.
This is Mr. Coffee, precision coffee brewing system.
And it took about 5 minutes. The Aeropress cuts that 5 minutes down to about 1 minute. I'll go through the process here. We'll take one filter and we'll put it in the cap and we'll screw it onto the bottom of the chamber. Put the chamber on the mug. Put some ground coffee in here, some hot water on top of that. And then I stir for 10 seconds. I put the plunger in the chamber. And I've developed this very lazy way of pressing. I'm just basically letting gravity push my arm down. And the air pressure that you've created would cause the filtering process to get done in less than a minute. And because it's a shorter time, the coffee is much less bitter, has lower acid level, it's easier on your stomach. And you can drink it as espresso, or you can mix it with milk, and it's a latte. That's one of the most popular drinks, really, is a latte. I myself have one every morning. It's just blown me away the way the world has embraced this coffee maker.
I'm here today to show you how to make an awesome cup of coffee with the Aeropress. I'm going to show you my Aeropress technique. This is the Aeropress brewer.
You'll be amazed at the different ways people have come up with to use an Aeropress.
And we don't use it the regular way up, we actually do it inverted, upside down.
The Aeropress allows anybody making a cup of coffee to be an inventor of sort.
This is the inverted Aeropress.
This is my travel Aeropress.
That's a good workout too.
This is a lot of other stuff we make, and one of my newest designs is the Mega Top. But my favorite children, so to speak, are the Aerobee Pro Ring and the Aeropress coffee maker. People come up to me all the time. They don't say, I use an Aeropress. They say, I love my Aeropress. And that's very nice. I enjoy that.
Oh, I love seeing that. You know what I think? Well, we've already given it away with the video, but you know what I think the most popular, tweakiest manual coffee maker is? Well, I was going to give you 3 guesses, but you already know. You've already guessed it. But you know, you would have guessed it anyway because no one else would mistake it for any other coffee maker. It breaks all the rules. It's plastic. It's grind friendly. It uses a small paper filter. And there are as many ways to brew using it as any method I can think of. It's the only brewer I can think of that works upside down. Its inventor created it on a lark in his spare time after making his mark with the Aerobee disc. Favorite of college students. I tell you, I've almost seen as many times people tossing an Aerobee around as I have you've seen people using the Aeropress. Anyway, I asked Alan to come share his story at CoffeeCon San Francisco in 2012. Knowing he was a high-tech engineer, he surprised us when he requested an overhead projector, well known for being one of the most proven and safe audience sleep-inducing methods known to man. I was shocked when I walked in the room and he had his audience mesmerized as he sketched out his designs. I've invited him to other CoffeeCon events, but he doesn't like to travel much. So from San Francisco's famed Bay Area, we finally have with us Alan Adler, again with us.
Hi, Kevin.
Hi, Alan. Oh, it's great to see you.
You know, you said that the overhead projector is sleep-inducing. And then a moment later, you said I had my audience mesmerized.
Well, they weren't
Does
asleep.
that mean I had them asleep?
No, they weren't asleep. They were hypnotized. They were in great. They were at rapt attention. That's a better way to put it. Rapt attention.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you. Good to see you.
Well, I know you want me to tell about the development of the Aeropress, and the interesting thing is that it didn't start out like many of my inventions as a quest for a product. It was just strictly something I wanted to do in my own kitchen. And I had been using Nespresso capsules, and the standard Nespresso capsule only holds 5 grams of coffee. Excuse me, I've got to clear my throat. They also make what they call a double or a double, but it's not 10 grams. It's just a slight increase of 2 more grams up to 7. I was using 2 and sometimes 3 of those capsules to make my morning coffee. And sometimes now I use 36 grams of coffee, which would be 7 of those capsules.
Wow.
For $3.50 worth of capsules. So I tried to make an automatic drip machine make a single serving, and I could never do that. I eventually bought a Gaggia home espresso machine and a Baratza grinder, but I wanted to turn down the temperature on the Gaggia, and there's no way to do that. I got interested in the idea of a lower temperature from the inventor of the Chemex. He shipped his Chemex brewers with a little blue piece of paper that said, try a lower temperature. He didn't suggest the exact temperature, but we had tried it years before and it tasted better.
Interesting.
So I started my exploration. I won't call it a development because it wasn't a development at first, by trying lower temperatures in a pour over. And I was impressed at how much better a pour over tasted when I used lower temperature water. And I eventually settled on 175, which surprisingly turned out to be the best temperature for the Aeropress as well. Because a lower temperature tasted so much better, I also wanted to try a shorter time. Pardon me. I wanted to shorten the wet time because I thought if a lower temperature tastes better, then maybe a shorter time will taste less bitter as well. So I pushed on the slurry in the cone filter with the back of a soup spoon and had absolutely no effect. And I realized that I needed to completely encapsulate the slurry so I could apply air pressure and push it down into the cup. Can you show my slide of, I made this sketch and I went out in my shop and I made this thing. And the sketch I'd like to show you right now, here it is the very first sketch I made of an Aeropress. And surprisingly, the final product looks almost exactly the same. Okay, you can go back to me now.
Dennis, can you go back to Alan?
Yeah, I'm back live. Okay. Yeah, yeah.
There you are.
So I used this thing. It only took me a day to make it, and I used it, and I was just blown away with how smooth and rich the coffee tasted. And I made a couple more samples, slight variations in size, and they all tasted good. So I invited Alex Tennant, the general manager of our sport toy business, over to my house for a cup of coffee. And he took a taste and he said, Alan, I can sell a ton of these. So we made the somewhat reluctant decision to go into the coffee maker business. At this point, we had spent about 20 years developing means of distribution and sales for sport toys. And we realized we'd be starting from zero with a coffee maker, but it seemed worth doing. Once I had in mind that this was going to be a real product, I started making a lot of prototypes, and I probably made a total of 35. Can you show the picture of me with some of my prototypes now? There I am. Okay. So on the left of your screen there, you see a bicycle pump. Below it, you see a little squeeze bulb. Those were alternative ways to apply pressure. On the far right, at the bottom, you see a wide white thing. That was one that had a larger diameter. And by spreading out the bed of coffee thinner, you could accelerate the push time. The push time with an Aeropress takes between 30 and 60 seconds if you do it right. And I was thinking that was too long, so I tried to make it shorter. I wasted a couple of months on that, and I finally realized that it just takes time to push the liquid through the filter. I'm ready to go back live now, by the way.
Dennis, we can take Ellen live. Can we get...
So,
right, thanks.
I eventually got a final design, and I made 5 identical brewers. And Alex Tennant's wife, Patty, was principal of St. Francis High School in Mountain View. And with her help, we loaned these 5 Aeropresses to 5 of the teachers who drank coffee. And I asked them to use them for a couple of weeks. And then I interviewed them, and they all liked it. They all used it almost every day. One person thought that it rolled off the counter too easily because the bottom flange at that time was perfectly round and it could roll. So that's how we ended up with a hexagon at the bottom, which can't roll. I cut out a bunch of little shapes and I showed them to a bunch of people, mainly women. I thought at this point, our customer base would be women. You know, we imagine women in the kitchen, but it's turned out it's actually probably more men these days than women. At any rate, the women all liked the hexagon, which surprised me because it seemed kind of industrial to me, but that's what they liked. It took about a year to get our production molds working, which is about double what it should have taken. And we went to the Coffee Fest in Seattle in the fall of 2005. And we showed the thing and brewed coffee there in the booth for people and sold Aeropresses for $20. Wow. And I remember that everybody balked at the idea of using 175 degree Fahrenheit water. And there was one guy in particular who obviously knew a lot about coffee. I said, well, use any temperature you like, but in addition to whatever you like, try 175. And he came back the next day and said, you know, you were right. 175 actually tasted best of all. The other thing people balk at is the short time. Our instructions say to add water and stir for 10 seconds and then start pressing. And for example, the fellow you had early in today's sequence who demonstrated a variety of brewers, he was steeping the coffee. Well, of course, you can do that, and everybody thinks it takes a long time to brew coffee. But I guarantee you that the non-steep brew tastes better. It tastes rich and yet lower bitterness, lower acidity. And in fact, at the World Aeropress Championship, the winning recipe, we call it, is never steeped. They never really extend the time. They just stir it and press. The history of brewing coffee has been one of ever shorter brewing time. 100 years ago, people used to boil grounds in water for an hour on the stove. And when I was a child in the 1940s, everybody used percolators, which perked for about 15 minutes and recirculated the same liquids again and again and again through the vat of coffee. And boy, did it ever taste bitter. A breakthrough, which you saw Joe DiMaggio on that video earlier, was the automatic drip machine. It passed the hot water through the coffee just one time, and that was a huge improvement. But even to this day, people think that you got to extend the brewing time with the Aeropress. And of course,
almost every Aeropress user is also an inventor. They're inventing new ways to use it. But I argue that do whatever you want to do, but try it our way, because I think our way is the way that usually wins the World Aeropress Championship.
Can I interrupt you for a second, Alan?
Yes.
I just want to ask this question. Just thinking, you're saying stir it for 10 seconds and then begin pressing. Is the presumption that it's going to take roughly a minute and a half, a minute 50 seconds to push the water completely down?
Yeah, I think the average time depends on the dose and the grind. But if you're making a single serving, which would be a single scoop of grind, which is about midway between espresso grind and drip grind, it'll take maybe between 30 and 45 seconds to press.
Okay.
As you go to larger servings, you can keep the press time under a minute if you use slightly coarser grind. But the key to a fast press time is a gentle press. And that's counterintuitive because everybody wants to press harder. But pressing harder compacts the puck of coffee and slows the process. Now, I like to use a transparent cup so I can see drips coming from the Aeropress down into the cup when I press gently. And I just press hard enough to see a few drips. I don't press any harder because if I press harder, the flow will stop completely. Right. I make a 2.5 to 3 scoop serving every morning, which I add milk to make a latte. And it takes me about 50 to 60 seconds to press it. And I put my arm on top of the Aeropress like this, and I just let the weight of my arm push it down. It's a very lazy way to make coffee in the morning. I'd like to take a minute before I talk any more about coffee and tell you something about Cookies for Kids Cancer. I met the founders of this charity and have become a very enthusiastic supporter. We just granted $100,000 for pediatric cancer research to this group. It was started by a husband and wife who lost their child to brain cancer. And they got this idea of just a grassroots effort with a lot of people baking cookies and selling them and applying the money to cancer research. And it's become a major thing. They've raised $17 million for cancer research. And cancer is the #1 disease killer of children. Most people don't know it. And despite the magnitude of pediatric cancer, it only gets about 4% of the research funds from the National Institute of Health. And yet, child's cancer is different from adult cancer, and it really needs research that's just focused on children, which are really our future. So in addition to this $100,000 grant for research, which we just put up, we also have made custom imprinted Aeropresses for them to sell that say, be a good cookie on them. Anyway, that's the extent of the commercial. I urge you to look them up online.
Will do. Will do. Thank you, Alan.
You're welcome. You know, I'm an inventor with over 40 patents, and The Aeropress has been the luckiest of my inventions, not just because it's the greatest economic success, but also because of serendipity. And serendipity is when you set out to do something and something nice comes along with it that you didn't even have in mind. And there was more serendipity with the Aeropress than any of my inventions. And I've got a little list here that I'm going to read to you. First of all, the short brewing time. You can, from start to finish, you can have your cup of coffee in a minute if you've got hot water. The fact that it can brew espresso strength. Espresso strength coffee is wonderful to have if you want to make a latte. Espresso strength, by the way, is about 5% coffee and about 95% water. And American coffee is about a fourth of that, or 1.25% coffee. If you try to make a latte with American coffee, it's just too much water. And so you really need espresso strength. And the basic instruction that we give on how to use the Aeropress is you press it, and if you follow our directions, what you've created is espresso strength, at which time you can add water to make an American cup, or you can add milk to make a latte. Now, I remember once everybody laughed when I said it in a talk I gave at Google years ago, that there are people who would rather jump off the Golden Gate Bridge than add water to their coffee. But that's what an Americano is. An Americano is an espresso shot with water. And if you try to press the entire cup of coffee through the Aeropress, you're really taking a lot more bitterness out of the grinds than if you just press espresso strength and then add water separately. Anyway, going on with the what I call serendipity is cake filtration. The puck of coffee acts like a filter, and it means that the brew that you press is not only filtered by the paper, but it's also filtered by the puck, and it has extremely low particulate. Now, you might think that automatic drip or pour over is paper filtered and cake filtered too. But surprisingly, it's not as well filtered, and there's more particulate in the brew than there is with the Aeropress, which is pressing through a compressed puck. And the particulate is so low that you can brew your coffee today and store it in the refrigerator for a day or two, and it still tastes good. Whereas regular brewed coffee, the particulates continue to leach out bitterness, and it begins to taste pretty bad beginning the next day. And then finally, it's self-cleaning. In my wildest dreams, I didn't set out to design a coffee maker that was self-cleaning. It just happened. Now, there hasn't been a whole lot of development since the basic Aeropress, but we did develop a portable Aeropress called the Go. And it's completely contained in its own cup, or mug. So all the pieces, including the press, go inside a mug, and it's convenient to take to work or to take on travels or to take camping, that sort of thing. Let me tell you a little bit about extraction. By the way, Kevin, you can cut me off whenever I'm out of time.
I'm gonna have to pretty soon. Let's see, what time are we? I've got a couple of minutes, and I want to hear about extraction. So, so let's talk about extraction now. Thank you.
Well, nominally, 20% extraction is viewed as a good level of extraction. And what that means is that your grounds are 20% lighter after you've brewed your coffee. In fact, they're not lighter at all. They're heavier because they've got water in them. But if you were to dry the grounds to the same moisture content that they were before you started the whole process, they'd be 20% lighter. And that means that 20% of those grounds ended up in your cup and the rest stayed in the spent coffee. And incidentally, the spent coffee grounds with most brewing systems contains water, which is roughly equal to twice the weight of grounds. So if you were brewing coffee, for example, with 14 grams of grounds, after you had brewed it, there'd be 14 grams of coffee minus 20% plus 28 grams of water. But with the Aeropress, the airflow through the puck purges some of that water. So the level of water in the grounds is about half, which means that you have roughly equal weight of grounds and water in the spent puck. People think that if you extract more than 20%, you're going to get excess bitterness, but not in an Aeropress. As long as you keep the temperature moderate, and we think the best temperature is 175, you can get higher extraction just by pressing more gently and using a finer grind. Because as you grind the coffee, the finer the grind, the more surface area of the particles of coffee is exposed. And by the way, I wanted to say something about 175 too. Some people think this is Alan's idea. Alan thinks you should drink coffee at 175. But Alan is just the messenger here. I have tested people ranging from experts like Kenneth Davids to just everyday coffee lovers. We give them a bunch of coffee to drink and we say, which one tastes best to you? And they picked the one that was 175. And the only time somebody didn't pick 175, they picked 165.
Wow.
So this idea that everybody have that you got to have hotter water than 175 is not based on fact. It's just based on superstition that they think you need hotter water to make coffee. Were you going to say something, Kevin?
I was.
You look like...
Yes, I was. It's interesting. I think it's partly that, and I think it's partly observation of a lot of mainstream automatic drip machines that take about 12 minutes to brew a full pot. Brew at lower temperatures, but they don't. But they brew too long. That's their problem. But the observation, that's where the industry is adhering to this 195 to 205 range, and maybe they should review that after examining some coffee makers, not only yours but anyone that they could find a manual pour over. You can do 165 or 175 fairly easily. So
an interesting thing about automatic drip machines is the water is boiled in the lower boiler, and then it bubbles up a siphon tube. Now it has to be 212 in order to drive it up the siphon tube. So initially it leaves the lower boiler at 212, and on the way up it cools down to about the high 190s, like maybe 197.
Yeah.
So Technivorm came along with an upper boiler, and they said, we're not going to let that water cool off. We're going to keep it hot because we think it should be hot.
Yeah.
You can go on Coffee Geek and you can read post after post after post from people who say, my Technivorm coffee is bitter. And yes, it's bitter. They just need to dial down the temperature. And they haven't thought of that. But go back to the inventor of the Chemex. He thought of that.
I absolutely, and there's a lot of people that are they're starting to look at it in an open-minded way, and I love that you bring that refreshing view to the party here. That maybe the temperatures are lower temperatures better. I know I prefer a Chemex brewed at a slightly lower temperature than a lot of people do. Alan, I'm going to have to. I have Kenneth Davids coming up with his tasting class, and I have to be there in about 2 minutes. I would love to do a more prolonged. I just want you to come back. If we're online, I can invite you back. So let's. I could spend all day listening to this. This is such a fountain of knowledge. Thank you.
Okay, well, I thank you for the opportunity, and I thank you for being a friend all these years that we've been in the coffee business. I've certainly met a lot of very nice people in this business, and you're one of them.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And my best to you and the family, and we'll stay in touch. In fact, I'm sure we'll be doing a phone call post-mortem to talk about how things went. But I really appreciate you being here today, Alan. I'm sure everyone else does. There's a lot of questions online, though. I'll send you some links so that you can, if you have any problem, because I'm finding them at several different forums where our show is airing. So we'll follow up afterwards. Thank you again.
Okay.
Bye now. All right. Let's see what's coming up. Wow, I want to give you this quickly because I am running a little late. We have Ken Davids is coming up right around the bend. Well, he should be 1:45. He's supposed to start, but we're obviously going to be a couple of minutes late. My seconds are minutes. And then after that, we've got Justin Doggett, who's going to teach us to do Kyoto-style coffee and cold brew cocktails. You can't go wrong there. Perfect timing for that time of day. And then we have a part 2 of Ken Davids and Coffee Review Tastes Like an Expert. This is quite an in-depth class. I built this entire event around this class, so I'm really excited about it. And anytime we can have Ken Davids, I'm excited. And then, of course, we'll have our Future of Coffee panel, which today comes from Korea, South Korea, Colombia, and, of course, here in the U.S. I'm really excited about that as well. And then, of course, well, what the heck? What better way to end the day than by giving away some prizes? I'll be right back.
Hello, I'm Stacy. I have my 2 little dogs here, Savvy, who is about 7 months, and she is a mini golden doodle. And I have Zoe, who is 5, and she's a little bit of a mixture of everything. But we love coming here to the Warrenville Dog Park because it is an open experience for the dogs. They get to run around and be in nature, opposed to some other dog parks that are just open and fenced in without the trees and the foliage. It's beautiful, and all of the dogs and people here are super, super friendly and nice. We love chatting with everyone, and the dogs love to play with all of the other pups running around, and it's just really a great experience in the summer, spring, fall, even winter, but I put my snow pants on. So we just love it. We come here every day. I like all coffee. I will drink any coffee. But yeah, I'm just like a hot black coffee kind of girl. I just drink it straight up. I use my, my little coffee maker every single day. It's a French press. And my daughter, who is 15, loves coffee as well. So if I get it out, we are usually going around to little coffee shops wherever she takes me, all over the place. I used to use the Keurig, and it started to gross me out. Like all of the plastic and the like buildup that gets in there. So I just went back to the more natural way of making coffee. Some of my favorite places to go for coffee, like I said, I'll really go anywhere. But there's a little place in Elburn that my daughter likes to go to, and I think it's called the Coffee Grind, I think. So I always drop her and her friends off there. So I told them, you know, in 60 years, there's still going to be, you know, the little old ladies drinking coffee in coffee shops like they do when they're 14 and 15. So it's kind of funny just to see how, you know, everyone comes together drinking coffee, whether you're 14, 15, or 80 or 90. It's really just kind of a social experience, I think.
Okay, I am looking at our schedule, and yes, you know, I that's what happens when you. I spent a couple of months just going around and getting interviews with people and asking questions about coffee, what they were doing there in coffee. I tried not to make the "what are you doing there" question sound like I was a police officer. I didn't, but hey, if I could name one author most responsible for defining today's coffee scene, it would be Ken Davids. Ken set the world on its collective ear when he first wrote this book, Coffee, A Guide to Buying, Brewing, and Enjoying, which has been issued in so many editions. Here's another one, later one. Several of them are close to rewrites, as Ken mastered the various brewing methods. After a Kodak moment where he apparently felt the need to branch out, Ken began publishing a kind of, I'll call it, wine advocate review of various coffees, developing a numeric scoring method that's useful to growers, roasters, and retailers. I've met coffee farmers who are trying to, aiming to get a 90s review from Ken. Roasters, always trying to get that review. And then, and the retailers, of course, sometimes the roaster is a retailer, but sometimes in the grocery store you'll see got 95 in the coffee review, where consumers could finally, walk up to the checkout line with a 95 score Kenya, Sumatra, or virtually any coffee. When I consider bringing CoffeeCon online, it's Ken Davids who finally pushed me to do it after he asked us if we had any recent video footage of his presentations. Well, we admitted we really didn't and resolved this would be the best way to get it. Ladies and gentlemen, from the Bay Area, it is my pleasure to present Ken Davids.
Hi, hey, thanks, Kevin. That's a glowing tribute. Of course, I never quite
Ken, I'm sorry. I miscued you, as I always do. And I'm going to cue you over again. You haven't been on yet. They're now. I cued you, and apparently a little roll-in thing that they did came on. Now I have a chance to introduce you. It is my pleasure to present again Ken Davids. Hi, Ken.
Oh, hi, Kevin. So now I'm on, right?
Yes,
okay.
You're real, for real.
Yeah, it's great. Kevin and I have a long history together. We've done many projects together and actually hung out a lot on the road together. And I respect what he's done with CoffeeCon enormously by going to the consumer and to help try to build an aficionado base for coffee. And I never completely trust what Kevin's going to say about me, so I always kind of fill it in. Here I have a slide about books. I don't know whether you guys are showing that or not.
Yes, we are.
Okay. Well, I realized I didn't put the dates in here. The Coffee, A Guide to Buying and Brewing and Enjoying first came out in 1976 when I was, just getting out of kindergarten. I was very precocious coffee drinker. And and it went through 5 editions. I would always almost completely rewrite it every time. But then the last edition, I think, was about 2004, so it's quite a long time ago. I also wrote a book called Home Coffee Roasting, Romance and Revival. That's, I think, it's been particularly, influential in some East Asian countries, was translated there even more than in the States. And then I wrote a book about espresso, which all the stuff about brewing is out of date. I mean, espresso is always out of date because everybody's always changing and tweaking. But at any rate, it has a good history of espresso in it that I don't think you can find anywhere else. It's out of print, but let it go. But I stopped writing books while I was developing Coffee Review. And so now I'm bringing out a new book, finally. It was supposed to be a rewrite of A Guide to Buying, Brewing, and Enjoying. The publisher, St. Martin's Press, wanted a new edition. But when I presented what I wanted to do to them, they became appalled. It was much too expensive for them, much too ambitious. So I decided to go down the difficult path of publishing it myself under the Coffee Review imprint. And if the slide is up, you'll see this beautiful cover. And I think that the whole book's going to be really, really good looking. It should be out in about a month and a half from now. So but I'm here really as part of Coffee Review, representing Coffee Review and representing our processes to you and bringing you through the process that we go through when we test coffees. I mean, it's not quite the same, but because we cup instead of brew in the normal way. But other than that, I'm going to try to take you through the whole process. And that's why this is so long, my presentation. It's long for two reasons. The first reason is that we're going to test 6 coffees and look at them carefully. 6 wonderful, superb coffees, 3 of them donated by Klatch Coffee in Los Angeles and 3 by JBC Coffee in Madison, Wisconsin. And so that takes time in itself. But the other issue is, when I've done these, often many places in the world, these kinds of tastings, somebody else brews the coffee. I mean, I set up, I talk to them, I approve the brewing recipe. But then for those of you out there who would be attending one of these presentations, you would just sit there and at a table quietly, and some handsome or volunteers would bring your coffees to you, and you'd have 3 set up in front of you, just the right temperature, and you would taste them, and we would talk. And meanwhile, I'd be sort of lounging and walking around the front of the room and saying things like, bring me sample B, please. And somebody would bring me sample B, and we'd talk. You know, what a glorious, gracious way to approach a tasting. But that was then, and this is now. And now we're going to do the messy, hands-on approach. We're all going to try to brew these coffees in exactly the same way, at the same time, and then taste them and smell them and taste them. And the smelling and tasting will probably seg you from the brewing. So first time ever on this. I really would appreciate both your patience in this process and also in your not getting panicked that you're not doing it right, if you're that kind of personality. Or don't bail out and say, the hell with this, I'm just going to sit back here and watch. You know, stick with it, and I think we can do it. And I also think that I've lost my connection to Kevin because I'm not hearing his rich chuckles over all my jokes. So I'm not sure. It's okay? All right, just keep going, I'm told. All right, so the plan today is I talk about 20 minutes or so about Coffee Review and how we go about our tasting and what our criteria tend to be. and what our doubts are about our process and how we try to constantly refine it. Just a little bit of context about tasting at Coffee Review. Then we'll go into the tasting itself, the brewing, and then the tasting, the brewing, tasting together. Then we'll have a break where you can go watch Kyoto Brewing, cold brewing and cocktails, or else if you're like me, you're going to go wash your little brewing devices and get ready for the next round, which is the second part of this presentation. I was going to show all the stuff that you should have available. Maybe I'll just go through that very quickly for the brewing. Obviously, you need the coffees. Now, we sent the coffees to you, and you should have little bags. These are big bags, labeled A, B, C for this first part of the first half of the tasting. You should also have 3 little brewing devices called rattleware. These have been donated to you and to us by Laura Summers of Espresso Supply. Very generous. This is a new kind of brewer that it's sort of a post-COVID cupping brewer. And it works like this. You put the coffee in, you pour water in. I'll be giving you that formula. I gave the formula to you on a piece of paper that should have been in your kits with the coffees. You smell it, you break the crust so most of it sinks, and then you seal the brewed coffee at the bottom of the device, and this is the innovation. Then you can pour cups. So you might have 3 people tasting without having to stick their noses in and slurp with a spoon. So we'll go through that together. You should have the 3 of them rinsed out. And then you should have some little glasses or cups that you can pour into. All you need is 3. If you have 2 people doing it, then you need 6. Then you need a spoon of some kind. You don't have to have an official cupping spoon. Any kind of small soup spoon would work fine. You just need 1. You need a kitchen timer. And you need a scale or tablespoon measure. The scale, of course, is better. Coffee obsessives are always trying to intimidate people into buying a gram scale, but everybody's going that way anyhow, not only for coffee. And finally, you need a means to heat the water, and the best thing to have is I'm looking down at my gear here. You should have some kind of digital kettle is best, so you can control the temperature of the water. If not, I gave instructions in that sheet that I sent with the kit. And you need a grinder. I think I mentioned that. You need a kind of a glass with water in it for your spoon to rinse it off. A lot of stuff, huh? We go through this all the time. You need something to spit into, unless, of course, you're drinking the coffee, swallowing it, in which case, terrific, great, enjoy. You'll be swallowing some terrific coffees. I think I have, that's everything that you need. You probably should have some kind of slop bucket eventually to dump the coffees in, but you don't have to worry about that right away. That'll be during the break.
What is that?
Okay, Kevin?
Yes.
Are you hearing me?
Yes, I do, Ken.
Excuse me.
I'm here. I hear you. Are we?
I can hear Kevin laughing,
I am.
but I
Are
can't.
we okay? Can you hear me? My mic might have been turned off.
Are you on now, Kevin?
Yeah, my mic is turned up again. They turn me down sometimes so I don't be disruptive. Can you hear me, Ken? Can Ken hear me?
Hmm?
Oh.
Okay, I'll just keep going. Okay, so that's the stuff you need, and we'll be using it shortly. Right now, I want to go into a little spiel about coffee review and introducing our method so we can all apply it together using this complicated, not complicated, all brewing is complicated, this simple brewing method. The coffee review, we founded in 1997 with my business partner, Ron Walters. It was the first publication to, believe it or not, to give 100-point reviews to coffee. The other, like the SCA and other organizations followed after us, but I think we were about a year or so, 8 months ahead of them, for what that's worth. We do our tasting blind, and that's what we're going to do today, meaning, of course, that we don't have, we don't put blinders on or anything. We just don't know what the coffee is when we taste it. And we try to get a rating and main descriptors, and then we find out what the coffee is. Perhaps we find out how foolish we've been, but we try not to guess the origins, actually. We try to describe the coffees and not have any predisposition about this is a Kenya, or this is a Sumatra that's wet hulled, or this is a special anaerobic process. We try not to do any of this. Taste, describe, rate, and then see what we've tasted. Our entire focus, and in fact the focus of my entire career in coffee, has been to elevate coffee to the status of wine, basically, to a beverage that is respected and is treated with attention, with cultural prestige, to tell you the truth, and to give us a culture around wine that it's not about encouraging, it isn't about encouraging quality, connoisseurship, knowledge, but also increasing the prices that people pay for coffee so that the quality and the prices both go up and the producers benefit. This is a long haul with coffee. In some ways we've succeeded. We have some marvelous coffees. You're going to taste some today. But the industry is still dominated by commodity practices that just simply drive coffee producers into the dirt, really. Disgusting. But anyhow, we do our best. In the wine industry, for example, there are no super international mega wine producers, to my knowledge. There may be distributors, beverage distributors like that, but not the producers. It's very dispersed. It's and in coffee, the companies that dominate coffee are huge. So we're trying to encourage, as you know, and if you're here now, you support this, a culture of small, boutique, passionate, both producers and roasters. So that's our goal. In 2020, we had about 1 million unique visitors from all over the world. Be nice to have even more, but that's what we have. 63% were from the United States and Canada, 37% from other countries. And I figure we've carefully cupped, rated, and reviewed over 17,000 coffees since our founding. And that's not counting all those that we've tasted and not reviewed. So if we count all those, that's another, I don't know, 30, 40, 50,000. We express our evaluation through the numbers, through the 100-point ratings. We express description, of course, through language, through trying to write in a succinct and telling way about the coffees. There are some coffee tasting systems that focus more on the numbers in the industry, not on description. We try to do both. We use a traditional 5-category cupping tasting system. Many of the industry systems use 10 categories. They're very confusing unless you use them regularly. The 5 categories we use are aroma, what we smell before you drink the coffee, what we call acidity or structure, which is normally acidity has its own category. I'll be talking about this in a moment, but we talk about the taste structure too. Bitter, sweet, tart in particular, and savory, and how they balance and how they express themselves in the coffee and how they give a kind of support base, a base of support for the aromatic notes, which you get, of course, in your nose, but then when they're in our mouth, we call them flavor, even though they're coming through our nose retronasally. So what we call acidity structure is the basis, the underlying structure for that, for all of those top notes, those wonderful grace notes, the flowers, the chocolate, the aromatic wood, the various fruits. Then there's mouthfeel or body. We don't just say a body is heavy, because it could be unpleasantly heavy, it could be gritty. We don't necessarily focus on light, we focus on the texture, whether it's pleasing, whether it's smooth. You could have a light-bodied coffee that is very silky and wonderful. You could have a heavy-bodied coffee that's sort of inert and just sort of sits on your tongue and so on. And finally, finish or aftertaste. This is very important because if there's anything that's not pleasing about the coffee, it's going to emerge in the aftertaste. But a coffee that's really a sound coffee, that's going to keep you coming back for more, that's going to resonate in your system as you walk away from the cup, it's a beautiful thing, and it's something that we focus on a good deal. This is how we generate numbers for a 100-point scale. We only have 5 categories, right? So what we decided early on, as simple as it is to simply start every coffee at 50 and then add the points on, the 1 to 10 on, for each category. So in other words, coffee that is 6s in all categories, not a particularly great coffee. We're on a 10-point scale for each category. So we go from 0 to 5 is negative, but you go to 6. So say you have 6 in aroma, 6 in acidity and structure, 6 in flavor, 6 in mouthfeel, and 6 in aftertaste. You add those up, that's 80. You add 30, excuse me. You add that up and it's 30. And you add 50 to it, it's 80. So that's an 80-point coffee. So if you follow that, if you had all 8s on a coffee, if you had all 7s, it's going to be 35 plus 50 or 85. Okay. If you had all 8s, you're going to have a 90 coffee, and it's going to be a quite good coffee. Then the 9s really bump it up into a top-level coffee. So you might have, typically might be 3 9s and 2 8s on a very good coffee. That would net 93. I hope you followed that. It was a simple solution to our little problem, but it's worked for us. I guess I want to show this slide. This is a slide showing how our rating calibrations go now. You say 85, 86, an acceptable coffee, but nothing exceptional. 87 to 88, interesting coffee, but it's either not very distinctive or mildly flawed in some way, kind of heavy or maybe a little sourish. I mean, good in other ways, but has something a little wrong with it. Or it's really solid, balanced, but there's nothing really going on. In other words, it'll get you off. You won't throw it away, but you won't be excited by it. 89 to 90 means a very good coffee, very drinkable, with some distinction, something you want to come back to. 91 to 92, this is exceptionally solid coffee. Has something unusual or exceptional or distinctive going on, in addition to the basic balance and completeness. 93 to 94, this is exceptionally original. We're getting lots of 93 and 94 point coffees now that we never did before in the early days, because the producers are really cranking out some extraordinary coffees, and the roasters are finding them and roasting them for their customers. Finally, we seldom go to 95 or 96, very seldom. This has to be something, we usually, the three of us cupping, I'll get into that in a moment, and we argue at length about 95 or 96. Usually two people are pulling for that high rating, and one person is pulling back. 97 and up, very seldom. We've done 2 98s in our history, 2 98 coffees, and we had quite a argument in both cases. Note that these calibrations, if you're in the coffee industry, you'll know that the Q ratings, which are the industry ratings used for wholesaling green coffee, that our ratings are higher. They run about 5 points higher, basically. And this is deliberate. We did it because we wanted to be parallel to wine ratings. If we said, in Q ratings, an exceptional coffee often gets really exceptional, terrific, gets 88. So do we want consumers to think that the best the coffee industry can do is 88? No. So we we calibrated higher. Also notice, if you read Coffee Review, we only review the highest rating coffees in a given group. So when we do a report on Columbia single farm coffees that we just did, we had about 670 coffees approximately, and we had, I think, 15 that rated 93 or better. So Columbia, these are single farm Columbia coffees. They did very well, but we only review 12, so we had to pick 12. So if you looked at the Columbia, they all ran from 93 to 95. Other times we're dealing with coffees in which the country's under some stress, and we don't have so many high-rated coffees. So you're only looking at the creme de la creme. So now I'm going to backtrack just a bit and very briefly go through these 5 categories, so perhaps we can experience them together when we taste the coffees. Aroma, the aroma should be intense and not feeble. It should be, we look for complexity or intricacy, a lot of things going on. Sometimes really aroma in a fine coffee is layered, it's subtle. The notes blend into one another. Sometimes they're very distinctive. Sometimes there's 1 or 2 beautiful notes that dominate, and so on. And is there a range? If it's a very simple but balanced coffee, we give it credit, but it doesn't get a extremely high rating for aroma. You might get a 8 at the best or 7. The acidity and basic tastes. Acidity is a peculiar word in our society because it's sort of negative. People say, oh, coffee gives me an acidy stomach, it upsets me, I don't like it, it disturbs me in some way with its intensity. But I think that's a misunderstanding in a way, because acidity as it's used in coffee is a tart, sweet sensation. The sweetness is very important. So if you think of the difference between an orange that is not ripe and a ripe orange, that's the difference. The unripe orange is going to be tart, a little astringent, drying, and the ripe orange is going to be sugary, sweet, but also tart, have that balancing tartness. So the acidity is the taste of the coffee fruit when it's ripe, essentially. And it's a precious attribute in coffee. But the structure is also important. And particularly with darker roasted coffees, sometimes the acidity is not very important. What's more important is a kind of a balance of bitter and sweet with a little bit of tart. So we also try to look at the structure, not just single out acidity. In the basic tastes, of course, there's tart, sweet, bitterness, and we add savory or umami, kind of the brothiness of a coffee. A lot of coffees have this taste characteristic, and it can be very pleasant in the context of the other kinds of tastes one finds in coffee. Salt is not a good thing in coffee. It's usually a sign that something's gone wrong in the coffee, in the processing. Flavor has all of that stuff in it, plus it has structure. So it's a kind of a combination. So as we'll see when we taste these coffees, sometimes the aroma will the certain notes will stand out. And then when we taste the coffee, these notes are still there, but they're being amplified and transformed by the impact of the basic tastes. The mouthfeel or body I talked about already. We focus mostly on texture, pleasing texture. So we talk about syrupy or satiny or silky. There's also one mouthfeel factor is a very difficult one to deal with sometimes, which is astringency or drying. This is the puckering or tightening of the tissue on the palate, on the tongue. A little bit of that gives authority to beverages. And in wine, it's called tannic. And some wines are the tannic or the dry sensation is very important to the total balance of that wine. And that's true in coffee, too. But in coffee, often the astringent or tannic characteristic can be too powerful. And it tends to blot out, because the tissue is constricting, that thin coating of liquid that gives a sense of the aftertaste, that carries the aftertaste, gets wiped out by this constriction. We'll see that a little bit in a couple of these coffees that we'll taste today. And as I've talked about how important after finish is, aftertaste and finish. Here's a typical review if they have it up on the transmission. This is a typical review that we might publish. It's an old review, I noticed, from 2016, but it's a 92, and you can see on the right the five category scores. aroma 9, acidity 8. That's acidity structure now. Body 8, flavor 9, aftertaste 8 for 92. You all should have in your kit a sheet of a sheet that is something that I give at classes when I'm doing them in person, and you might want to take a look at it. It's meant to be helpful, not to restrict in any way. Obviously it doesn't restrict because it's got so much on it, so many words. But I've just tried to give some notion of aroma, some general descriptors that you could use, the top column. If you have that, kind of get it out and take a look. The acidity and basic tastes, you could take a look at that. These are, for instance, we're saying it could be bright. That's a good word for sweet tart, bright. Juicy, could have that juicy, a brisk, like bittersweet acidity, delicate, soft, or negative is flat, and so on across here. Then we give some, for example, in aroma and flavor, we give some categories. You want to maybe sometimes when people first taste coffee in a kind of a deliberate way, they'll say, well, it tastes like coffee. Well, and it does. But it's interesting to interrogate what you're smelling and then tasting. You know, are you getting any kind of fruit? Well, yeah, I'm getting some fruit. Well, is it a kind of a citrus like lemon and orange or grapefruit? Maybe not. Or is it a kind of a stone fruit, like peach is very common, apricot's very common. Or is it kind of berry? Certain kinds of coffee, we're going to taste one, has a kind of a blueberry note because of the processing. Other coffees have a kind of other dark berry notes. These cherry is very common, various cherry notes, because they reflect the taste of the coffee fruit itself. Dried fruit. In darker roasted coffees, we tend to get dried fruit like raisin, prune, dried fig. That's a very nice note, dried fig, often in a darker roasted coffee. Other fruit, you might have fermented fruit, and we'll have one with a slight fermented fruit note. Fermented fruit notes have become very popular in coffee lately. Then flowers. You have to step back if you haven't done much wine or coffee tasting to get the flowers. The flowers almost, they're inside the fruit often, or they float above the other notes. So you have to be sort of attentive. They're kind of delicate, but often when you find them, they're intense. And almost then they distract you almost with their intensity. I think we have a coffee like that that we'll taste in the first round. They could be any. Two of my favorites are lily for really sweet kinds of floral notes, heavy almost, and lavender for crisp, delicate, slightly brisk or crisp, maybe even bittersweet kind of floral notes. But you can find almost anything, any flower. If you get flowers, go with flowers. And of course, chocolate, everybody's favorite. All kinds of chocolate we'll find in coffee, all the way from a very dry, not very sweet chocolate, like we call it baking chocolate when we write our reviews, or you might get dark chocolate, very common, a kind of a sweet but powerful. And sometimes the chocolate is sort of more like caramel. And then wood. This is the one that throws people in the, when we smell the coffee, you often will be able to pick out for yourself aromatic wood. Like cedar is very common in a good coffee, a kind of a sweet, pungent cedar that I think we're all familiar with that note. But sometimes we get fir, like walking into a lumber yard with a lot of fresh cut fir. It's a very pleasant note too. And sometimes in coffees that give a very exotic, complex presentation, we'll get something that's like sandalwood, which most of us know mainly through perfumes and maybe through incense. Okay, spice, we get some spices and herbs and so on. So if you go through that, there are little prompts, that's all. Ignore it if you don't find it helpful. So now we're going to do the hard part, which is brew the coffees. So again, I also gave you a tasting mat in case you want to use it, because it's very important to keep track of which coffee is which. It's easy to lose track. So you might want to put once you've brewed the coffee, to put the cup or the rattleware down on the A on the A, the B on the B, and the C on the C. If you're sure that you have a remarkable memory, I guess you don't need that. So I'm going to start the water. I hope I'm going to start the water. Well, we start off right off with something that will throw me. I'm having trouble getting the thing to operate. Let's see if this operates. Excuse me just a moment while I fiddle with this and see. Oh, it's come on now. Okay. So this is a fellow and pot, digitally controlled pot. And I'm struggling with it a bit. Hang on a moment. Going to use a different pot. Well, I guess I'll stick with this one. Okay, let's try it. I got it. Okay. I'm going to set this at 202 Fahrenheit. If you pour your water anywhere between about 195 to 205 Fahrenheit, that's fine. Those of you who are pouring off the boil or doing that, I'm sure that you have your own method for hitting something close. Fortunately, with the water temperature, so long as we're not too far off, we'll be okay. So the water's heating. If you can start heating your water, that would be helpful. Now, I'm going to use the scale and measure. I have this little tray, and I'm carrying the weight of the little tray. And I'm going to take sample A. Now for these rattleware brewers, the paper that came with them recommended 300 grams of water with 20 grams of ground coffee. I reduced that in the paper I gave you so that we're doing 18 grams to 250, let's see, 300 grams. So we're doing 18 grams to 300 grams water. That's the same formula. It's 1 to 16 and a half, if for those of you who follow brew formulas. So the reason I reduced the amount of water involved is because if you have a 1 liter pot, you can't squeeze out enough water. You can't get 500 grams 3 times. It's 1,500 grams. It's more than your pot will give you. So you'll have your rattlewares. I'll put them over here so won't cause any problems. And I'm going to measure out 18 grams, maybe slightly more, because something might get stuck in the grinder. Put them in the grinder. This wonderful Baratza Virtuoso Plus grinder. Just dump it in there, and I'm going to put that on the A letter. Then now it's important, of course, as probably most of you know, when you go to your second sample, that you'll want to clear the grinder. I have to do this over. I'm afraid that something went wrong with the, okay. So I ran some, and I'm going to dump it out because you want to clear the grinder of any residue of the previous sample. When you're doing such small samples, you really need to clear the grinder, flush the grinder, we call it, so that you're not getting any contamination by the previous. So you have, you should have enough to throw just a few beans in your grinder to flush it. I used more than I needed to. And put these aside, these little plug thingies that hold the coffee in when we start pouring it. Then finally, we do sample C. Whoops, I'm giving away the coffee, the name of the coffee just now. I had it pointed the wrong way. Again, just toss in a few beans and run it. Put them away for later drinking or throw them away. And measure out 18 grams. I keep being a little enthusiastic in my pouring. So now we're set. Water to so that it's approaching or at brewing temperature, you can start pouring. The fellow holds temperature. Most digital pots don't hold temperature very well. You have to sort of, it coast past or it falls away and you have to push it again. So understand, just be patient, get approximately in that range that we're looking for. And say, try to go at least to 200, but not over 202 would be a target. But it could be as low as 195, as high as 205. And then we'll pour. This okay? Now, when you pour, don't stir. I know some of you probably, when you do your pour overs and so on, stir. But when you're doing, messed up. I'm going to have to eyeball it, which we've all done. Hope that's about right. Again, you're going to do what I did not do, which is put your rattleware with the coffee in it on the scale, and then pour 300 grams of water very slowly. You don't have to have a gooseneck pot necessarily for this particular brewer. But you do have to pour slow enough and move the pour around a bit so that the little lumps of dried coffee are involved in the brewing and not floating. How'd I do? Well, I was just a little short on this one that I did by eye, so I'm going to add a little more water. And then finally, the last one. Again, don't forget to tare off the weight of the brewer and the coffee. Pour, trying to make sure that you're getting all of the coffee moist and there's no little lumps. I have a little lump here. I'm going to have to. There, we got it. That probably took about 2 minutes. So let's set our timer at 2 minutes. If we had thought to, if you're doing just one of these, you'd set it at 4 as you start the pour. But I set it at 2. Now this, with these pots, with the rattleware pots, you have an opportunity to sample the aroma in the pot. So what I suggest you do is maybe if you have, I should have mentioned, bring some little paper or something, but you could just write on here, take notes of what you might be smelling. Go from one to the other. I don't have a feed from Kevin right now in Chicago. So what I would be doing at this point is asking you what you're smelling. Now, with the first one, you probably get some brightness, something we call, the kind of lively, sweet tart brightness. And you probably get a kind of caramel or caramelly chocolate. And some distinct floral top notes. I won't name the flower, but you should get them distinctly. So this is a kind of a classic washed coffee. Kevin?
Yes. Ken, how are you?
Excuse me a moment. I'm going to try to get Kevin on here.
Ken, I'm here. Oh, Ken. Ken, can you hear me?
Kevin?
Yeah. Hi, Ken.
Hi. I don't...
Ken, can you hear me? Ken? Ken, can you hear me? Ken? Hi, Ken. Ken, no, I think he can hear me. I hear his Ken, can you hear me?
Can you hear me now, Kevin?
Yeah, I can. Well, I can hear you, but I don't know if you can hear me. Can you hear me?
Excuse me. Excuse us while I see whether I can't get Kevin on the line here.
Watson, can you hear me? Ken, can you hear me?
Kevin?
Ken, can you hear me? Ken?
Everything looks correct. On
Ken,
my
can you hear me? I'm.
Keep going? Okay, I'm instructed to keep going.
Okay.
So.
He can't hear me, Kenny. Okay.
Coffee, you'll notice it's very different from the first. It's kind of a deep, sweet, but
10 minutes up.
Okay, sweet but deep note. And maybe you might associate it with a little bit of like a peach that's perhaps a little soft. And there also should be floral notes, but much more lily, deeper lily-like notes. You go to the last one, I might say anyhow, that this is probably the most balanced of the three. And it's a kind of a very svelte and complete profile. You feel that? It has a little bit of everything. And it has a kind of quiet brightness, quiet acidity. It has a kind of a coherence and depth. I think I'm getting some apricot or peach notes. And definitely some very crisp, lovely chocolate, and also aromatic wood, maybe like some cedar that I talked about. Now what you do next is take a spoon that you may have in a little glass like this, and all you have to do is just get some of the top froth. You don't really have to get all the froth. What you just don't want is any big grains of coffee floating. So I'm looking at this, there's no coffee grains floating, so that's fine. I'm ready to go on that one. This one, do the same thing. If we were doing an official kind of cupping routine, we'd use 2 spoons at the same time to scoop, but I'm not going to do that. So here again, this is ready to go. Because you see, most of the grains of coffee the grounds have gone to the bottom. They've sunk to the bottom by themselves. But sometimes, not so much with medium roast, but with darker roast, you'll find a lot of floating and you have to scoop them off. Then we take our little plunger and we gently put it to the bottom so it's firmly set. Then we quickly will pour some of each coffee. So now what you want to do, you might want to smell them again. It'd be the aroma will be much less intense now, but you'll find the same very distinct contrast between A and B, and how C has a kind of a calm completeness to it without the extremes of A and B. So then taste the coffee. If I had you live, I would now say, well, what are you getting? Most likely you'll say, well, this is a rather light-bodied coffee. You'll probably get some nut and kind of nutty chocolate notes. A very quiet, kind of almost ingratiating acidity. Not aggressive, not bright, kind of balanced, kind of lively, but not overly assertive. We go to B. And you will immediately notice that the body is heavier, it's more viscous, the body, the mouthfeel, than A. The flavor, I'm getting like a fruit that's, again, maybe overripe peach or apricot. Maybe apricot's probably better. Not necessarily overripe with the apricot because it's kind of a heavier flavor than the peach. And you should be getting some aromatic wood, distinct aromatic wood like cedar. Maybe if you want to push it a little, you could say it's like sandalwood, but the flowers are still there, the lily, as I called it, but they've fallen back. They're less important, I think, than the fruit. And you should get a little bit of ferment. So that's what I was suggesting by the slightly overripe fruit. In other words, there's a little kind of alcoholic fermenty quality to this. It's a very sweet, slightly fermented note. And it's very popular in the coffee world today among consumers, kind of specialty coffee consumers. I think it's probably the wood and the aromatic wood, rich aromatic wood, and that kind of very ripe apricot-ish kind of fruit that, for me, are dominant with the flowers in the background. But there are probably other notes that you can pick out. The finish is maybe a little rough on this one. Aromatic notes that remain. C, that's a beautifully balanced coffee, and so much so that it may be difficult to pick out exact notes. But again, I'm getting a kind of stone fruit and just the slightest hint of maybe a little ferment, alcoholic ferment, but very slight, very delicate and nice. And the flowers that I've expected in this coffee are not quite as dominant as I thought. It's about a row, like maybe roses. So we could talk more about these coffees. We don't have time. I'm going to have to quickly. The first coffee, sample A, is these are all from JBC in Madison, Wisconsin. The first one is he calls Aces La Cabana Colombia. It's a high-grown Colombia. It's done by the washed method. The farmer allowed the fruit to sit for about 9 hours before subjecting it to pulping or fruit removal. And so that probably gave it that slight, a kind of a lively delicacy to the fruit. The other thing is this is a pink Bourbon variety, which has a particularly kind of a delicate, lively kind of juiciness, a kind of delicate juiciness, I'd say. So the two influences are very careful wet processing with a little variation, and high elevation accounting for the brightness, and the variety, the pink Bourbon, which is a kind of a juicy sort of variety. The sample B is a Ethiopia natural. Probably a lot of those of you who are experienced in specialty coffee recognize that. It's a natural, meaning that it was dried in the whole fruit. And when coffee is dried in the whole fruit, often, not always, but there's a kind of a peripheral fermentation that happens, and that sweetens the character of the coffee, and introduces this slightly winey or alcohol-like character to it. We gave this a high score of 94. It's had 9s all the way down, except in the aftertaste, where we had a little problem with that little bit of bitterness and astringency in the finish. But it's a fine coffee. It's a popular style of coffee. And the last one, the one that I remarked on seems so complete and balanced, is a Peru. And it's high-grown coffee from traditional varieties. You know, I should go back and say with B, with the Ethiopian natural, the varieties in Ethiopia, they're landrace varieties. They've been grown there for generations. There are all many different varieties, and some of them are grown in one village and some in another. At any rate, usually from those varieties, you'll have a kind of a intricacy of taste, which with floral and a kind of cocoa, which I think comes out. But in this case, the natural processing in the fruit accentuates and in some ways changes that. The last, the Peru is from traditional varieties, Typica and a Caturra varieties. These are grown all over. Typica was the original variety, coffee variety brought out of Yemen at the beginning of coffee history. And Caturra is a variety that's grown all over Latin America. So it's mainly, I think, the fact that we can think about the balance and completeness of this coffee, and the good body, by the way, which I didn't mention, the smooth, lightly syrupy or velvety body, mouthfeel. that this comes from these, in part from the high elevations, in part from these classic coffee varieties, and in part by a kind of a very subtly different kind of processing method in which the producer fermented the coffee first, allowed it to ferment in the whole fruit, then removed the skin, fermented it again in the fruit flesh, and then washed it. A very unusual process, and I think it could backfire, but it worked out beautifully in this case. So that's where we are. That's where we have to stop. I'll see you again. I hope that shortly. And I hope while I'm gone, you can take time to grind the coffees, the next three, D, E, and F. Grind the coffee, weigh and grind the coffees. Don't put any water on them. Just put them in your rattlewares, which you'll have to rinse out and dry a little before you reuse them. And we'll resume for there. So we'll be able to move faster because you'll have the coffees ground, and I won't have to rush through this part of the presentation. Thanks very much for staying with me, and see you soon.
Hi. Thank you, Ken. And I know Ken can't hear me. We're having a communication problem where Ken is not unable to hear me right now. We're gonna try to fix that, but you know, it may not matter to those of you in the audience as much. Ken really enjoys doing this as a dialogue. We discussed this extensively, and however, we have a couple of things coming up that are really cool. For one thing, one of my favorite presentations I've been looking forward to more than a week, is Justin Doggett's Kyoto-style coffee cold brew cocktails presentation, and that's coming up next, right? Thank you for that graphic. And then we'll come back to Ken for the part 2 of the coffee review. You know, this is like when I went to high school, you know, I was taught by monks, and this reminds me of what Ken is. We're really doing it for real. Now, you know, I understand some people would say, well, it's kind of a long time to, not really, not to teach what we're teaching. And, you know, it's okay. We got other presentations if you want something shorter. But, and then after that, we'll do we still got ahead, the Future of Coffee panel. I'm real excited about that. Here goes. Let's take a look at a spot.
I'm Dottie Druick, and I'm one of the owners here at DNR Classic Automotive in Warrenville. We sell restoration parts for Camaros, Firebirds, Chevelles, and Novas, and we've been here since 1996. We were racing, drag racing, and we started putting those cars back together, some of the race cars to drive on the street. So we learned how to do body work and painting. Myself and my business partner are both chemists. I did instrumental chemistry. He worked for water pollution control company. And we learned how to work, and so we drag raced because it was fun. And that was our education. And then when I had my first child, I didn't want to go back to work, so I printed a catalog with a typewriter. A friend of ours worked for Xerox, and he had to test the Xerox copy machines. He would take the typed catalog that I had with some line drawings, and he would make extra copies. And now we have a license from GM to reproduce several different, quite a few items. We've been around for a long time, so slowly but surely we've been making different things, unique things, and then we also buy from other companies. The cars behind me, the one to the upper right is a 1967 pace car replica with a big block engine and a manual transmission. Those cars were only 2 real pace cars in 1967 that led the Indy 500 race. But this one, GM also made some copies. They made about 160, I think, in 67. And the car below that is a Yanko. It was an aftermarket function that GM supported. Don Yanko converted these cars to 427s, and there were a limited number of those made. The car directly behind me, the silver one, is also what we call a Copo car, which is limited production as well. It has a 427 engine. And the car that is not finished is also a Copa car, the upper left, but it hasn't been restored yet. I have been to several CoffeeCons. The best thing about that is when you walk in the room, the aroma is fabulous. It's really nice to see all the different kinds of coffee and the equipment that they have that you can purchase or not. And my son played some music there, which is one of the first times I went. I haven't been to an inside coffee thing. I haven't been anywhere during this COVID.
How's COVID affected your business?
COVID has affected our business in a positive way. People were very, very interested in having something they could do without leaving their house. Many of our customers we've known for years had a project that was on the side, and they started working on it because it was a stress relief. They could go out after their work time online and go in their garage and do something productive that they could see a change. And I think it was helpful. I also know some of my customers who were busy, knew people in body shops that didn't have work and had cars in their own garages, took them there, bought parts so that those people could still be employed. It was really good. It was a good thing. Many of our customers, of course, were driving these cars when they were in high school. But there are children and grandchildren that work with the people that are restoring these cars, and I thought this business would last 10 years. But there is still a renewed interest among young people that have worked with either their fathers or grandfathers, maybe their uncle. We have one customer that used to, when we were drag racing, would come down the block. He was very young, and he learned things from my business partner, and he's restoring cars now. I have a wonderful coffee memory from when I was much younger. In order to afford the drag racing, we did house painting, and I had a customer who was also a very good friend, and when I was working at her house, she said, "You must always drink your coffee out of a fine china cup. It will taste so much better." She was Norwegian. She did live to be 98 years old, and every time I have coffee, I think of her.
Hi. Oh, that's a great story about the China cup. This is a nice. This cup reminds me of a CoffeeCon that we had in California, and it was given to me by Temple Roasters. If you're out in the state, I believe they're in Sacramento, if I'm not mistaken. But I like their coffee. Can't wait to go back there, and different coffee cups remind me of different memories. Now, speaking of memories, we have a great, I think, memorable presentation ahead. Justin Doggett was the first person to hand me ever a cold brew coffee that tasted like something other than a failed cup of coffee made during a power outage. In other words, it didn't taste like it was an afterthought cup of coffee. It just tasted like a tremendous beverage. We featured his very popular Kyoto brewer at several CoffeeCon events. This time, he adds that alcohol percentage and some sophisticated mixers that'll, I think, knock your socks off. Hi, Justin. Hi, Justin. Are you there with us? Yes. I don't know what's going on, but we didn't get Justin. That's have we? Oh no, Mike. We'll have to figure that out for a second. Let me. Well, you know what this means in our business? It means Phil. I'll tell you for a couple of seconds. We're gonna. This was an interesting project because Justin called me up and we talked about this. I want to do a cold brew class, and he said, "There's some cool stuff." Justin, are you with us?
Yeah, I am. Can you hear me?
Oh, fantastic. I was worried for a second. We've had a little audio troubles in different places, but not Chicago yet. So I like that shot, Dennis, of my fingers. I had a manicure. Anyway, I'm throwing to you, Justin, and I'll hold the questions for the end so that I don't interrupt you. But thank you for being here.
Okay, thanks for having me again. I'm always happy to be at CoffeeCon. So I'm here to talk to you today about cold brew cocktails. So I'm Justin Doggett, the owner and founder of Kyoto Black, which is a small cold brew company located on the north side of Chicago. So my business focuses on delivering artisan, small batch, slow drip cold brew to people in all 50 states, and I even have some international customers. And we focus on using the Kyoto style slow drip method, which differs from conventional cold brewing in the sense that if the conventional cold brew is like a French press, Kyoto style is more like a pour over. Instead of steeping the grounds in water, free floating, and then filtering that like a tea or like a French press, you actually hold the coffee grounds in a chamber and then you slowly drip the water through one drop at a time. This gives you several similarities to the difference between a French press and a pour over, notably in the clarity and the articulation of the flavors. If you look at the title of this, this project, it is two people, myself and then another gentleman. His name is David Moore, and he's a very talented bartender located here in Chicago who's working on a project called Breaking Black. He started that project after reaching out to me. He tried some of my cold brew at a location that carried it and was blown away by it and immediately bought out their entire stock and started using it to make coffee cocktails. This was pretty interesting because I had been thinking myself that Kyoto style has so many benefits in the cocktail application, but myself not being a bartender, I didn't know exactly how to apply that. So it was actually a fortunate thing that happened 3 years ago. David reached out to me, we met and started working on these different recipes together. So if you look at this next slide, this is an example of what my product looks like when it arrives to the customer. And the coffee in the cup is as black and as strong as it looks. So that Kyoto style process, the unique benefits that it offers is that you can actually use less water to brew the coffee. This is important because the stronger you can make it, the less dilution you will have for any recipes in a cocktail setting. If you have any ideas about how cocktails are made, one thing that's important is minding your dilution. So that's why you see the bartenders using ice. They're melting that ice because that actually brings out all the nuances in the spirits. Adding coffee to a drink could potentially over dilute it if it were, say, a drip coffee or a cold brew that could not be made as strong as Kyoto style. Another thing you notice looking at this is it's got a great clarity. There's no haze, there's no sediment in it. And that is also a factor of the drip style. Just like a sand filter where you can pour murky water through it and then it comes out crystal clear, that Kyoto style method, by locking those grounds inside of a chamber and then dripping the water through, the coffee grounds don't move at all. They stay locked in place. The fines, all the sediment as well, stay locked in place. And the only thing that's allowed to pass through is the liquid and the extracted solubles. This is contrasted with your conventional style, where the coffee is more free floating around. The grounds and fines are allowed to go wherever they want, and then you have to worry about filtering that out, if you even do, using a separate filtration system. So this is an example of the Kyoto style dripper itself. As you can see, there is a reservoir at the top that holds your water with a nozzle that allows you to set that one drip at a time. The coffee sits in the center chamber, and this process can take up to 16 hours to complete. You're dripping that water through one drop at a time and eventually collects in a carafe at the bottom. The next slide I'm showing you is a plot on Google Trends. So this basically shows you the search volume for different terms. So I typed into this cold brew coffee, and the time range is from 2004 to now. In the United States, how many people have searched for cold brew coffee as an interest term? And you can see that it really starts to spike after 2013, which is ironically around the time that I started to become interested in cold brewing myself at home. Before that, cold brew did exist. It's not like cold brew is a modern thing. In fact, this Dutch style that I use, the Kyoto style, is actually originally from Holland. So this style that I use was originating in Holland in the 1600s. So it's not as if this is a recent thing. It's just that for whatever reason, it's become very popular now. And in fact, its popularity now has caused things that wouldn't have happened otherwise to happen. So for example, look at this product here. This is a coffee liqueur called Mr. Black. And if you look and read the label carefully, you'll see that it says cold brew liqueur. It doesn't say coffee liqueur, it says cold brew liqueur. Now, I don't know if they actually use a cold brew style or what style they use to make it, but the cold brew moniker has clearly become a differentiator in the market because of its increasing popularity. Another product, Jameson cold brew. So this is Jameson Irish whiskey infused with coffee. Again, it doesn't say Jameson coffee, it says Jameson cold brew. That cold brew title, again, is put on the forefront, and it's actually in larger font than the word Jameson itself. Again, noting that cold brew itself has become this thing that people are particularly fixated on. These companies may not realize the importance of the emergence of cold brew as a category, a major category in coffee, but it is my personal belief that part of the reason why coffee cocktails had not become a bigger thing is because cold brew was relatively unknown as a category. And then also the methods of making cold brew had not been really worked and perfected. As Kevin said in his introduction, the first coffee that, the cold brew that I offered him was the first one that didn't taste like it was an accidental coffee. Even though it seems like you are just mixing cold water and coffee, cold brew is actually very finicky and is not, unless you have a lot of expertise, it's very hard to duplicate your results across the board over time. So that's one great benefit to my product, for example. That's one of the reasons why I created it, is so I could create a consistent product because I'm brewing it myself with that expertise and giving it to my clients so that they can serve it to their clients in a repeatable fashion for my wholesale customers. But in any case, back to the project that I did with David, we focused on the coffee itself as a central ingredient. When you look at the history of cocktails that did contain coffee in them, it was more so like they were just saying, hey, how can we throw coffee into a drink and make just like a boozy coffee? Or how can we just create this kind of generic coffee flavored experience? And they would just say, oh yeah, it's just gonna taste like coffee. But as we all know, coffee can taste like many different things. We came up with this 4-quadrant taste evaluation, and what we kind of focused on as elements of the coffee's flavor. So they were herbaceous and floral, acidic fruits and citrus, sweet fruits and berries, and then chocolate, caramel, and nuts. So those were kind of the 4 pillars of the coffee flavors that we wanted to base our cocktails around. Instead of taking an existing cocktail and trying to find a way to throw coffee into it, we decided how could we take the central coffee flavors and aspects and then build a cocktail around them. Some of them will be classic cocktails that we're just reimagining, and then others will be brand new creations. But we wanted to focus on treating each coffee differently. So this first drink here is your typical Irish coffee that we came up with. We introduced grappa to this, and we also used nocino in the whipped cream, which is a hazelnut liqueur. And that was to add these extra layers of complexity to a dark roasted coffee. In this case, we used a Brazilian Guatemalan blend that was about a full city roast, and it has notes of cognac and stout beer, shaved dark chocolate. It's actually my flagship coffee that we use for it. And we wanted to not just have a coffee flavor, but we wanted to find what were those flavors that were kind of adjacent to the coffee flavor. You know, the shaved dark chocolate on top, the almond, from the grappa and the nocino. How could we bridge those out into more peripheral flavors? And then also, how can we have those flavors separated by saying, let's put something in the cream instead of directly into the drink itself, just so that as you drink it, you have a transitional experience. Another classic drink is the carajillo. This is only a 3-ingredient drink, so we wanted to basically focus on how can we find the right ratios of the ingredients of the liquor 43 and the coffee. With these different drink examples, I highlighted these because they kind of focus on a different philosophy of building the menu out over time. So each one is kind of indicative of just a different kind of ethos and how we decided to create these drinks in this menu. So you can see that we also wanted to embrace the milk aspect of coffee. Coffee and milk are linked in history forever. It's just a fact. And we wanted to also incorporate some of the more alternative milks In this case, we used an oat milk that was infused with dark chocolate. So we took cacao nibs and actually soaked that into the oat milk and used that along with sherry and absinthe and anise to create this great drink that's it's very drinkable, and it's strong, but it's got this great elegance to it. So we wanted to embrace the milk, but also incorporate alternate milks to the party as well. Not to mention, we did some spirit-free drinks. So spirit-free just isn't a drink that has no alcohol in it. And in this particular spirit-free drink, we embraced a side of coffee that people tend to stray away from, which is the herbaceousness. So I'm talking about Kenyan coffees in this particular case. Most people either love or hate Kenyan coffees because they have this sometimes blackcurrant or tomatoey or even basil-like quality, very herbal coffees. We thought that would be a great application for a spirit-free drink because that herbal quality would perhaps allow us to give a strength of alcohol without the presence of alcohol. In this particular drink, we also have Belgian biscuit malts, which were turned into a syrup to give it a silkiness and some sweetness. And well, instead of using sugar to sweeten it, we actually use malts. So this actually highlights a completely different ethos in terms of, when we mention sweetening coffee. There are so many, because there are so many different options for sweetening the coffee. Turning just to sugar or just a different type of sugar, brown sugar, I wanted to expand what my options were and just what would keep the coffee flavor intact. And in this particular case, we found a benefit from using honey as opposed to using sugar. And actually the honey had another side benefit, which is when you introduce any sort of agitation or any sort of effervescence, the honey would create just this lovely foam on top of the drinks. So in the case that we needed a way to add some foam or some texture to a drink, we would add just a touch of honey to that just to give it that extra frothiness. So that was a really wonderful discovery. And the foam, as you can see, it is very stiff, but it's not dry. It's still luscious, and it's very pervasive. It does not just dissipate as soon as you pour out the drink. We also experimented with taking drinks and making spirit-free and spirited versions of the same drink. And in order to get across that message, we changed the format a little bit. This is a Bananas Foster iced latte. It contains toasted raisins, so I took raisins, toasted them inside of an oven, made a Bananas Foster, and combined those together into a syrup. So the Bananas Foster is basically, you take sliced bananas with brown sugar, put them in a skillet, and then you pour cognac on that, and it erupts into flames, and you just reduce that. Adding the raisins to it adds some sweetness and some texture, and then I took all that, blended it, and strained it into like a really nice fine syrup that we added to oat milk and topped with cinnamon and nutmeg. And that by itself just makes a wonderful iced latte, but then with the introduction of an overproof rum, all of a sudden you have just this great cocktail that's elegant and deserves to be served in a coupe glass, as you see in this next photo here. This drink here is another spirit-free, and it's our take on an old-fashioned. So we used actually a Ethiopian coffee that had these really nice kind of tart cherry notes, which we thought would be really cool to put in the old-fashioned, and a distilled spirit-free product that's called Seedlip. We use their orange distillate. So they basically take different herbs and spices and fruit peels, and they do a distillation process on them that is alcohol-free. It does not produce alcohol. Instead, it just distills the actual essential oils from the product, and then that's served in a bottle very similar to a spirit. So we use those as the foundational base of this drink. But one thing we also wanted to point the attention to when crafting your own coffee, spirited or spirit-free drinks, is the vessel matters. If someone is going out to a function, and let's say they don't drink alcohol, but they are with people who drink, they should not necessarily feel like they're being left behind because they're not consuming alcohol. So it's important to give these spirit-free drinks an elevated presentation, even more so in some cases, just because you don't want the person to feel left out. So in which case, if you observe the glass, it's very intentional. And then also the extravagant manicured orange, which I would honestly give the person at the table who was having the spirit-free drink that more elegant and more intricate orange peel, and give everyone who's drinking alcohol more plain ones, just so they can have more attention on that drink and say, ooh, what's that? Why'd you get that? So thinking about how can you create this experience too, where it's not just about alcohol, it's also about coffee. And you can take coffee and you can make a cocktail with coffee that has no alcohol in it. It's not really the alcohol that makes it a cocktail. This is one of the most visually stunning drinks that we created, which is a coffee gin and tonic. And at the bottom of it is a Mediterranean tonic mixed with a Japanese gin. And on top, we noticed that if you took cold brew and you put it into a whipped cream canister, you could create this foam, this coffee foam that you could put on top of the drink that would start to dissipate a little bit over time and blend to the gin and tonic. But in that meantime, as you drank it, you would get an initial rush of coffee across your palate, and then the gin and tonic would just punch through that with this nice citrus, really strong juniper flavor, and just clear your palate. And it was just a really excellent experience. So this is another technique for how to introduce the coffee to the beverage. And in this particular case too, we also decided to go with a more citrusy coffee, just because we're doing the gin and tonic that naturally has citrus interplay in terms of lemon and lime typically being the garnish for that. We also experimented with hot drinks as well. This next drink is an amuse-bouche, and it is made with an imperial stout beer, again, another Ethiopian coffee, this one that had like sweet berry notes to it. We decided to go with that as opposed to a dark roast or something. You know, if you're thinking stout beer, automatically you think chocolate, but I think there is a tendency to go chocolate, chocolate, chocolate when you make these drinks. And we didn't necessarily want to go that way. We always want to highlight something that's unexpected. So we went with a more kind of berry noted coffee. It's actually a natural processed coffee. And we did cherry liqueur and also a kind of bitter vermouth. And that made just this wonderful, warm beverage that could be enjoyed with a lemon or a hibiscus cookie and just really warm you up and just be a great way to come out of the cold. So playing with adding just coffee to beer and then still making it a cocktail, making it warm, just playing with people's expectations. This was one of my favorite drinks to come out of this whole project. This last photo here is just indicative to me of the spirit of what we were doing. This is a Long Island iced coffee pictured. And one of the things that I thought was really interesting, just because we're kind of reflecting on the concept, David and I were talking, just reflecting on the concept of these drinks and what we're doing. And we decided that we wanted to give this just a really crazy lime pinwheel, because if you think about it, we're putting lime in coffee. And on its face, that really shouldn't make any sense that you're just putting lime in coffee. But we've been doing this just crazy project for so long, doing all these crazy iterations, that we wanted to just point to that in a kind of obvious but subtle way and say, hey, at the end of the day, we're pushing the envelope, and this is a new frontier. All these recipes that we're coming up with are original, aside from the few rehashes and just refinements of older recipes. So this is a reminder of the spirit in which we approach this whole project, which is to contribute and to have fun with the whole thing. So I'm inviting you all to take advantage of what we've done and the knowledge that we're providing you with, and then add your own unexpected twist to it. And this last drink here is actually two beers which are from Metropolitan Brewing. It is the neighbor of Metropolis Coffee, where we're filming from. And for the past 3 years, I've been doing a partnership with them where I provide them with Kyoto-style coffee to add to their coffee beers. And they do German-style lagers, some of the cleanest tasting beers I've ever had. And they gravitated, they specifically wanted the Kyoto-style process for their coffee beers because they know that it has the strength and the clarity and the articulation of flavors that will not impose any off flavors to their beers, and in fact, add new characteristics and do synergistic things with them in a way that they could respect. So that was just a great opportunity that's been ongoing. And I wanted to highlight that as well, to say that beer as well as spirits are a great medium to mix coffee and start expressing just different qualities inherent in the coffee and also inherent in the beers or the spirits themselves. So if you want to follow what I'm up to, you can follow me on Instagram at Kyoto Black Coffee. And if you want to see what David is up to and look at the progress on his book, you can follow him at David M. Moore. So that's all I have for my presentation, and I want to thank you for tuning in.
Justin, thank you so much for being here. This is great. I've never seen such, let's put it this way, this is the best looking beverage. I don't want to start a competition between our presenters, but there's so many useless competitions in coffee. But I definitely, these are the best looking drinks I've seen all day. They look great.
Thank you, Kevin.
Man.
Yeah, we put a lot of work into them. So.
And I'm not much a whole lot of a drinker, but I certainly, some of them look delicious, and the ones I can that I can justify, I certainly am going to try. Especially the ones that don't have spirits are easy for me, and then definitely those, and then any of the ones with spirits I'll try with the easy doses.
Well, absolutely. We have 12 spirit-free drinks on the menu. So, yeah, plenty of different options, and we kept the variety very high, so you don't see the same types of motifs and same flavors, or even the same serving glasses or sizes. So it's all, just tried to make it as different as we possibly could.
Yeah, I mean, and I think you've succeeded. They look delightful, delicious, and it's a time in the coffee business. I think it's the right time for it, and I think as well as our country, I think we're looking for things that are new and different to try, and certainly these are really inventive. So I applaud you, and good luck, and thank you again. I'm sure we'll be doing some future interviews and presentations at CoffeeCon, but thank you very much for being part of this.
Awesome, thank you.
Thanks. All right, and let's see. Now I have to go to. We got two more things left. Three more things actually. The third one, I should never diminish this. This is really important. First of all, we have part 2 of Taste Like an Expert, Ken. It's the shorter one, but it's the 3 more coffees, and I'm really awed by Ken Davids. I mean, he's a legend. I mean, that's not an overstatement. And then Future of Coffee panel right after that from South Korea, Colombia, and 2 experts in the U.S. And we're gonna make our own use our own figurative crystal ball, and then our prize giveaway. We're gonna give away stuff. Who doesn't like that? And some nice stuff too. All right, let's stay ahead, and I'll see you in a couple of minutes.
My name is Mai Lee. I am the Regional Sales Manager at Corner Bakery Cafe. If you guys are not familiar with our location here, we are a fast casual restaurant that serve breakfast, lunch, dinner, and catering. The department that I'm in for the last almost decade now. One thing I do love about Warrenville is the community. Ever since the cafe here has been opened in 2008, we have been a part of all the local organization in Warrenville. A few to just list as an example, we've participated in the JDRF One Walk in Warrenville. We've participated in National Fire Night with the Firehouse. We've done school nights with local schools, and where proceed goes back to the school as well. The reason why I do love drinking coffee in the fall, and it reminds me so much of when I was studying abroad in Italy, and I went there during the fall, and I just love just having really fresh coffee, ground coffee early in the morning. So that's one of my best memories. I was in Florence, stayed there for about 3 months.
Wow.
Absolutely loved it. Coffee, pasta, that was my life.
Well, that was a fun clip, and we are standing by to find out that Ken David's, I just heard a noise which sounds like Ken David's is actually, they're all set. They're grinding coffee for the Taste Like an Expert, Ken David's coffee review, Taste Like an Expert Part 2, which is coming up. The last 3 coffees. There were 3 in the first group, and these are the ones, I'm cheating a little bit, but I'll clue you in. Oh, should I or shouldn't I not? Well, I'll tell you who they're from. They're from Klatch Coffee. But they're, maybe I should be shot for saying that, but that's good roaster, and I really enjoy their coffees. And I haven't tasted them myself because I've got the kit here, but I've been tasting along with Ken, and there's some awesome coffees in this kit. So we only had 100 kits, and we sent them all out. So we're really, really enjoying this. And I'm telling you, once you taste coffee with Ken David's, it's quite an impressive thing. So if Ken is ready, I am going to throw to him out in San Francisco. Well, we're in Oakland, actually. We're in the Bay Area. Ken, are you able to hear me? Is someone able to cue Ken? Because he doesn't need to talk to me. I just need to throw to him so that he can... here we are. Oh, we're getting some cutting out of the... I can hear it on the phone.
Okay, we're good.
Well, I don't think we're good. Are we good, Dennis?
Well,
Hi, Ken.
I can hear you fine. Can you hear me?
Oh, yes, I can hear you. That's great. That's a great combination.
And you know, you have a lovely voice, but it's a little loud.
Well,
so
I will.
can,
you know, Pat told me that the last time we had a political discussion. Yeah. Well, anyway, I didn't hear Ken's. He's laughing now, so he heard it. All right. Ken, are we back?
I'm back.
We're having some phone problems with the Bay Area today.
Well, obnoxious out here, you know, it's probably just our way of trying to keep the rest of the country away. I don't know.
Well, I must.
I'm fine with Chicago. I love Chicago.
Thank you.
I was raised in Chicago.
I know you were. We grew up almost in the same neighborhood. I really like, and of course I like where you live as well. If as soon as you want to, you can start.
Okay, let me just get my. Okay.
Yeah.
I have the. Let me do one thing here. Get the water started.
I like those JBC coffees, Ken.
Well, you're going to like the Klatch too.
And you really didn't bring any coffees. You didn't bring like an example to show a bad coffee. You've just got 6 different distinctive coffees.
Right.
Right.
Because
I am having some audio problems. With the Bay Area right now, and we don't know. This is the second time we've tried 2 different connections, and we're losing it. It's the internet.
Okay, well, I mean, when you're ready.
Ken, I've got you. Thank you. We lost you for a second.
Lost me?
Yeah.
I was here all the time.
Well, I believe you.
I'm ready.
Okay.
I'm ready.
All
Okay.
right. Anytime, Ken.
Okay, well, welcome back. We had to rush things a little bit at the end of that last tasting. I hope that won't happen this time. So if you have leftover questions from the last round, we might be able to answer them at the end of this session. We have 3 more coffees here. I hope that you've all ground them and put them in your rattlewares so that we can get a running start. So I'm going to start right as soon as the water gets hot. It isn't quite hot yet. My water's heating up. You might start yours to heating up if you haven't already. And perhaps since I have Kevin on the line, maybe Kevin, were there any questions that came up from the last session?
Let's see. Let me just check, Ken. I don't.
That's all right.
No, I don't. I've misplaced them. As soon as I get to that point in my computer, I'll see. I had saved.
Okay, no problem.
Okay.
I'll carry on.
Okay.
Okay, so we should have the A sample ground, 18 grams. The B sample ground, 18 grams. The C sample ground, 18 grams. And when this baby gets up to 202 degrees, I'm going to pour. And again, what we're going to do is we're going to pour 300 grams of water. And I'm double checking because I messed with the proportions right at the end. 300 grams of water. Put this on here. I'm going to turn this on and tear off. And I'm still waiting. The 3 coffees we had last time, recall one was a Columbia. Tended to be a little light bodied. That may have been the way I brewed it, but it was the trees may have been young, but it was a very lively, aromatic, kind of floral and stone fruit coffee. That was a lovely coffee, and it probably close to a great Columbia of years past, and maybe now as the Columbia comes, the specialty part of the Columbia industry comes back. The second one that we tasted was a natural, a very heavy rather sweet fermenty with some kind of dark fruit notes and a kind of lot of apricot and some little bit of chocolate, as I recall, and that was Ethiopia natural, and it's a good one. The kind of coffee that people like now because it's sweet and it doesn't taste entirely like coffee to them, I think, in some cases. The last one was a classic coffee. It was a Peru, and it was just beautifully coherent, kind of layered aromatic notes, and I think it got that from a really complex washed process in which there was a kind of a double ferment that gave weight and depth and complexity to the coffee. So I'm almost ready to pour here. Again, when you pour, slowly and deliberately trying to get all of the coffee involved, all of the ground coffee involved. That was easy this time. You don't want to stir because it muddies the cup, in this case anyhow, with this brewing method. So I'm going to start my timer. I'm going to tear off the and this one's a little more stubborn. I'm going to have to direct the pour over to the edge to make sure that everything's involved. And the last one. So I don't know where you guys are at out there. I hope you're with me and that you're able to pour right around now.
Can I move camera 2? Okay, I'll move camera 2 out of the laptop. I'm moving camera 2 out of the laptop.
There we go. So always a comfort to put the equipment away when you're trying to do something live with people watching. So while we let these brew, anybody have any questions that Kevin can relay to me?
No questions.
I guess not. Let's see, what questions can I ask myself? I think what I can say is, you noticed last time that Chris Sithy, who's the incredible, versatile
Hi,
cameraman, and yeah?
I'm back. I had to
okay.
look forward to see if I could get some questions, but I didn't. We've
Okay,
only
well,
got mostly interaction, but not specific questions.
Okay. So I was just going to say anyhow that Chris came up to me after. He said, well, I was happy that you didn't talk about origins. And the reason I didn't talk about origins particularly is because origin, in other words, that a certain coffee tastes a certain way because it comes somehow there's something in the dirt and the air that makes it taste that way, is a concept that is not, it's not a useful or relevant concept in general. Because today people are all over the world, coffee producers are experimenting with the varieties that they're planting, but above all in the processing methods, how they remove the fruit residue from the beans. And in the case of the last round, for example, we had a natural coffee which tasted much different, and really it was that processing method that was dominant in that case. Plus we had some varieties that have a kind of aromatic and floral cocoa intricacy that are associated with Ethiopia. In the old days, and not the old days, but say 15 years ago, we would have had washed coffees, not natural from Ethiopia, and they would have tasted in a certain way. Now we either have naturals or we have honey processed. We have a lot of different kinds of Ethiopian coffees. So the concept becomes of the broad country origin becomes less relevant, and it's more of a question of what are the varieties of trees that produce the coffee and how it was processed. And the only, and then there are the terroir, specific terroir questions like what the elevation of the farm is. That has some relevance. But the other things that people in wine can get into, like the hillside, the sunshine, what the temperature was during the day when the rains came, we're not in a position, except for a few coffees, to be able to talk in that kind of specifics. So here we go with these coffees. Let's take a quick whiff of each one. So first we have D. This is a kind of a, I should say, before tasting, that in fact, that these are all variety types that I've selected for this round. They are coffees that represent, because of curating of the supply chain, to taste a certain way. So it's that they have the supply chain, the importers, the producers, and the roasters have made certain selections so that these coffees have a kind of a consistency. So I picked 3 of those, 3 famous origins. So the first one, I'm not going to say what it is, but you'll taste it's sort of balanced, low-toned, a little cocoa and nut, particularly nut tones, perhaps. The second, much different. This sort of twisty, pungent fruit. And this is a giveaway for this origin, but it has a kind of a sweet earth, we call. Sometimes people call it moist pipe tobacco, sometimes, but I like to call it what it is, which is like the smell of fresh humus when you break the earth. Intense, complex, deep, big range. I'm not getting a good aroma from this last one. I'm not sure why. But you should get some, it's a kind of a balanced, it's gently bright with a little bit of acidity, and you should get some distinct berry notes, kind of dry berry notes. I'll take my spoon, and now you want to gently break. If you want to smell while you break, it's a good idea, but it's sort of difficult to do with the rattleware and the 300 grams of water. It'll be a little different as you break. Find out whether you're going to be as blown away by this sample E as I am. So then again, what we're going to do is scoop the froth from the top. You don't have to get too obsessive with these medium roast coffees. Usually there's not much in the way of grimes floating in the water. Okay. Looks good. Now we put our little plungers in. The ingenious addition of rattleware for brewing. And so you see we have something cupping, except that we're able to pour the coffee with the grounds sealed at the bottom. So you have to remember, you have to hold on to this. If you have a couple people joining you, you can have multiple cups. Make sure I have enough to taste here. So I'm going to move these away now because Chris, the cameraman, doesn't want anything interfering with whatever is worthwhile in this part of the shot. So I'm going to put this back so we have, we know which is D, which is E, and which is F. So I'm going to taste each one just to get a sense of the range, and I recommend that you do the same. All wonderful coffees. All of these coffees were donated by Klatch Coffee in Los Angeles. Wonderful company. Does terrific job with their coffees, and they have some cafes in California as well. But mostly you can order online from both JBC, who provided the earlier set of coffees, and from Klatch Coffees. You can order wonderful coffees online. The JBC, the company that gave me the earlier set, we just reviewed about 3 or 4 of their coffees at Coffee Review. They're wonderful. So they're just appearing on the site, and they're particularly impressive because the green coffee has been very fresh when it got to the roaster. At any rate,
a question that I had.
Okay, good.
It's I haven't had a lot of them, by the way. I did look back. We've had here's the great news. We've got a lot of interaction going, not really questions so much. But I did have a question from John DeRocher, and I happen to know John. He's asking the question, what are your grind settings? And I didn't notice them either. I was guessing. Maybe you said them. But
No, I didn't. I should have gone into that. I use a kind of a fine, about what you'd use for a pour over.
Okay.
With a paper filter. Pretty fine grind. So along with these rattlewares, what I found since I've been experimenting with them is that if you have a medium grind, you can use a quite fine grind and get away with it without anything floating. If you have a dark roast, it's tricky because, of course, the coffee is less dense and more buoyant, and you have more stuff floating to the surface.
Sure.
Okay.
Yes, thank you.
Any other questions?
That's really the one right now that was most important to get in before the end.
Okay.
Thanks.
All right. But I really like to talk about the coffees themselves. Mm-hmm. And so the first one, this is the kind of coffee I think that many people, when they taste it, will say, well, tastes like coffee. Tastes maybe like kind of a good, let's be frank, good diner coffee, but top diner coffee, revival diner coffee. And it's low-toned, kind of quietly sweet with a little bit of not much acidity. Maybe you could say it has a brisk acidity, a kind of a sweet, mostly sweet with a little bitter edge kind of acidity. And you should get a lot of nut tones from this coffee. Kind of sweet nut, a kind of a nice fat nut like cashew, a little buttery nut. And maybe you could pick up some caramel sweetness, some cocoa. Not much in the way of citrus. A kind of low-key, comfortable sort of profile. If we go to E, the one in the middle, that is one fine coffee. This is, you should tell immediately how sweet it is. It's a very sweet coffee, but yet the sweetness is amplified and balanced and complicated, I should say, by all sorts of other notes. We're getting that sweet earth note a kind of a fruit note that is it should be, it's kind of a low-key citrus note, I think. And maybe it's a passion, like a passion fruit, a quiet passion fruit, but balanced by sweetness. And above all, that it tastes more like a kind of a, if you can imagine the taste of moist, kind of a fresh, moist pipe tobacco rather than earth right now. Both of these coffees have very nice mouthfeels, right? I think the D maybe had a slightly more syrupy mouthfeel than E, but they're both very, they have a kind of a fullness, a lightly syrupy fullness. F has really come on. This is, in terms of body, you can tell that it's a little lighter than the other two, but it has a, this is the kind of coffee that we say has a buoyant or lively mouthfeel. The fundamental texture has a kind of a lightness on the palate. The structure is sort of a sweet savory. The acidity is very sweet, but has a kind of a crisp edge. And you should get a berry note, like a dry berry note of some kind. Let's see. Kind of a berry note that's juicy but dry. And I'm looking for some cocoa or chocolate in there, and I guess I'm finding a little bit of it. There should be some flowers, maybe. I don't know how I missed the flowers at first, but you get those sort of, at the top of the profile, it's kind of luscious, maybe like a night blooming flower, like a jasmine or something. It's very sweet. So these are the three. I would love to hear any comments from the audience or questions before I start talking about what they are and why they taste that way. Anything? Okay. Okay.
I'm sorry.
I'm gonna carry on.
Ken, we're really we're not. We are mostly. I'm following the interactions, but so far I'm sorry. I'm answering questions that I can answer. Otherwise, I'll bring them to you though. But I'm trying not to interrupt
All right.
you.
Okay.
All right. Thanks.
Okay. Nope. No problem. So. In terms of coffee types, these three are just stellar examples of origin types. The first one is a Brazil natural. This is the kind of Brazil that coffee that Brazil has been turning out in large quantities for decades. It's a natural coffee in the sense that it's picked fairly after it's started to dry a bit on the tree, and it's dried on patios. And in the areas, for instance, where this coffee came from, the Cerrado area in Minas Gerais, the climate's very dry during the harvest. So the coffee dries very decisively. So you typically do not get fruit notes. If you get fruit notes, it's kind of a dry, it's a date-like fruit perhaps, and kind of a nut date-like fruit. But you do get, you're getting nut tones and perhaps some cocoa tones. Sometimes we use the term cocoa nib. If you've ever eaten cocoa nibs, it's like a combination of their roasted cocoa nibs, and they taste like nutty chocolate, nutty cocoa. So you get notes like that, but mostly you get a kind of a nice sweet nut, not much acidity. These Brazils are low grown, relatively low grown, not very low grown. And the varieties typically are not the most distinctive varieties of coffee. This is a volume coffee, a good solid coffee that goes into espresso blends all over the world. It's a mainstay. And the Brazilians managed to produce this coffee. This is a particularly nice version. But they produce this, it's a very consistent coffee. People can depend on it. The roasters can depend on it. And so it's used in blending all over the world. And this is just a particularly fine example. The sample E, which I was tremendously impressed by, both when I cupped it for this presentation and just now, is a Sumatra Lintung. And this is the kind of Sumatra that has such a fierce and passionate following, particularly on the West Coast. Alfred Peet really introduced American specialty to Sumatras. Now many Sumatras, they get their character because they're processed in a peculiar way. And this may not sound dramatic, but what happens is the coffee's picked and it's washed by small producers. In other words, the fruit residue is removed, both the skins and the fruit flesh. And it's washed often in a casual way, in a creek or a bucket of water. And then it's picked up by what are often called middle people, middlemen. And it's only been dried overnight. These middlemen take it to their warehouses, their headquarters, and they dry it a little more. But then, this will sound mysterious to some of you or familiar to others. But you know, when we do washed coffees, when we remove all of the fruit residue and dry the coffee, you know, it has a parchment skin, a kind of a crumbly, like a very thick peanut skin on it. And the parchment skin is removed when the coffee is grated and cleaned. In the case of washed coffees all over the world, it's dried to 11% moisture about with the parchment skin, because the parchment skin sort of protects it. But in Sumatra wet hulling process, what they do is while the coffee is still very moist, 20 to 30%, which for coffee is moist, the bean is still kind of resilient and not quite squishy. At that point, they remove the parchment skin with special machines that have rubber on them and treat the coffee very lightly. And then it's dried the rest of the way after the parchment has been removed. Now, it sounds like that's nothing, but the way it's done with the finest producers in Sumatra, it produces this sort of very like a benign and beautiful, earthy. You could, on bad Sumatras, it tastes musty or mildewy. But in good Sumatras, it's like this one. It has this beautiful kind of tobacco-y, sweet earth. and it has a fruit in the back and around it, a kind of a stone fruit usually, sometimes a citrus, which I don't get in this one, a kind of grapefruity citrus is very common. I got it in the nose, but I didn't get it here. But at any rate, that's what makes the Sumatras. So the supply chain, a certain segment of the supply chain has been producing Sumatras that way for decades. And this one is, it's called a Mutu Batak, which is a kind of a green band of producers that do this type of coffee. It's from Lintung area, which is the most famous medium elevation clay soil area in North Sumatra. The last one is a Kenya. Kenya is one of the most dependable classic coffees still produced in the world. In other words, the Kenya cooperatives grow the same, usually, mostly, they grow the same variety, which is called SL28, a kind of a Bourbon variety that has a certain characteristic, a kind of a sweet, tart juiciness that is characteristic of Kenya's. And the elevation and the soils probably have something to do with it. It's very high grown, and then these cooperatives meticulously wet process it in the same way, a kind of a traditional wet processing in which they soak the recently washed beans a second time and then wash them. It's sometimes called second ferment, although there's not much fruit material to ferment. But at any rate, that they've stayed so loyal, it's amazing, to those processes. So the volume of drinking, because it's close to Nairobi, the growing areas, they're putting in shopping malls where there used to be coffee trees. The growers get tired of working so hard for so little money, so their sons and daughters go off to the city. So the volume is decreasing, but the quality is remaining there. So it's a great Kenya is, and the supply chain understands Kenyas. They know what they should taste like, and they go for it. Same way with Sumatra Lintungs. So it's a very dependable coffee to order in a cafe as a single origin. This particular version, it lacks a little energy. It may have been how I brewed it. I'm not sure, but if you taste it, you can taste that sort of, at the same time, very sweet, but tart, crisp, dry. And we usually attach the term black currant to that fruit note. I don't know if that's always fair, it's always the right note. Sometimes people use a kind of a sweet tomato, sometimes they'll call it pink grapefruit, but it's a kind of, it has a little bit of a tomatoey edge, sweet tomatoey edge, but I think we call it black currant because, of course, black currants are used in sweet savory sauces very often, and we associate that sweet savory character. But at any rate, once you begin to identify that note, it's a very seductive note. It's a very paradoxical note, both sweet and dry at the same time. And then there were always the floral, like surrounding or wafting off that fruit. Now these wonderful white flower floral notes. Delicious. I would brew it stronger at home, but it's still delicious. And that's where I'm stopping right now.
No, I was going to ask you how strong would you brew it at home? Can you hear me? Okay?
Well, I brew. Yeah, I'm brewing it at the same ratio. That's at what I do. Well, I mean, when depends on how I'm brewing it, Kevin. So in the morning for my wife Yara and I, when we brew using a Technivorm, I use a kind of about 16-to-1 ratio.
Okay.
And that's about what this is. So it could be that I didn't do something right, but I mean, I was going for the aromatics rather than the body in brewing these. But no, so but when I brew in a Aeropress, I brew super strong. I overdose, so I'm brewing at about 11-to-1.
Yeah.
And I don't let it sit for very long at all. The whole process takes about 1.5 minutes.
Yeah.
So that's a very odd way of brewing, perhaps. So
that's a wonderful way to brew. That's for sure.
But it's a different.
It's very different.
You know, it depends on the. Yeah. So, but I mean, I guess if I were doing a two-cup pour over, like V60, I would probably go for 14 or 15-to-1, a little stronger than I did here.
Ken,
but it depends.
We are at the. Are we at a point where we can? I've got a panel waiting in the wings.
Sure. I'm finished. I wish I had been able to interact more with the audience about the coffees themselves. I knew we'd get off on brewing because
that's my
brewing
passion
is
too.
Brewing.
Yes.
But at any rate, I hope people got some insight that's helpful, and I enjoyed talking. So thanks very much, Kevin, and thanks to everybody for participating.
And the comments are that everyone overall everyone has had a great time enjoying it, and they are now interacting about the comments with each other, those that have the kits, and some people are saying they want to know more. They didn't get the kits, but they're interested. So it's you know, to me, you're spreading the word, which is good. And next time, as I said the other day when you brought it up, we really want to figure out a way to increase that interactivity to, in effect, give us, let the audience have even more contact. And that's going to, we just have to work out the logistics.
It doesn't matter. I mean, if people had a good time and they're learning from one another and from the coffees, that's all that counts. So that's fine.
Thank you again, Ken. Talk to you soon.
Thank you.
All right, bye. And let's see if, well, we now have the future of coffee panel, and that is great.
Plenty of.
We're going to go to a spot first, and then we'll be right back.
Just dropped in to talk about coffee. Well, you know, when I was a little kid, I saw the movie Backdraft, and I think that's where it started. You know, I've always had an interest on helping people and being there for my community. Being able to help people is what we signed up for, and you know, there isn't a guy or a girl in this firehouse that won't do the same. I usually have a cup of coffee bright and early, about 5:30 in the morning. And I usually don't stop until 1 o'clock in the afternoon. If someone's having a bad day or just problems at home or just want to talk, we always rely on the coffee in the kitchen, the kitchen table. And that's where we all gather after maybe an intense run that we had that didn't go so well, or something that we thought was really funny. We always collect at that kitchen table. Someone starts a pot of coffee and we all just sit down and relax and drink it and talk to each other about what's going on in our lives.
Coffee is a huge part of being a firefighter. We use it, we drink it when we get up in the morning, helps us get going for the day. You know, if you need a little pick-me-up during the day, And of course, you know, you're out at that fire on an ice cold night and the Salvation Army comes out and they bring some coffee. It's always nice to have a hot cup of coffee, you know, when you're out on the fire scene. At home, I have a Chemex, and it's the new automatic pour-over machine. I just had that probably 2 weeks now, and I'm really enjoying it. So before I had the machine, I was just pouring over with the pour-over kettle. It's exactly like I was pouring it over by hand. It just does it automatically. Yeah, we love our coffee. You know, we get good quality coffee beans here, and fire department coffee from our friends in Rockford is fantastic. And I just kind of developed a taste for it and experimenting, and I had a espresso machine at home and the pour over and the French press. I tried them all, and right now I'm really loving the pour over.
Well, I was kind of always into physical things, and it's kind of funny to say, kind of being on the edge, funny things. I'm also in the military. I'm in the Army National Guard, and I kind of just fell into it. I've been also in the medicine part, and I kind of just fell into the firefighter position, and I really love it. I mean, definitely as a probationary firefighter, you know, you come in, you make coffee in the morning for everybody. The majority of firefighters do drink coffee. You know, some people like it a particular way, and others may like it another way, and then some may not even care. I mean, we have a few officers here who drink coffee at night, so yeah, some people are really coffee enthusiasts. I would say it's a kind of a very diverse community. You got people of all different races, ethnicities, and religious backgrounds. People are typically friendly, and they're usually very centered around the fire department. Everyone's always cheering every time we come by or honking their horns. We do a couple birthday drive-bys as well. You know, we're a huge part of the community at the Warrenville Fire Department. So we need all this equipment right here to control the pressure that we're feeding to these hoses. I would say the generic answer of, you know, you loving to help others, but I really do. I love genuinely putting myself in a situation to help others. I remember it was a while ago, my little cousin was actually kind of in a medical situation where he needed an ambulance. And I will never forget that day. They were so professional, so, you know, the way they handled everything, it was amazing. So from that day, it's like, if I saw those medics or firefighters, I would not forget them. So even if, you know, for me, I have multiple patients, but they would never forget who I am. Even if I may not have known who they are down the line, but they will never forget me, because it'll be the worst day of their life, and I'll be there to help them. So yeah.
All right. Here we are. I have the Future of Coffee panel. You know, I actually rented a crystal ball. Oh, do you have a? Oh, I see. Okay, I forgot. They invented these little, you know, they're called intros, or is that a bumper, Dennis? I don't know what it is, but anyway, whatever it is, it's they like doing that, and then I always talk over them. I never gotten used to them. I wouldn't be a good newscaster, because they have those all over newscasts. We are here today to talk about coffee and the future, and I have with me, I think, 4 other individuals that I really respect in the business that are here, and they each have a little different piece of it, but I think we're really balanced out. And let's see. Let me go through this list and just pick a person, Dennis, and I'll just talk about them because I know them. Oh, you got to talk or they don't get on. Okay. Well, I have Laura Summers of Espresso Supply, and Laura is imports the Bonavita coffee makers all over the world. Or I don't know if it's imports, exports, whatever it is. And then I have Tony Dreyfus of Metropolis Coffee, and he is CEO of a great Chicago roaster that is, like I said the other day, is really a bigger brand, but they run like a small company. When I visit them, they still seem like a roaster that is what I look for in specialty. They're very personable about every aspect of their coffee. And then I have Avi Monroy, who is from Colombia, and she is a coffee importer into the U.S. and a farmer, and she has farmed there. And I'm really excited about that because Colombia, to me, as in general, represents a coffee that was specialty before specialty was cool. You know, I guess I'm quoting a country song by accident title, but it's a very, and I think Colombia is also a country that has so far resisted the urge to plant any commercial Robusta, which is a good sign because that's, to me, when a country decides they don't want to be specialty anymore. I realize these are all things people would argue with me about. And then I have Easy Yan, and Easy has been, he is an really interesting person because he has coffee businesses in not one, but two different countries and cultures. He's got cafes and roasting in Korea, South Korea, and in Southern California, both South, Southern California and LA. And therefore, and has, I'm sure, some interesting insights as well. Does everyone want to kind of say hi for a moment and so they can see you?
Hi.
Sure.
Hi.
Do you want any introduction?
Yeah, go ahead. Say anything you want. Because if I
Okay.
talk, you won't be heard. You seen. That's the problem.
That's exactly. Hello, everybody. My name is Avi Monroy. I'm joining you from Armenia, Quindío, from Colombia, which is right at the center of the coffee zone area where most of the coffee is well known for in my country. And I'm super excited to be here today. I met Kevin in CoffeeCon in 2018 in Chicago at the same panel. So today, being not at the audience, but at the panel, is super exciting to be here representing coffee producers and a little bit more about the supply chain. So thank you so much. I'm super excited to be here.
Who's next? Anyone? Laura?
Hi, I'm Laura, and I'm very excited to be here. I always enjoy talking about consumers, how they're brewing coffee, what they love about it, what drives them to continue to be interested in it, because in my opinion, there's no right or wrong way to brew coffee. The most important thing is that you enjoy it and that it works for you in your current lifestyle, whatever that is. So I think that is the best, and that you really have to just identify yourself as a coffee drinker. And so I meet people all the time, and it's wonderful to hear about how they brew coffee in their homes, what are their routines. I'm always all ears for their experiences and happy to assist them any way I can.
How about Tony? Could you say a couple of words?
Sure, yeah. Hey, everyone. Kevin, thank you so much for the honor of being on the panel. It's nice to be here and among such awesome people that I've gotten to know a little bit over the last few days. I feel like I'm in really good company. I'm somebody that took a swan dive into the coffee rabbit hole. I feel like I'm among friends on this panel and in this event. I had the chance to go to the first CoffeeCon and just really fell in love with I guess the atmosphere, the culture, the community. It was nice to just be in person around a lot of like-minded people when it comes to how passionate we all are about this stuff. So thanks for having me on here.
Easy, I would say a few words. I would love to hear a little bit more from you for starters.
Hello, my name is Easy Yan. Actually, I'm doing coffee business in Los Angeles, California, but I'm staying in Korea for coffee consulting. So I plan to stay 1 year in Korea right now. Many people asking me what I'm doing in coffee business, but I'm usually visiting coffee producing country to purchase coffee. Also, I'm copying, I'm roasting. Also, I have a background of a barista. So, yeah, I'd like to share my experience and opinion with the other panel. And then I'm very excited to join in today. Thank you.
Thank you. And Easy, I forgot to mention one other business. I forgot you have a third, a third venture, let's say. You also produce Cup of Excellence competitions in Latin America.
Yeah, actually, I joined several Cup of Excellence competition during 5 or 6 years. Also, I'm a founder of Auto Competition, which is a small regional cup competition in Honduras. So yes, I joined many cup competitions as a judge.
Interesting. Well, interesting. Well, that gives, I think we've got a pretty good cross-section of, if we all decided we wanted to do some sort of global venture with coffee, we're probably covering the gamut. I don't fit in very well because I don't think I know much about anything except I know how to spend I grab my wife's credit card and go into a coffee place and get a real nice cup, or more important, a pound of beans. So, but then I guess I have. I wanted to go around. I think this is just a fascinating subject. How's COVID? How is we can't? It's the elephant in the room. How's COVID affected every one of you in the sense of your coffee ventures?
Actually, in Korea, let me talk first about the Korea case. In Korea, several small, medium-sized coffee shops closed during the last year and early this year because of the corona. But I still see consumer wanna have a high quality of coffee. So I guess small, medium-sized coffee shop will overcome the difficulty, and then I hope the customer coming back to local coffee shop soon. And then for the coffee buying side, many coffee buyer couldn't go coffee farm last year, but there are several new opportunity. For example, Brazil Specialty Coffee Association, they set up the virtual business roundtable where consumer and coffee producer meet each other and negotiating coffee. So through this opportunity, I purchased coffee. So instead of visiting a coffee farm to meet coffee producer directly, I think this kind of a virtual meeting will be popular for a while. I think even after the coronavirus, this trend will be continued.
Interesting. Well, we think so too. The part about this type of event, because I think it's, a lot of times something will trigger something to happen, like the virtual events. But afterwards, people find out there's a lot of advantages to virtual events. That just like I think there's a lot of advantages to some people working at home. That have nothing to do with COVID being solved or not. And same thing, I think, with us. How about Tony? How's everything in Metropolis is regarding COVID? You've got stores and you've got healthy retail, grocery business, etc.
Yeah, it's affected pretty much everything. I don't want to compare economic hardship with loss of health or life in any way. So hardship where business is down is quite a bit different. But when we shut down, it was almost exactly a year ago, right? Like all of us. We closed our cafe, and as did, the vast majority of our wholesale customers. So the whole hospitality industry shut down overnight. A lot of people lost their jobs. I think as we record this, there are 120, 130,000 restaurants that are currently closed in the U.S. It also, as a buyer of coffee, of green coffee, we weren't roasting, so we weren't buying. And I'm sure that the effect, I can't even fathom the effect that that has on producers. So, and I think what I've realized through this is that it's really the most vulnerable people that are affected the most. It's the people that can least afford it. But it's one thing that it's, I guess, allowed us to do is there's so few opportunities where there just is no kind of, you're afforded an opportunity to sort of stop and consider what it is that you're doing. And when the world allows for that, then I think that maybe it gives you a little bit of a maybe a second chance to reimagine, you know, what your company can do, who your company is, and who you serve. So we've I guess definitely had a lot of gratitude or appreciated that opportunity, even though there's so much stress and pain that goes along with that. So we have really been fortunate to, you know, well, first of all, to still be here at this point. And I think, who knows what's going to happen? I guess it is the future of coffee. So I wish I had a better answer for that. But I feel like maybe we're in a pretty decent place, as it were.
I totally want to acknowledge what you started with, and that is, no way can we do we want to come close to minimizing the loss of life, loss of jobs. To me, both are tragedies. I'm just trying to figure out are there any, I'm looking for the bright spots, I suppose, too, among the darkness. And it seems like there are ironically some, as I said, you know, I'm sure everyone here is in popular culture. It's well passed around that what dogs and children have benefited in a strange way, you know, from attention to their parents at home, for one thing, and they are their owners.
And no traffic.
No traffic.
There's no traffic.
Certainly there's some, and you know, there's nothing, as long as we're not making light of the situation to begin with, there's nothing wrong with looking for the bright spots, glimmers of hope of what your current situation is. And I definitely, I will tell you from home brewing point of view, there's no doubt. I mean, you know, there's a lot more interest in home brewing, and that leads me to you, Laura. Are you noticing that? And is it, as far as owning a company that mostly is it true? Mostly sells to home aficionados, correct?
There we go. There we go. I just had to unmute. So excited to get started talking to you, Kevin. Definitely. So we definitely focus all our product lines on home brewing and how to help people make the best quality coffee in the brewing method of their choice. So, and certainly I would say that, and of course there have been, we have been extremely fortunate, I have to say, in being able to weather the events of the last year. And it's been very challenging to see the level of hardship, as you had pointed out. And so many, of course, people that I know after being in specialty coffee for so long, just getting their revenue streams and their doors closed absolutely overnight without warning. It was just a very traumatic business event. And it's been remarkable for me to watch how people have managed, how they have adapted, and particularly in specialty coffee, I think this goes back to some of what Tony was saying, is the reach out and the support of business to business. There is no doubt that coffee businesses have been supporting and helping each other through this whole effort. So that's always very gratifying. And I think that it speaks well to our industry about how we are helping hands to each other in times of need. And I've seen it. It's a defining characteristic of specialty coffee for sure. So yes, there has never been kind of a greater focus kind of on home coffee brewing, as many people are brewing coffee for the first time and drinking it throughout the day in a way that they typically haven't. And I think that There were issues there's around supply chain, logistics, and problems around there that made it more challenging. But what I think COVID has done is accelerated what was underway. So I think it just has shortened the time for some of this focus and adoption into improvements in home coffee brewing. And people, to your point about the dogs and the kids, the coffee area of your house too is getting more purposeful attention and intention because people are home and are able to spend more time thinking about it. It's like, well, I would like some better coffee. I'm drinking a lot of it, and then taking the steps necessary to achieve that. So I think that is great. I think, like I say, mostly it's accelerated a trend that we were seeing anyway. And I think COVID has done that in a number of areas where it just shortened the time frame that something would have played out normally because, all bets were off overnight and people started figuring out new ways. So that's pretty much what I would say. I'd say that, there is for sure, I would describe it as a cafe echo. So over the last 25 years, we saw a tremendous adoption of the specialty coffee cafe and the wonderful businesses that we have today. And I think there's an echo from that, which is what we're going to see happening in the home. Much like there was a baby boom echo in population, now we're going to have a basically home coffee brewing echo from the experiences people had in the cafes over the last 25 years.
Interesting. Now, AB, of course, it gets to producers. Producers, of course, I would expect. I'd like to think nothing has changed from the need for coffee, given what we've just heard from everyone else. Mm-hmm. But how is it really, since you're in origin right now? How has it affected Colombia?
Speaking of Colombia and producers here in Colombia, I think there are two ways to see COVID-19 and the coffee production scheme. Basically, there is a challenge and there are the opportunities. I think certainly the challenges is everything that we're talking about here, hardship, livelihoods that have been lost. And I'm going to bring you down to what coffee means to Colombia, and especially to places where I am, in for instance, the little town where my coffee farm is in Buena Vista, Quindío, where coffee is cultured, coffee is a tradition, and coffee is what provides jobs to everybody, not only in terms of coffee, but in tourism and little business, retailers, everything is around coffee. And then when you have a lockdown, such as like Colombia had, where all the towns where people from one town couldn't go to another town, that was pretty insane, certainly for 5 months or so. At the same time, coffee keeps growing. We have harvest season right at the beginning of the lockdown, April and May. And we need workers. We needed people to come to our farms and harvest all the production that many farms were, having. So we're talking about placement of people moving into these farms. So certainly it was a strange odyssey, really. It was an adventure, but at the same time, what I noticed when we talk about the opportunities that people, just like Tony was saying, I really appreciate, Tony, that you acknowledge that. I think people started noticing, wow, the producers must also be having a hardship right now. Something must be happening in origin. And so what that brought to the attention outside producing countries is that there are farmers, there is origin, there is labor, there is livelihoods that are being affected by this. And I think I also started to see in a lot more social media farmers are starting to move and start finding other opportunities, finding the channels, or offering their own coffees. And I think there was that growth of acknowledgement of a specialty coffee in Colombia. So I don't think that everything was that bad. And I think actually being on virtual like this, the word can be spread even more so than before. So there's no more lockdown, I actually have seen in my little town more coffee stores open, which is pretty insane. And for the town of about 5,000 people. But we expecting more of the local tourism to come in and start acknowledging themselves of our quality of coffee that we're growing. So that's pretty much it. I think I really appreciate everybody that acknowledged, that think about how things were happening in origin.
Well, it's interesting you mentioned that, and I remember speaking with you about 6 months or more ago, and you at the time everything was locked down.
Yeah.
And we didn't have as much of a lockdown yet here. I hesitate to use the word lockdown, but I'll
here it was
casually use it. Yeah. And but now it's reversed. It seems like you're more open. And It depends, I'm sure, where you are in the U.S., but where I live, it's not as open yet as I think it is where you are. So, and I guess it depends on, a lot of factors. Now that we've all acknowledged that home brewing is up more, how is that going to affect? I'm sure everyone's sitting around once in a while in business. I just imagine this. I'm not sure I'm in business, but whatever, even I do, sit around and think of, how am I going to tweak my show now that we've got this, and this is an example. But how is it going to affect each of you in the future? I mean, what are your future plans right now? I'm not asking for anything as state secrets, I hope, but, just in general, how do you view it 5 years from now? I'll start with Tony.
5 years from now. Okay, write it down. Put it in the time capsule. I think it's so cool that people are brewing coffee at home. And I have so many friends that have texted me or called and said, like, okay, how do I do this? And it's almost like the Butterball turkey line, on Thanksgiving. We, like, I think a lot of roasters have seen just the industry shift toward where can you get coffee? You can get it at the grocery store. For my company, it's great. We're a roaster, but I don't think that people brewing coffee at home is going to diminish cafe sales at all. If anything, I think it's going to help cafe sales. I think they help each other. And as a lover of coffee and as a seller of coffee, I'm all for people drinking more coffee wherever they can find it. I think that one thing that this has done is it's made people an awful lot less fussy about how they buy and enjoy their coffee. I think they feel that the tools of the trade are more at their fingertips, and they're less afraid of diving in and enjoying the coffee. So I just see the trend continuing. I mean, why not, right?
I think so. How about it, Laura?
Oh, let's see, 5 years. Well, I mean, one of the things that's a challenge for us certainly is that, we want to continue to grow people's knowledge base, and with that, grow their confidence in their coffee brewing so that they maybe don't need to call Tony on the Butterball turkey line to get. And there's some very simple bits of education having to do with temperature. I mean, coffee has to be brewed at a particular temperature. The water has to be hot enough. And I mean, no one tries to boil an egg in 120-degree water. You just know it's not going to work. And how we make the gap so that people intuitively understand that, coffee also isn't going to be properly prepared. And if an egg is cooked in underwater in a low temperature, no one blames the egg. But it's very, very often the case that I see that the brewing, there are shortcomings in the brewing method, and then the coffee gets blamed. So more education about what are the essential parts of brewing, not to make it complicated, but actually to make it simple, so that when people brew coffee, they're actually tasting all the wonderful things that, Avi and Tony and everyone have put into the coffee, that it's coming out for the consumer. There's just a little bit of a gap, which I don't think is going to be hard to close. I mean, everybody understands an easy bake oven won't cook your steak very well. So now I have to extend that so that they know that an inexpensive coffee brewer won't be able to brew a wonderful coffee. Because unfortunately, if there are shortcomings in the brewing method, it will be the coffee that gets blamed. And I have given, I don't know how many cups of coffee to people, and they always say the same when they come off, a certified brewer. They're like, oh, wow, what kind of coffee is this? Universally, they think that the delicious flavor is rooted in the coffee, and they don't necessarily understand the role of the brewer. So I think with the, popularity of the Instapot, the air fryer, we certainly are not afraid to buy things for our kitchen, and a coffee brewer is something that we use every day. So to get them to have the same investment willingness for a coffee brewer that will deliver excellent results daily as they would for an introduction in another kitchen gadget that may not be frequently used.
See, here's my bias coming out. I'm sorry, did I step on someone?
No.
Oh, I shouldn't do that. I'll hear about it tonight at dinner. I have a question for you, Laura. In the age of automation and everything's getting smarter, there's a smartphone and this, and I know that be more, a brewer, but is there a smarter coffee maker coming out? Have we gotten it to the point that it's, I don't mean the K-Cup, because I don't think the K-Cup tastes good enough, but something that's really high-end and really smart and really affordable, which would be, I think, your part of it.
I've definitely given this lots and lots of thought about what would I want, because I think of smart things that are something where I'm driving the communication. I mean, we have a sous vide that's hooked up to the phone, and but the one thing I might see value in, adding some smart technology is that the coffee brewer runs my alarm when the coffee's done. So that's the one direction that personally I see value in for adding some smart qualities. I mean, I'm a consumer first and foremost. I don't want to say I'm the laziest person in the morning or anything like that, but I'm consumer number one for easy, delicious coffee brewing. So I don't really want to add gadgetry or extra things to the coffee brewer that are unnecessary because it drives up expense. We have tried to strip this down to the essence of what is absolutely essential to brew the coffee well. Like, we're going to try to do one thing and do it well, so that it's more accessible to more people by not driving up the price.
Yeah, okay. Interesting. And now, EZ, are the cultures of Korea and the U.S. close enough that these are all the same issues, or are they not? I've never been to Korea, to be honest, so I don't know.
Yeah, you should visit Korea soon. Then,
I'm there.
Yeah. For the future, I mean, in 5 years, I think technology, such as robot barista or automatic pour-over system will be adopted by coffee business. And then, as Laura mentioned, I agree, accelerating the trend. So, yeah, maybe technology already exists, but the adoption will be fastened, in my opinion. Also, I observe the delivery system, for the coffee drink, is very popular both in Korea and US. I think the delivery drink or delivering food kind of, I don't know, just plan for survival. But I think this trend will be continue, and then I believe people would enjoy this delivery system for the future more than before. Yeah, that's my opinion for the future of coffee.
Is a form of is there going to be more or less roasting in the future of by consumers?
I think consuming coffee will be same or more increasing, but I think the ready-to-drink coffee might be more popular compared to before, because some customer want to do home cafe, but some customer they don't brew coffee. They don't know how to brew coffee at home. Maybe they're going to go to market or a convenience store to get the easy coffee. I mean, the ready-to-drink coffee. So I think one of trend in the future, maybe ready-to-drink coffee will be popular than before.
I would love to see. Oh, I'm sorry, Tony.
Can I butt in and say I totally agree with that, and I think ready-to-drink coffee that's hot and technology that supports a better tasting cup of ready-to-drink hot coffee absolutely is coming down the pike.
No.
And also, I'm advised to say blockchain, because if you're talking about the future, you just have. No, I'm just kidding.
Oh, okay. But you had me going there for a second. And Evie, I'll let you in a second. But Tony, I got.
Oh, no, sorry.
Are you talking about a can that you pull the trigger on and it actually heats it up inside?
Maybe, or even something along the lines of liquid coffee, but a device that heats it up and it doesn't suck.
Yeah, we got it. It can't suck, or it's not doesn't belong on this show. But but yes. Oh, did we lose Laura? Oh, it's okay. I thought, it could be a real good news story if someone had just disappeared. I'm always thinking, what's a press release? But definitely, it's interesting that you would bring that up. Yes, I think it's not all, even though we are talking about as long as it's specialty and good. I'd like to see pre-ground coffee be able to be packaged well enough that, no offense to Baratza, but I'd like to see it packaged well enough so that let me give my definition of packaged well enough. When you use the pre-ground coffee and you put it in your Bonavita coffee maker, that it foams up at the beginning because it's still fresh. Is there any reason that can't happen? They just don't want to say. Yeah. Is Avi, please? What's next in the 5 years in Colombian coffee? And they're showing up to take me away. They're telling me they're showing up, putting prizes around me. Go ahead.
Wow. I wonder how many people from Colombia are here and how many people from the Federation will be listening to this. So, no, I'm just kidding.
Take your chance.
What coffee producers want is definitely to get as close to the consumer as possible. That the consumer understands the labor and the intensive work that it is at the end of the day to produce coffee. Many of us are definitely taking the long path of creativity, and much more rewarding as well when we are introducing new varietals like geisha, bourbon, outside our traditional varieties like Castillo and Sanicafe Uno, Sanicafe One, which is the new Colombian variety. And also the new processings, honey, natural, plain, with the fermentation times, just trying to make roasters happy. They're like, yeah, I like your coffee, but can you make it a little bit sweeter? And we're like, oh.
But does anaerobic process do that? Is that the
yeah,
idea?
So the with the absence of oxygen, so basically what we are trying to do is that increases the sugar content in our beans, and then also we play a lot with aerobic process with oxygen. So we have both techniques. Some of us, experiment a lot with that to make sure that we enhance those flavors that come directly from our beans, not only from the beans, but from the land, because most of our soils is volcanic, which is what brings those specific notes of chocolate and earthy flavors of the Colombian coffee. But beyond that, we want to do a lot more, which is why now a natural coffee from a Castillo variety is completely different from a wash process. The spectrum is way far apart. And so, but for producers, it's like, where is the demand? Yes, we want to produce natural coffee because we think the return of the profit is larger, but so is the labor of producing natural coffee, longer times. Coffee farmers need to get paid right away. So it's a lot of the logistics and a lot of the understanding of what the situation is at the farm in terms of the transaction cost of doing this type of work. So 5 years from now, the way how I see us is definitely being the leaders on this type of experimenting, all this type of fermentation, of this type of processes that will put us on the same level as other coffees that probably don't need to do that much because the varieties provide those flavors naturally. And I think that way it will be also a value added, and why not an alternative for many coffee producers in Colombia. So we maintain the specialty, recognition of our coffee. So that's how I see us from 5 years from now. And I think, sadly, I gotta know this, if we're losing a lot of land to other agriculture products. A lot of the coffee landscape is getting lost in Colombia, primarily because the prices haven't risen in the last 50 years for us. So it's something that I really, really want to bring this across this panel as well. So we need the land that's still in coffee. We need to keep that because it's also part of our heritage in this country. So, yeah.
I am getting some signs that I need to. Do I have 5 minutes? Okay, then let me let everyone say one more thing. By the way, I really apologize. I wish this were twice as long. And I don't know if the audience does, but I know they don't. But because I understand everybody's tired. But I'm actually really energized by this subject, and I wish we could figure out a way to make this go longer because a lot more I'd like to talk about. I'd like to give everyone a chance to say one more thing about the future of coffee. Anything you want. And I'll start with Easy.
Yes, 2020, 2021, every coffee people experience, hardship because of Corona. But I strongly believe that long-term future for coffee shop remain bright. And then 1 year later, I hope everybody happy again, and then we're going to have a same opportunity to talk about coffee future soon. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Easy. Laura.
I guess that I'm very excited about the future of coffee. I think that going forward, we will just be adding more and more individuals who have a knowledge and have appreciation. Particularly, I'm always struck by the work being done at Origin AB, because you invest time and money in the growing of coffee, and that's just the beginning of the coffee's journey. and I'm at the other end consuming it with the consumer. And so I get to see the appreciation that they have for your work. And so I appreciate that you're willing to do that, you know, without seeing the immediate return like I am. But the more and more people that I introduce properly brewed coffee to, they just become excited about it and they never go back. And there's so much wonderful coffee available produced by companies like Tony's. It's just mind-boggling to me. I mean, we can't drink all the wonderful coffee ourselves. So it is absolutely incumbent on us to bring more people into this, you know, into this kind of, what am I saying, into our practices so that they can continue to enjoy it as well. I mean, the survival of the businesses depends on increasing the consumers' consumption of specialty coffee.
Evie.
I just have to say that just with this panel, Kevin, we are already doing the future of coffee. We already here producer, you know, roaster, retailer, even, you know, the methods of brewing right down to the consumer. This is what is the future of coffee, where we are all can be connected and understand each one of our position, while at the same time we are working unifying, you know, a unified work where we all want to bring the best of what we do. And at the end of the day, the consumer is the one who's telling us that, yes, I like it, not so much. So why not so much? Let us help, you know, the last person who's tasting the coffee, enjoying it, and putting a value to it, because that value goes down all the way down on the value chain through everybody, each one of us. So Kevin, this is fantastic. I think the future of coffee is just beginning here. So thank you.
Thank you, Evie. Tony.
So a lot of tough acts to follow. It's been interesting, like Easy said, as entire downtown segments closed in cities, people started brewing at home. They weren't, you know, they were telecommuting. And I think that, I think people will go back to offices, but maybe not as much and not as often. And I think a lot of people have kind of taken the power to brew at home. And I think that's, especially at a CoffeeCon conference, something really important to acknowledge. It's awesome. I think that one thing I've learned over, recently is how consumers are more empowered, more and more to communicate their desires to coffee companies, all different kinds of companies, but from where I sit, coffee companies. And so I hope that coffee companies will make things that consumers want, that will listen and produce products that make people happy. Because to Laura's point, the more people that come to the coffee party, the more quality coffee that we can buy. It just raises all the boats. So I hope that kind of communication empowerment, the connected world, really drives more demand for quality coffee. And by quality coffee, I mean coffee that supports all the people that touch it and that makes the customer happy.
Wow. Well, I can't. It's great. I don't have to do any closing statement because you did it. You all did it. And thank you so much again. I wish it was longer, but we will get together. There's a lot of tweaks we have to make on this event, but about halfway through today, I turned to my wife and I said, I started a sentence with the next time. And I haven't used that word purposely for months. In fact, especially the last few months. And so anyway, there will be a next time, and I think it went well enough that we're looking forward to that. And thank you. And I do think that it's shown us today that people are out there. People want to connect, and they want to connect over coffee, which involves all of us. So thank you. Thank you so much. It really means a lot to have you.
Well, thank you to you, Kevin, and your entire team, particularly your wife. Patricia.
Thank you.
Yes, Pat. Well, kudos, Pat.
Thank you.
Indeed.
Thank you.
Thank you for helping me. All right, thank you. And
Thank you so much.
We'll see you all. So I'll be connecting with you all individually later. How'd it go?
Right.
All right. Thank you. And now I've got to run thank you to our panel. And now I've got to run our final spot. Thanks.
My name is Monica Lefevre. I am sole proprietor of Evelyn Eve Wine Shop. I'm a
All right,
retail
am
wine
I still
bar
on
for
the
the
panel?
family experience. What that essentially means is everything from the engineering of my space involved if family were around. That also provides a hangout for families options. So if you have your children, totally fine. They're welcome here. If not, that's totally fine too. It's a great date night spot. I have been open now 2 months, so right after a pandemic, just the right amount of crazy, I guess. I chose Warrenville because I live here. I've lived here 6 years. Me and my family, we really love it. It's kind of, a beautiful area. We have the prairie path, forest preserves, but it's just very family orientated and a big city, but still that like small town vibe, like old vintage downtown. It's like a Tudor style building. And crazy enough, the space that I wanted miraculously opened up. So how's that for the universe at play? I have, definitely a good relationship with coffee. Great memories with coffee. Coffee's my AM. Wine's my PM. The last 10 years, I really kind of geeked out about it. I was more intrigued about wine in general, and the more I learned, it's kind of like science. Like the more you learn, the more you don't know, But wine's the same thing, and wine is very sciencey. So it's very easy to geek out over. And then once I really started to put my education in and learning and studying and tasting wine, all tons of wine that I never would have touched otherwise, it just, drove that interest even further. So a wine I think that is out there that people need to try that they may not have even heard of, or if they have, they may not have tried it, but it's called Tanat. It's a very tannic, bold red, perfect steak wine. But yeah, most people, when I say, oh, have you had a Tanat? They're like, what's that? Tell me more. So yeah, I would recommend trying the more varietals that you haven't heard of, because that's how I've discovered wines well beyond Cabernet Sauvignon or Merlot or Pinot Noir that are just so lovely. And had I not tried them, I would have never have known. So, but try a Tanat next time you purchase a bottle of wine. I have a few.
So I'm Nicole Palma.
Dan Palma, and we live on Virginia, so in Warrenville, not very far. And Jay Palma. I did grow up in Warrenville. I grew up backyard to Blackwell Forest Preserve. Definitely like living here, and when we were looking at properties, we thought it's a great community and be a great place to live, and price was right, so yeah.
So we've been here in our property for about 4 years.
And my parents have, I think we moved here when I was 3, and...
Not to date yourself. Let's just say 30 years.
Yeah, my parents have lived here, they still do, so parents are close by. That definitely helps out when we need a babysitter or a dog sitter.
Oh, that's right.
I love coffee. I prefer cappuccinos or lattes. My favorite. I have one usually around 10 o'clock or around 2 o'clock.
So you have your own machine at home?
I do. So unfortunately when COVID hit, it made me figure out how to make my own coffee, which I don't love to do, but I will do.
I drink Seattle's Best No. 5 every morning. I have one kind of coffee I really like, dark roast, and I drink it every single day.
So my dad was always an espresso drinker, so I just remember as a little kid being in Europe, and he would have this little fancy cup that they would give him, and he would just have this hot warm, and it honestly reminds me of my dad, and just the smell of it, and so I don't need it to like wake up in the morning and get myself going. I just genuinely like the taste of it, so it reminds me of my dad.
So my name is Joy McHugh, and I do live in Warrenville. I've been out here almost 3.5 years. Love the area. It's a great little small town. Yet a lot of people, great community. Really well developed, and it's growing, massively growing, which I do like. I like all the little shops that are coming up. It's a great little area.
Hi, my name is Jill Kruckenberg. I do live in Warrenville. I've lived here for 8 years now. And I'm here at Evelette Eve tonight. My singing partner and I, Todd, do a duo, and we are providing entertainment this evening. I love Warrenville. It's the best little town that's right next to a huge city, right? So you can get anywhere really within 15, 20 minutes, but it's quiet. My next door neighbors have roosters and chickens, and there's goats that I can hear. It's just a very quiet town. Oh, coffee. Well, coffee, the day starts with coffee, and it continues until I drink wine. So, yeah, both my husband and I drink coffee. In fact, our very first date was at Starbucks. So we are definitely coffee fans. The Starbucks in Warrenville, as a matter of fact. So coffee it's good. That's good stuff.
Yeah. This time I'm going to follow it. Hi. Thank you, Dennis. The director just cued me. And this is my favorite part of the show. This is the, it is my favorite part of the show. It's the prize giveaway. And we have all sorts of things, cool things that we have to give away. And I'm trying to boost the type a little bit so I can see what we're giving away. Well, let's just start off with something that I actually just ordered some of this. So I've already bought it. You're going to get to drink it for free. Cafe Grumpy. And they've got a coffee trio. 3 different coffees from El Salvador. Very, very cool. And Cafe Grumpy been at CoffeeCon New York several times. And they're a great roaster. Let's spin the wheel. Yeah. Oh, do I spin? Oh, I did it. And here's our winner. Oh, Brad Bay. Wow, cool. Okay, Brad, well, you're going to get that. It's
Cafe
as easy
Grumpy
as
will be
that.
sending it.
Who's got Cafe Grumpy will be sending it, yes. No.
We have your email address.
No, they would never trust us to send it because we don't send coffee. We drink it. Okay, and let's get this one. Oh, wow. Very cool. We're going to get another cool coffee here, and you get a Chemex. Big Shoulders Coffee in Chicago. Big Shoulders. Tim Coonan did our lead presentation today. This is a prize. This is a Chemex and a bag of their Ecuador coffee. Spin it. Monica Johnson. Wow. I know Monica, but those have nothing to do with where the wheel stops. Okay. Anyway, and by the way, I just want to point out this weekend, Big Shoulders is giving a 25% off your purchase. Anything, I think, over there at CoffeeCon. Go to Big Shoulders, and then there's another Big Shoulders prize. Let's give away. Oh heck, let's give away another Chemex. I felt so good. Mohammed Hazama. Mohammed, I'll be over. I want to have some coffee with you soon. Okay, and here we go. Let's get another prize up here, and that is the next one. Dancing Goats Coffee from Baddorf and Bronson. I've actually had this coffee. This is great coffee. Spin. Matt Schneerer. Matt. Dancing Goats Coffee. Fantastic. Here's another coffee. Oh my gosh. Klatch Coffee. And we get a special Colombian auction lot special CC prize KC coffee. I don't know what any of those things mean, except I know what Colombia means, and I know auction lot, and I know special is good. And let's spin the wheel. Yeah, I guess you get a mug with it, too. All right, and Lori Posiak. gets it. I'm sorry about mispronouncing names, but I used to be a driver on a Chicago bus. Okay, here we are, Colectivo. And Colectivo is giving away a pound of their Costa Rica Flor de Santa Maria. And that is a fantastic coffee. Let's spin it. I've not had this year's. And let's see. Gwen Stavrakis. And now we have Able Brewing as an Able Cone Mini. And that works in a, you'll see it works in a pour over. So let's spin the wheel. Mossab Jabbar. And let's see another. We're going to give away. Let's give away another one of these. Spin the wheel. Just spin the wheel. Okay. Okay. And this is Timothy Fitch. And you will not. You're done buying paper filters. Okay, and then let's give away one more. This is the mini cone. This works in like a small pour over. Claire Ashley. I know that name. Okay, and then Claire, you're going to really enjoy that. And then here we have Able Brewing and a cone stainless, a larger one for the Chemex. Just talking about this. Ellie G. One more time. Spin the wheel. Oh, I guess that's right. We've got two more. So we're going to give away the middle one, the middle cone. Nick G. Spin it one more time, Dennis, or Jonathan, whoever's spinning the wheel. They do have a style, don't they? Okay, and Joseph Bassalone. And next thing we have to give away is a Simply Press coffee maker from Simply Press. We saw that class earlier today. Spin the wheel. It says red or black. Winner's choice. You'll be able to choose. Okay, and Travis Zumwalt. I'm going to guess. Again, I apologize if I mispronounce your name. I used to be a gym coach. And Mr. Espresso is giving away something now, and that is a trio of Italian-style espresso. 3 different coffees. And you get a t-shirt, a Mr. Espresso t-shirt. Jonathan Fenton. Good, Jonathan. Well, turned out great. And then, let's see, what else do we have? Metropolis Coffee is giving away a 1.7 liter canister with a red line 12-ounce bag of espresso. That is a great coffee, too. Spin. I know, they're depicting a different coffee, but that's okay. All right, that's Michael Brodsky. Michael, it's the espresso one you're going to get. And then here we go, is a next one is a 12-ounce bag of, looks like it's red line, bag of espresso. And then Matt Schneerer. Wow, Matt, you're having a lucky day. How can we get the same name twice? Okay, it's random. That's what they tell me. Metropolis. We're off a graphic, guys. Okay, there we are. And that's going to be in Ethiopia and a filter pack with tumbler. And that, who won that? I saw a name. Oh. Tim Tomeo. Tomeo. And then one more, Metropolis Coffee. And it is a J. Ryan. What is this? Oh, I see. Yes. Filter pack and some coffee with a tumbler. Looks like Metropolis Coffee. It's like a cold brew. Simon Hodge. I believe that cold brew involves Justin Doggett, one of our presenters. And then we have, what is this? It's a Red Line poster, and it's a J. Ryan poster. He's a well-known artist. And let's spin the wheel. Donovan Brown. Okay, and next we have Barazza. One Virtuoso grinder. Wow, this is a really nice grinder, by the way. This is the one they were using in the Marcus Boney was using in four-way flight. Vincent Nalupta. And this is their, I believe, I would consider it their top-of-the-line drip grinder. And then, yes, there is. And then there's a, no, there's actually one more grinder, another one of these grinders. Spin? Okay, they're spinning. Let's see where it lands. Angela Scholl. Angela, you're going to enjoy this grinder. And let me tell you, and then we have a Bonavita 8-cup. Here we go. There we go. We got a Bonavita 8-cup coffee maker. This is my personal one, and we brought it down here, but they will ship it to you from Bonavita. But let's spin the wheel. This is a great one. They ought to be a drum roll too on this. Yeah. Lauren Filecki. Congratulations, Lauren. And we have one more prize. It's a 1-liter variable temperature Bonavita gooseneck kettle. And I don't have this to show you, but it is a very, very good gooseneck kettle that allows you to set the temperature. And that's what's cool about it, because if you're making a pour over, you can try different brew temperatures, different purposes. Spinning, 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 spinning. Katie Shepard, congratulations. And that is our prize giveaway for CoffeeCon Online Live. And all right, I will do so. And I just want to thank everyone. For being here with us. This was a real interesting experiment for us. We wanted to try taking our event online. I can only speak from my point of view, to be honest, that I really I didn't know what to expect. There were certainly challenges, but I did the best I could with our team to bring you CoffeeCon, and our goal was to bring it to you live as if you were here. The only difference is we were doing it online with each other, but at least we felt we could capture a majority of the sense of community and tactile feel in communication back and forth. And we're going to work on, I will say it was well enough for us that we would like to do it again if you think so. I think so. and we would like to try to tweak it further to get closer to our goal. I want to thank a couple of our, three of our video crews. We had in the Bay Area, Chris City. Chris, I've worked with before at a CoffeeCon in San Francisco. LA, we had John Schneider. John is the partner of someone we've worked with before in LA. And then in Chicago, I've worked with a long-time relationship and working with Joe Piscitelli. They are, and I felt our three crews were absolutely fantastic. Everything was good. I know I was difficult, but I thought they did a great job of responding. And definitely, please, you're already signed up. I guess we'll communicate to you when we have a new date and time. If and when we get to do it again, I certainly hope we can. I certainly appreciate you tuning in, and I appreciate any good feedback. And I appreciate you if you tell your friends if you had a good time. I guess if you didn't have a good time, you should tell your friends too to warn them. But I hope you had a great time, and I know I did. And we'll see you soon. Thank you.